Hello everyone, and welcome to the Final Fantasy Series Relay number 9. We have a great show coming up over the weekend. We have 18 video games, each with 3 runners to make up the 3 teams. So we're going to be starting with Final Fantasy 15 this year, and then we'll be finishing on Final Fantasy 5 on Sunday night, / maybe Monday morning, depending on where you are. So yeah, we're gonna have 3 teams. When one team finishes their game, so when 15 finishes, the next runner for that team starts immediately. Games we have this year. This year we have 4 new games, which is the most we've had for a while. So we have Tactics Advance 2. We have Final Fantasy 16, which is a very new game in itself, which is pretty exciting. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, also very new. We also have Final Fantasy Adventure, and I know what you're going to say, it's not a Final Fantasy game. I don't care, it's got it in the title, so we're going to roll with it. More new games, more fun, who's to really complain about that? So just before we kick it off, I'm going to give some thanks to Poexel and the RPG Limit Break staff for letting us use their channel and for doing all sorts of moderation and stuff. Really appreciate it. I also want to give a thanks to Shadowkiller, who is one of the organizers for the Ancient Cave event. They were originally going to use the channel this weekend, but they very graciously moved their event so that we could use this weekend because we needed to schedule on this weekend. So thanks for that. Also want to give thanks to all the runners and all the commentary that are going to be running in this event, as well as everyone that applied to run and did practice to be able to run and unfortunately didn't make it, weren't able to. Obviously there's only so many slots, so not everyone is able to take part, but we appreciate the efforts. And maybe next year. So yeah, let's get ready to kick it off. Are the runners ready? I can do a quick countdown and we can get started.
We are ready.
Yeah.
Cool. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, good luck, have fun.
Good luck.
Good luck.
And yes, we are go. It's time to get the show on the road. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for being here. First thing to start the relay. I'm Matty Ice. I'll be providing commentary.
I'm Qazplm. I'm also on commentary.
And would the runners like to introduce themselves?
Yeah, I'll do it. I know Yida's never one for big introductions. I am Kios. It was the 3rd or 4th time running this. But yeah, spent a lot of time running this in all forms and I guess kind of different routes. But yeah, Final Fantasy 15, fresh off its finally appearing at AGDQ.
So yeah, this is slightly, if you've watched the relay in past years, this run is slightly different than what you've seen in the past, to the tune of like 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, we're literally skipping the entire story and just breaking all the rules for this run. You're probably only going to recognize the first 12 minutes of this run, and then it just kind of goes literally off the rails. Yes, only slightly. But here we are. We're just doing our normal. Jumping is one of the fastest forms of movement in this game, along with warp striking, and we're just we're literally getting the relay. We're literally getting this show on the road by pushing a car.
If you look in the top left corner, you might notice like a weird box up there for all the runners. That's just a special thing in the PC version that shows you things like the FPS, the system memory, GPU memory, the speed. That'll come into play later on.
To be honest, I think after a while, it's no longer like you just kind of know what's going on, but it's a good point for like when you start learning the run. It gives you a lot of reference of what you're working with internally.
And yes, Yida is using the optimal strat, so Team Choco and Team Tonberry are opting to turn the camera around because in reality, there's not anything going to be loading in the draw distance. It's literally, it saves frames optimally, but Yida is going with my strats, and I was ridiculed for not doing this a couple years ago in the relay, but focusing on Gladio's stretchable leather pants. And just, yeah, the best, it's the best view. I've never seen leather do that.
I have, but I'm not allowed to talk about it on this channel.
Well, we can discuss that at a later date after the race.
when you're older. We'll talk
yes,
about
when I actually grow up one day. So anyway, we're done pushing our car to each its own with the camera view, but we're in Hammerhead, and we're about to meet Miss Cindy. We're really just progressing some main storyline stuff. We only have to do about, what, like 3 missions in Chapter 1 before we can officially just kind of take it off the rails and, like I said, just kind of break all the rules.
Dans ce cas, autant en profiter. Qu'est-ce qui pourrait vous intéresser dans mon stock?
Noct, j'ai un petit souci. Avec la réparation de la voiture, on n'a plus un
Yeah,
sou.
the speed run now basically goes tutorial, one quest,
Ouais,
end of the game.
tout compris.
Quand j'y pense,
Yep.
le vieux nous a fait payer une vraie...
Déjà de retour? La voiture est loin d'être prête. Y a un problème?
On a un petit souci d'argent, tu saurais pas comment on peut en gagner? Le vieux a envie de nous tester.
All 3 runners want to choose the right dialogue because that gives us AP, and because this is such a short run. There are only certain abilities that we have to learn to kind of complete this run, so choosing the right dialogues actually gives you AP, and ironically enough, the ones that give you AP are the rudest options you can choose, and being rude is actually the fastest way to get through dialogue in this game. Just be as rude as possible, and you will be fast at Final Fantasy 15. I love those strats.
Il faut y aller.
Here to start, there's actually this giant rock that the runners all gonna climb up, and at the very top, it's a Mega Elixir. That's gonna be just sold for the money later on.
Yeah, Mega Elixirs sell for 2,000 gil. You know, just laying on top of a rock. We could probably use that to buy some things.
The combat here is going to be done by mostly trying to jump and do aerial attacks. That's supposed to prevent any link attacks from happening, which are very slow, so that just cuts down on any unnecessary animations. And you see the run is also going to start... Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so at this point the run is also starts warp striking for movement. So as Maddie mentioned earlier, warp striking is probably the fastest form of movement, but it also costs 30 MP to use. And once you run out MP and go into the negatives, you actually get into stasis, which prevents you from regenerating any MP for a while.
You will see, like, they're going to these warp points, so you can go to these warp points and they will replenish your MP, so it's not like you have to use items to replenish your MP. Really, the goal is to never go into stasis, keep your MP constantly regenerating, so we can continue warp striking. Movement really is, I just know this from running the full game myself. I didn't realize how bad my movement was and how slow my times were because of my movement. Optimizing your movement is the fastest way to really optimize your time in this game.
Also, on top of that, for the equipment, they actually, Elder Runners did some equipment swapping earlier at the very beginning. Right now they're all equipped with the Mage Mashers, the Blazefire Saber 15 Ragnarok, and then the Engine Blade, which is on by default. All 4 of these weapons are equipped because they all boost MP. And for the Mage Mashers, daggers are actually, I believe daggers are the fastest for warp striking, so it's good for movement. And then there's the Ragnarok, which boosts warp strike damage, which will be really good for combat later on.
Une cabane, tu dis? Ah,
Also, all the other party members, Glady, Prompto, and Ignis, are wearing the fanfare accessories, which boosts, or which give AP if you get an 8+ on the report card after battle.
Disparu dans la nature?
ouais.
So that's gonna help out with some AP management later.
We got all 3 runners going in and clearing out our last little section of doggos. These guys can be quite annoying. They can scatter. Really, we're just kind of cleaning up these enemies as quickly as possible and just progressing the story to the point where we can kind of get our car back and kind of really break open the game. There is one important skip that we're going to be doing before we do that.
Ouais. Regardez. Qu'est-ce que vous dites de cette cabane?
Frankie was wondering about the costumes. Right now there's 2 different costumes that the runners could be wearing at any point. The Magic Exosuit, which currently Yida and Kyo are both wearing. That one gives a certain amount of invulnerability for in combat. So there is like maybe 30 minutes of invulnerability total over the course of a day, and then once it runs out, you have to wait 24 hours to use it again, which won't really happen in a run that's only 1 hour long. And D-Wings is equipped with the Royal Raiment, which is it boosts MP regeneration, I believe, and also increases MP, which is going to be help with warp strikes, or help with more warp strikes. So the runners will be swapping back and forth depending on what they need at the moment. Oh, and it looks like Yida didn't get the Ignis skip.
Yida was gotten by Iggy, so that is the one of the big skips early in the game is Ignis gives constant bad advice the entire run, and we do our best to ignore him. So he's always like in that area. He's always going to ask you, "It would be wise to camp," and we don't have time for camping because we're speedrunners. And sometimes he can just get you. It's a 15-second cutscene, and it's just a feels bad moment. It happens to the best of us.
So Yida and Kyo both approached Bloodhorn now. This is the next fight they have to do, and it's going to be a very quick fight. One of those blink and you'll miss it fights. Warp strikes are very powerful in this game, especially if you go from a distance, because the further away you are, the more damage you do. So there's going to warp away, and then warp back with Ragnarok, warp away again, and then do another warp strike. And then you get to see the ragdoll physics on Kyo's side.
And we will be learning abilities later that actually increase the multiplier damage of the Ragnarok. So even at low levels, like this is a very, very, very OP weapon.
He's gonna call one back over, and now this is a good time to just warp back to the Hammerhead. Don't even need to run back manually or anything.
So yeah, this game has an interesting mechanic as far as like fast travel. So you can warp the 2 points. One is the last place that you rested, and the other is the last place you parked your car. And we will be taking full advantage of that fast travel to get where we need to go as quickly as possible. And it looks like all 3 runners have finished up Bloodhorn, and they're back to Hammerhead to get the car. And this is really kind of where the run begins. This is like the last main story thing we have to do before we can just kind of take the game off the rails.
Quelle... Les couleurs?
Savoir qui sera le chauffeur?
Ignis est un champion pour ça.
Ouais. Mais il pensera à regarder la jauge du réservoir.
Perso, ça me passe au-dessus de la tête.
Comme 90% des choses dans l'existence. Bref, je m'occupe de la conduite.
Et moi, de faire la
Et t'es un peu long.
arrière.
La voilà! Prenons nos retrouvailles en photo!
Plus pour en prendre soin. Vite, avant que j'oublie, vous pourriez effectuer une petite livraison pour moi?
Raison de plus pour en prendre soin. Ah, dites.
Alright, so Kyo and Yida both in a car now, which means you can start shopping. Yes, you can actually shop in the car. So here they're going to sell off a bunch of stuff and buy a bunch of items as well. They also wait until they're actually at full speed in the car, so after this turn they're going to continue shopping so that they don't lose any time.
Ça serait génial.
Tel grand-père, telle petite-fille.
Things they're going to sell include the Mega Elixir at the very beginning, which sells for 2,000 gold, or 2,000 gil. Then there's a few weapons, the Javelin, the daggers, and then the Bronze Bangle. All ingredients that they have on hand, except for the sheep's milk, all treasures from any of the earlier fights, and then any of the fishing equipment they have. All that's going to go away.
Bon, vous êtes tous prêts?
Ouais, on y va?
I don't know how many times I've done this run, but when I sell my fishing equipment, I cry inside.
I know.
I really do.
As an old man now, I also
C'est
get
quand même un
upset.
super garage.
Le contraire serait étonnant. Il est tenu par un mécanicien royal.
Et quand on sera rentré, on pourra plus y aller, pas vrai? Hein?
Tu pourras y aller autant que tu veux. Qu'est-ce qui t'en empêche? C'est assez grand, si ça se trouve.
I'm a very good driver. In fact, this entire team of speedrunners, incredible drivers. I would get in the car with them anywhere.
Yes, I'd like to point out that Team Tonberry is using the optimal strats by playing Final Fantasy XIII music in the car. It is urban legend that the car goes faster if you play it. I use it in my runs. Do what you do.
So Kyo and Yida both just passed the hotel that they were supposed to go to. So this is the ZCB, or otherwise known as the zero camera bug. So what's gonna happen is they went into first person mode and then quickly switch to take a photo. It's a very quick glitch, so yeah, blinking you'll miss it. So by going to first person mode and then switching over to camera, they then immediately go into the pause menu to stop the camera, which was actually sent all the way to a far away location. And doing that causes the game to start deloading everything around Noct and start loading in all the stuff around the camera. So during this time, runners are going to switch over the FPS to 30 to make things easier for them, and then they exit out, quickly go into camera mode to stop the camera from coming back, go into the photo menu, and then exit out to buffer, quickly go back in the photo menu again, and then they go back to, and then they exit out of the menu, which they'll be in a load screen and regain movement. So during that time, they can actually go out of bounds, which is where they are right now, all the way outside of the Chapter 1 area. You can see the same thing happening on the win screen now. All three runners just went across the gates in order to pass, get past the gate. Get past the gates, go to out of bounds area, and then they had Cindy bring over the car, which she magically managed to drive through the gates.
Yeah.
En avant.
Say
Like it's not,
but you
it's
can't-
not
you
bad
can't
enough.
imagine her doing it. Can't imagine her just driving the truck right through the gate. She absolutely would.
Yeah, like it's not cool enough you can shop in your car, but yeah, Cindy could just call it whenever, like wherever you are in the world, Cindy will just show up with your car and be like, "Y'all have fun." It's amazing. So what had just happened is that we're technically in Chapter 1 right now, but we've gone out of bounds to where we're driving around where we should be when we unlock Chapter 3, and now we are actually out of quest to go do a side mission in Chapter 3, even though we're in Chapter 1, and that involves saving Chocobos, because it's absolutely necessary to finish this run. So this is a nice little like I said, there is a little downtime in this run between driving a car and driving chocobos.
The very first thing that Yida and Kyo are going to do here at Wish Chocobo Post is to get the air step sword, which actually cuts the cost of warp strikes in half. So instead of 30 MP, it now costs 15 MP. So they can effectively do more than double the number of warp strikes at once. And also, looks like all the boys are now wearing the exosuits as well, just to keep them from dying in the upcoming fight. Now here they're also going to grab 2 quests. One is going to be for Deadeye. This is the behemoth, the one-eyed behemoth that once you defeat it, you actually unlock chocobos. And the second one is a Mind Flayer quest, which is going to set it to nighttime.
On a besoin d'exercice.
Vous cherchez des armes. À la prochaine.
I like that Wiz is randomly from like the heart of the plains.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Cela dit, vous m'avez l'air de gars capable et débrouillard. Alors peut-être que pourriez vous charger.
He's about to hit you with the cheat yet.
Cheat yet?
Pas vous forcer la main. Dites-moi, qu'est-ce qui vous intéresse? Un petit casse-croûte avant de partir?
So you have to remember how the Deadeye quest works. The runners are actually going in kind of the opposite direction of where they're supposed to go. But don't worry, this is the right direction. So instead of going there normally...
I mean, we've already gone out of bounds by 2 chapters. What's going the wrong direction going to do at this point?
Yeah.
So yeah, we are actually, they're going into a Deadeye lair, so in the full run, we actually don't do this quest, because we'd actually have to do like all the cutscenes and stuff like that. It takes roughly 7 minutes to save like 2 minutes worth of movement, so you're actually losing 4 minutes by doing it in the full run, but because we're going to zero camera bug through a couple invisible walls, we don't have to see any cutscenes, we just kind of zoom right in.
Noct, ça ne te pose pas de problème? Il fait super sombre.
Mais non, ça va, t'inquiète. Je peux quand même te remplacer.
So Yida's doing the last ZCB now for getting to Deadeye. Now, the runners have to be very careful that they get a cutscene, one of the small cutscene from Gladdy. He had to say all in day's work, and if you don't get that dialogue and go into the Deadeye fight, then you're actually going to soft lock, so that's definitely something you got to watch out for.
That line is ingrained in my head. All in a day's work. Okay, I can keep playing the game now.
So Yida's doing I believe it's a newer strat where he warp strike all the way around and got to Deadeye without even having to wait in like the area where you're forced to stop. Now, just 2 different strategies for this fight. I believe Kyo and Yida both are doing the same one involving Ignis getting enhancement on Noct in order to enchant him with fire magic. And with that, Noct can only hit Behemoth's fire weakness and then just do a lot of damage with the Ragnarok using warp strikes up close.
Yeah, you kind of see like Deadeye's just kind of locked in there. He's not going anywhere, and it really just allows you to go ham and just kind of wipe him out as quickly as possible.
Whoa.
And yep, Team Mog is in. Team Mog is finally into Deadeye's lair.
On Team Choco side, Yida is doing another ZCB, but this time instead of going out of bounds, he actually interacted with the car during the load screen. And that kind of glitched the menu, so now he's in a state where he went into the main menu and he actually hid inside the elemency menu. Yeah, the elemency menu, which gives him a tutorial box. And once he gets knocked around by the enemies, I think get knocked out of the car, and then once he closes out of that tutorial box, he can now freely move with the menus open. This is the AMG glitch, or the active menu glitch. It sounds like a very basic glitch because all it really does is it lets you move with menus open. So it's kind of like you're playing Final Fantasy XII with having the little combat menu. However, there's going to be a lot of implications because the game was not designed to let you move around with menus open.
Yeah, basically the game thinks we're basically in active gameplay with a menu open with another menu open on top of it. The game has no idea what's going on at this point. And unfortunately, the game is unplayable, like, with all these screens open, so we actually do have to make a save file, close out of the game, and actually break this menu, and we actually break the menu by opening a DLC, of all things. It's the one thing that just breaks it and resets it and makes it's, like I said, because once you're in active menu, like, the only way you get out of this is to just completely exit out of the game, but as long as you have this active menu glitch, as long as the screen is still running, you can do some wild stuff.
Prompt is so excitable about literally anything.
Yeah. I think it's cool because in the long run, we have to tell them, though, to saving the Chocobos, but we literally save the Chocobos faster than it takes to complete Chapter 1 in the long run.
Yep.
Justice for Prompto. All we had to do was glitch the game entirely to where it doesn't recognize what's going on.
Listen, do it for him.
Yes, we love Prompto, because Prompto is the best boy in 15. Fight me on board.
Prompto's the best character to shove off a train.
Yes, he is.
Listen, I need my twink femboy representation. Thank you very much. My soft boy.
Vous avez survécu à votre rude mission. Quel soulagement.
Hey, look, it's episode Ardyn. FF15 sucks. We're just playing episode Ardyn from now on.
Yeah, surprise. You thought this was a 15 speedrun. You're wrong.
I actually do have to go get the trophy for collecting all the hats. I have to go back and do that.
Oh god, I forgot about that one.
I have to beat the game.
I gotta catch them all. Gotta get all Ardyn's hats. So, for some people, like, episode Gladio works. I've seen Comrades work. For me, it's episode Ardyn, but for whatever reason, when you load in and out and exit out of that DLC, it just completely wipes the screen. So now we can actually play the game in a broken state. If any of this is making sense.
Now that's what I call gaming in 2024.
Absolutely.
On Team Choco's side, Yida is actually going to the restaurant in order to get the Laden Jambalaya. That boosts attack by 150, which is a really huge boost. And that's he's gonna need to save it for the entire rest of the run for combat.
We're only going to go into the last chapter of the game at single-digit levels. No big deal. Why would we want to boost our strength just slightly?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. So,
I mean, you could beat the game at level 1. Of course, it's going to be fine at level 9.
And throw Omega in just because, because you're bored.
Level 1 Omega all hunts.
Oh.
Listen, that's a run that lives in infamy.
One I still have to do.
Hey, can we get some love in the chat? All three of us actually had no issues with Deadeye and got our AMG spawns. That's it's not very often that happens. There's so much that can go wrong there. You don't get a spawn, you get a spawn that doesn't do enough damage to KO you. So it looks like all three of us got through it cleanly.
It's very good, yes, because this is really, once you get active menu glitch, you're pretty much in it. Basically now all three runners are kind of like on a clock because they have stat buffs, and they really do need to optimize their movement to save their stat buffs. So the point that they are in the game is completely out of bounds, and it just so happens that it points us in the direction that we need to go. So all three runners are going to hop on their chocobos, and they're going to make a beeline towards where insomnia is on the map, even though you can't really access it until chapter 13. But they're going to hop on a chocobo, go out of bounds, and just travel where you probably shouldn't be traveling in this game.
So for this is for the glitch right now,
quite a jog. Yeah.
For the glitch here, what's happening is that it's basically the same principle as the ZCP from earlier, except that right now, with a menu open, the game cannot actually load in new stuff, and because it's an open world game and all, the game doesn't have everything in the map loaded in at once. So we can see that the textures are actually really bad on Team Tonberry screen. That's not how the game is supposed to look right now. It's because the textures kind of unloaded. A lot of stuff is just unloaded on Team Tonberry side and on Team Og's side. And on top of the textures, there's also certain hitboxes are unloaded, like a certain hitbox here that's blocking you from actually leaving this area, going out of bounds. Once you get past the invisible wall here, you can just close out this menu and then everything will load back in normally. So you can see on Team Choco's side, the textures are more normal now.
It's funny how we're talking about how the textures look funny when we're actually playing this game at low settings at 50% resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's even bad for like the lowest resolution.
But this game still looks great even at low settings at 50% resolution. I mean, you crank this game up to max settings, it's still gorgeous.
Yeah, Luminous Engine was absolutely ahead of its time. Unfortunately, just very inefficient with the resources, but darn was it pretty.
Yeah.
So a little bit about Insomnia. Insomnia is the location for the final chapter, and for some reason it actually exists on the map in the overworld somewhere, but it's kind of invisible. And you're not supposed to be able to reach there normally, but what the runners are going to go over there with a chocobo to swim across the ocean and reach Insomnia, because chocobos are well known for their ability to swim across oceans. And yeah, pretty much we're gonna have. That's why we had to bring the chocobo. It's not really for faster movement. It's more so just we need to have a chocobo swim across the ocean.
The easiest way I've found to describe it to people, like how this whole thing works, is this is just a really long and complicated and annoying to set up wrong warp, because it's basically what it is. You end up saving in an area that the game uses to load in the Royal Edition DLC. Well, technically DLC, but the Royal version of Insomnia as opposed to base game.
Yeah, also another weird thing about the ocean. Like when the runners get to the ocean, they're going to swim the chocobos, but Noctis, if you glitch out of bounds in certain areas with Noctis, you can find out that he can actually swim. Like Noctis actually has a swimming animation, surprisingly. Like if you go out of bounds in Altisha, you can actually swim on Noctis, and the boys will just stand on water like Jesus. But for some reason in the ocean, Noctis can't swim anymore. I believe he just falls through an endless void, so you can't really just have Noct come here normally.
He's got thalassophobia, fear of deep open water.
Mm-hmm. Buda from Team Choco is approaching the ocean now. you're just gonna get off the Chocobo and then get back on with a menu open. More specifically, he's going to get the save menu open. So when you're, I believe when you're on a Chocobo, you can't save. Either that or maybe just certain locations you can't save. But because of the active menu glitch, he can just go into the save menu and then go away and go really far away into a place where he shouldn't be able to save. But because the game doesn't update the fact that you're not supposed to save, you're still allowed to save pretty much anywhere in the game now. It's gonna be a very long swim across the ocean. Insomnia is very far away.
Yeah, if you're looking at Team Choco's screen, basically you're just sitting there doing nothing. But believe the Chocobo is moving slowly but surely. There is movement involved.
Runners are going to be looking for a visual cue when they swim across the ocean. When all the land disappears, that is their cue that they've reached Insomnia, so they can save and reload at that point. Waiting for that to happen.
Chocobo music is so good in this game.
It is.
It also changes when you're in the water. It's a very subtle change, but... Well, now that we got nothing to talk about, do any of the event organizers want to toss a shill in?
We all talk about the downtime in the full run, but this actually offers some downtime itself.
Yeah. This is where I normally plug my wife's Etsy or, the YouTube. I think this entire event will all. Speaking of YouTube, I know this event will end up on RPG Limit Break's YouTube. I'm pretty sure, in case you missed any runs or just want to relive the magic.
Alright, so Team Choco is now in the future. So, by going into Insomnia this way, so Noctis is supposed to be old. There's a 10-year time gap from the second and last chapter and this chapter, but by going to Insomnia this way, you actually go into the future as young Noctis, so he just time traveled all the way here. And that actually causes some issues a little later down the line, which will need to be addressed, but in the meantime, Yida's gonna go just grab some ice magic here, and he's gonna continue on with the story. Also, he's only level
30.
30's old.
30's old. I would know, I'm old.
If 30's old, then call me Grandpa. I also think it's hilarious because they are doing the PC version of this game, and once you do that little load-in, the game congratulates you on downloading the Royal Edition, even though there's only one version of the PC game.
Guess I'm downloading the only version of this game on PC.
There was no vanilla version of 15 on PC. But
Correct.
Congratulations on the Royal Edition. Congratulations on getting what you paid for.
Listen, in this day and age with gaming, it's a miracle.
Right, so this is the first battle in the future, and you need to fight a bunch of random enemies like airmans and some other stuff. And it's done by just warp striking a lot with Ragnarok. right before this battle, Yida actually went into the menu and got a few things: the Warp Factor and Warp Factor 2, both of which boost Warp Strike damage, and an accessory slot. Now battle just relies on him just spamming Warp Strike and then restoring up his MP as needed.
D'après ce que j'ai compris, il devrait y avoir des larves royales.
Hein? Comment ça? Apparemment. Ils ont installé une base.
How hard would the endgame combat be without Ragnarok? Does anyone know the answer? Because I sure don't.
Awful.
Yeah, that sounds horrendous. No, thank you.
Especially in any percent, because we don't even get a chance to grab the trident.
The menus here are a little glitchy, but don't worry, that's just because of AMG. Totally normal. Alright, Yida's finally done with the battle, so now he meets Jack Garland, and now he's gonna follow him into the Citadel.
Il y a peut-être encore des survivants ici.
Alright, this is also where he does a little bit of magic crafting. So earlier on, all the runners bought 98 sheep milk, so they had 99 sheep milk total. Now, what they're gonna do is that they're just going to do a 99 ice magic plus 99 sheep's milk, and that creates a dual cast Blazar, 6 uses of it, and it's a chain level 99. So it's a very powerful spell that also has a 99% chance of casting twice. And they get 6 uses of that, so that's just going to do quite a bit of damage in the upcoming boss fight.
Yeah, magic is just very broken in this game.
Damn, thank you, Core.
Who's Core? I only know Jack Garland.
Chaos.
Chaos. Where's chaos?
So another thing that Yida's doing here is that he's picked up a quest with Yosef, and that is going to come into play later on as well. On top of that, he's buying a few items. Is that just Ethers? Or is that Phoenix Downs? Wait, I didn't see Yida buying any Phoenix Downs. So is he going in with no Phoenix Downs or something?
2. Normally,
okay.
Normally we just don't buy them, to be honest. I'll buy one just in case, just to be a fella.
Ouais, je vais bien. Noctis, tu es revenu. Ça m'a pris 10 ans. Ne restons pas ici. Venez avec moi.
Dis-moi, Cor, qu'est-ce que tu fais là?
Les lames et moi, ça fait très longtemps qu'on se bat ici. On attendait ton retour.
Alright, so Yida's about to approach the next boss fight, which is the Cerberus fight. Okay, I think I underestimate how much time it takes to get there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of movement.
That shows how well I know this game.
That's the thing. This game just kind of flies by, but you forget how long certain things take.
Yeah. I mean, I've never actually beaten this game normally, so...
Yeah. I mean, a large portion of us are still kind of, you know, this has been a 4+ hour run for, you know, forever. So cutting it down is still a lot to adjust to.
This is a Cerberus fight. For this one, it involves using a lot of warp strikes, and right before the first tech bar fills up, Yida threw a dual cast Blazara, and then threw drank an ether, and then quickly had Ignis do his thing to enchant knocked with ice magic to hit Cerberus' weakness.
Yeah, it's just very convenient that everybody endgame is just weak to ice.
Now it's phase 2. I believe the strategy is to just spam warp strikes and pray that Cerberus is knocked over. Yep, there he is. He's knocked over.
There is
now
a timing for it.
Oh, so it is actually a timing thing and not an RNG thing. Got it. Spam warp strikes, and that's pretty much the fight. Alright, King Choco is now back at the beginning of the game. Hey look, it's Ifrit.
And we're wearing a Power Rangers outfit. Yay.
Yeah, Team Choco's no longer ahead. They actually have to restart. RIP.
Ça va prendre du temps cette affaire.
Wow.
It looks like Cerberus giving Team Tonberry a rough go at it right now.
So for different fight, again, it's just a series of warp strikes, but this time Yida's actually going to warp strike with Ragnarok and then warp away with the Mage Mashers. And that's going to boost his damage with Ragnarok because distance actually matters, and I guess he's not doing enough damage to with just a close range warp strike on this fight. So that's the first phase. Now, second phase, I believe it's more or less similar to Cerberus. You just warp strike, and then once the tech bar fills up, you quickly have Ignis use enhancement to enchant knock with ice magic, and then you just go to town with warp strikes, as well as using a Bazaar to get Ifrit to stay still for a while. This fight doesn't seem to be going so well for Yida. I don't believe it's supposed to take this long.
No,
usually...
he may have got just bad damage values.
Usually, ideally, you're looking for like a two cycle. Because Ifrit does is like this certain movement you're looking for, where you want to just dump your ice and then just kind of start using your warp strikes. But Ifrit can also just be jumpy. It doesn't matter what version of the run you're doing. Ifrit can just cost you time.
All right, that is Ifrit down for Team Choco. So after Ifrit comes the Rules of Yore, which is a series of 3 boss fights that's exclusive to the Royal Edition. But I don't think we really want to fight them, do we?
No, I'm not. No, I have. Yeah, this is probably the greatest strat in the run, I think.
So Yida went inside with the menu open. And now, once he gets into the cutscene, he's actually going to go into the tutorial. Hey, who's actually seen the tutorial in this game?
I know we're here for Team Choco, Team Mog, and Team Tonberry, but can we get some love for Team Carbuncle, please?
Yeah, we just need a 4th person to run this game.
Yeah. Well...
Maddie, we're counting on you. Run this game.
Well, I mean, Kios warned me last year that we weren't going to play this game for 4 hours. I literally had a year to put myself in this position, but I'll be ready for next year. How about that? Man of my word. Shoutouts to Carbuncle.
Looks like I got the lucky Ifrit fight today.
So when you go inside a castle and get that cutscene, you actually raise a flag in the game that says, "Hey, I've beaten the bosses already. Let me through." But as soon as you get the flag, you actually go into the battle. So you have to actually fight them. By going to the tutorial, you just completely bypass that altogether because the game still remembers, "Hey, you've actually been here before. You fought the bosses. Let's just send you back to the castle." So that just completely skips all 3 of the boss fights.
Qu'est-ce que je fais? Tu vas pouvoir faire des étincelles.
So I mentioned earlier that there are some complications that arise because we are playing as young Noctis. Yeah, if you're playing as young Noctis in the future, and then you get that cutscene at where you meet Ardyn at the throne, the game's actually going to kick you out of that and then send you to an endless void. So you're not supposed to be here as young Noctis. So the game just says, "Oh yeah, you cheated. Go back. No, go to the endless void. You're in jail."
So we have basically broken all the rules as far as just getting through this game, but there is one rule of this run, and the rule is that Noctis has to have a beard before you finish the game. The easiest way to describe it. So that's why we triggered a side quest earlier with Core, because we can actually use that to, like, I guess, time travel to complete Noctis's John Wick transformation, where he grows the beard.
Yeah, so you just end here with the menu open because in order to bypass the check for whether young Noctis is in the party or not, you just gonna just actually swap out Noctis' costume at a certain point in the cutscene. For some reason, when you swap out Noctis' costume, it causes the game to think that Noctis is no longer in the party for some reason, and then that just lets you go by normally. Really weird, but hey, whatever works. As long as you get by this cutscene, it's all good. So these glitches were actually found by D-Wins, who's the runner on Team Mog. He actually spent a very long time looking over a bunch of... He actually found a bunch of glitches from the Japanese side of the community. A bunch of Japanese bug hunters actually found a ton of glitches in the original base game version, but those glitches don't work in the World Edition. So D-Wins tested out a bunch of different setups, trying to find ways in order to break the World Edition as well. And just after a few months, apparently, he finally found something that works. And here we are.
It's just kind of wild to see the evolution of this run, because, I mean, from a distance, like, I haven't really actively ran this category, but to see where the run started and to see where it's at now and how efficient it really has gotten, yeah, a lot of that credit goes to people like D-Wins and, like, a lot of the JP runners and stuff like that just really optimize this game. I am the first person to tell you I'm not a fan of glitch runs, but this is the exception to the rule.
It's just because the glitches are so nonsensical. Like, there's no reason any of it should work, but it does.
For some rhyme or reason, just everything just works to where we can beat the game in a quick amount of time.
Alright, Team Choco is now in the Ardyn fight, and it starts with getting knocked around. Alright, so I believe Yida did some damage at the beginning, and now he's just running away from Ardyn, trying to get up to this building. At this building, Yida's going to do a series of 13 warp strikes to get up to this building and at a certain height. Oh, we got knocked down by Ardyn. Oh. That can just happen. Oh, Ardyn.
Oh.
Juste une dernière chose. Pronto. Tu peux me montrer tes photos?
Hein? Oui, bien sûr.
Yeah, there's a series of 13 warp strikes you need to do here in order to get enough height, and then once you get enough height, you can just warp strike the other direction, and you'll get out of bounds, back outside of this combat area, and back to like just the normal insomnia area where you would normally explore.
This is way more difficult than it looks. I know it looks simple, but this is very, very tricky. And with Ardyn on, like, literally on your tail, trying to wallop you, it can get frustrating at times.
Oh, like, Ardyn, so chasing.
Oh, but, you know, like I said, Ardyn is just relentless. Like, we are literally jebaiting Ardyn into an area of the game he shouldn't be, and he is just on. He's just on our tail.
So this is a quest that everyone got from Yosef earlier. You need to talk to Jack Erland here, and then this quest just causes you to age of Nox by 10 years. So he said hi to old man Nox.
You can see we're trying to trigger the mission, and Ardyn's still just trying to wallop on us. Like, he's just not stopping.
Yeah, nothing works as it's supposed to. Ardyn's fighting in the mission.
And shoutouts to Team Mog for going for the Choco Mog T. Respect.
Le trône. Tu aimerais t'y asseoir, n'est-ce pas?
That means that he supports both Chocobo and Mog.
Tu n'as rien à faire sur ce trône. C'est la place du roi.
Yes, the Choco Mog T has made its way into the relay. What a way to start. I like it. Yeah, respect.
Que tu ne viendrais jamais.
The goal of this phase of Ardyn is to just deal enough damage, and then before you actually beat Ardyn, you have to quickly get inside the menu. You do not want to go into the next phase without the menu open.
And triggering this mission also brings Core along, so Core is also doing damage to help the fight as well.
Core against Ardyn.
Unfortunately, Core's kind of like on his own schedule. He just kind of does what he wants to do.
He just stands behind Ardyn menacingly and does nothing.
We have this issue in the full run. Yeah, he's called Core the Immortal, but I call him Core the Unhelpful.
Je t'attends, Noctis.
And it looks like that's what we're looking for to get into the next phase for Team Choco.
Il est temps d'en finir.
The one thing they don't tell you about this is controlling the camera in this section is awful. The game doesn't want to actively like target Ardyn.
Yes. So, yeah, we're basically getting to the final minutes of the run for, at least for Team Choco. Team Choco is going to be in the second phase of Ardyn. Basically, we just keep the screen open, and it's just a bunch of warp strikes with royal arms that we totally acquired throughout the course of this run. You know, we're just going to start using them all.
Totally. Oh, knocked out. Is that a game over for Team Choco?
No. You just have to be very careful about how you come out of it. I'm gonna get a summon, apparently.
Ooh. So, yes.
Oh, that looks really bad.
Nah, you can come out of it.
Is that a third death? Oh wow, Ardyn is trolling hard. Yeah, I don't think this phase will last as long.
You just getting incredibly unlucky there.
I've honestly not seen this kind of disrespect from Ardyn in this phase.
It's the kind of luck I expect on Kyo streams.
Yeah, really.
This is.
Are you sure y'all don't have the feeds mixed?
Oh yeah, sorry, Team Tonberry was ahead, and now they're actually going to be very behind because of Kyo's luck. Oh, and D-Wind's got knocked down by Ardyn as well. Oh, Ardyn is trolling everyone.
Yeah. Save the best for last. And yes, looks like Yida's finally into the final phase of Ardyn.
And so is Kyo. They're both there.
Kyo, so we are both there. We're going to be calling time for Choco and Tonberry very shortly.
Yeah, pretty much right at the same time almost.
I would just, yep.
So for this
fight, depends on if Ardyn stands up or falls over.
Yeah, so for this fight, the game actually unequips all of your weapons except for the Sword of the Father. It's going to forcefully equip you to the Sword of the Father, which the runners don't have. So you were supposed to have no weapons, but by keeping the menu open during the second phase, you can equip any weapon you have on you during this fight. So the runner's just going to use the Mage Mashers to defeat Ardyn. Before this strategy was found, I know the runners were using bringing party members over into here, and they're really unreliable.
Tonberry, so get ready to go.
Yep. I'm gonna call time. And time Choco.
Wow, that was
wow.
Called it.
Wowee.
That is such a close race.
Leave it to Ardyn.
Oh no, and Ardyn's trolling D-Wins. T-Mog.
This is, yes, just...
Ardyn's trolling everyone here.
Ardyn is just letting T-Mog absolutely have it. Just disrespected.
Oh, it was a game over. Oh.
It was a game over. Oh, no.
This is why we all hate you, Ardyn.
It happens. Like there's so much that goes on in the game that you have to manage, and trying to like balance. Like I actually had to go out of bounds on the backside to avoid getting taken out by Ardyn today. It's weird stuff happens constantly.
Yeah, like albeit this is a shorter run than the other run, but this is definitely, there's more things that can go wrong in just a short amount of time. Absolutely.
Alright. Thanks for having me. I gotta go to work.
Enjoy, young Yida.
Yes, have fun at work if possible.
Enjoy the rest of the relay.
Will do.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Team Mog, because of the game over, D-Wins has to go all the way back to before Ardyn, and even before the cutscene. For anyone who's new and just joined, you get to see the wacky glitches at the very end here.
Prends-toi. Tu peux me montrer tes photos? Hein? Oui, bien sûr. D'accord. Il ne m'en faut qu'une. Je comprends. Pour l'emporter avec moi. Ah. Tiens. D'accord. Prends celle que tu préfères. Hésite. Je comprends. Tiens. Donc, prends celle que tu préfères. Hésite pas. Tu confirmes? Donc, ce sera cette photo. Tu confirmes?
I mean, listen, it's such a great scene. I don't mind watching it twice.
Oh, it's fine.
Although it is kind of confusing because, like, there are all those, all of our friends are up and we haven't met them in the gameplay. So, like, it's really kind of awkward and just walk in, like, who are those people you have hanging from the ceiling? I don't know any of them.
Tu n'as décidément pas le vent en poupe. Le trône. Tu aimerais t'y asseoir, n'est-ce pas? Malheureusement, je crains qu'il soit occupé.
Tu n'as rien à faire sur ce
For
trône.
anyone who's missed the glitches earlier, what's happening right now is that there is there's kind of an anti-cheat measure in here in this cutscene that prevents young Noctis from continuing on. And if you're playing Young Noctis, you'll get sent into an endless void if you finish this cutscene. But by coming to this cutscene with a menu, you can actually just coming to the menu, you can actually just equip a new costume on Noctis, and that's going to temporarily kick him out of the party, and then you're free to just continue with the cutscene as normal. No need to get sent to the Shadow Realm or anything.
C'est ma place et je vais la reprendre.
Qu'est-ce que t'as fait?
Je me suis débarrassé des éléments importants, afin que nous soyons entre rois. Je t'attends, Noctis.
Il est temps d'en finir.
Alright, this here's the Ardyn fight, and the fight pretty much always starts with not getting knocked around. The goal here is to get away from Ardyn and hope that he doesn't troll this time.
Yeah, that was some next level trolling, if I ever saw it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The goal is to get up to this building here, and then you need to do a series of 13 warp strikes in order to get high enough. Oh, there's Ardyn was so close to attacking.
Timed it right.
That was so close.
Yeah.
Alright, Demons made it. So there was a series of 13 warp strikes here. Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Hung left.
That is so unfortunate. Oh, Ardyn is trolling so badly.
Come on. Come on. Through. Come.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Oh, Ardyn.
Bro. Why you gotta be like this? Get over. Get over. So close.
Oh, Ardyn.
Why are you... Got him. Is that it? No?
Oh, is that another reset?
I believe so. Yeah, it's just been confirmed by Team Mog in chat that like this has never happened before.
Looks like he's just having trouble getting into the corner. Which is rough, because sometimes the game can just kind of push you out of it, depending on if you're like not high enough, or if Ardyn's deciding to warp strike at you, he can occupy that space. It's not common that this happens, for sure, but, you know,
It's a thing that can't happen.
This game has a mind of its own, unfortunately. I mean, Yida, D, and I have all had runs that have, been up heading to this point, and Ardyn just decides, like, with what Yida had, where he'll just KO you 3 times in the Armiger phase of the fight, and normally he doesn't even hit you once. But, it just happens. The game sometimes can be a cruel creation, unfortunately.
That's what we always say. The worst enemy in the game is the game itself.
Yep.
Oui, mais... Juste une dernière chose. Prompto. Tu peux me montrer tes photos? Hein? Oui, bien sûr. Il ne m'en faut qu'une. Pour l'emporter avec moi. Ah. D'accord. Je comprends. Tiens. Prends celle que tu préfères. Hésite pas.
T'aimes?
Donc, ce sera cette photo.
I'm petting the good
Tu
luck
confirmes?
cat for D-wins.
I am petting my Satchmo for good luck right now.
I have faith. Third time is always the charm.
Yes.
Ouais. Oh non!
Tu n'as décidément pas le vent en poupe. Le trône. Tu aimerais t'y asseoir, n'est-ce pas? Malheureusement, je crains qu'il soit occupé.
Tu n'as rien à faire sur ce trône. C'est la place du roi.
The silly thing, for those of you that may or may not be new to this event, being down 10 or 15 minutes literally means nothing. all these games on the schedule have so many points where just like one mistake or the game deciding to be a little bit of a troll, and that is it's gone completely.
Yes, this is a war of attrition. Like I said, this is going to span over 4 days, so
yeah.
And it's been very close the last couple of years. I know, what, 2 years ago, I think after, 70 hours of gameplay, it came down to 2 minutes, and I believe last year's was right around 6 minutes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is just the first game, and there's, if you know anything about RPGs, they're just littered with RNG and variables and things that could just go absolutely wrong. No one is safe, so, I mean, for the opening, we'll just call Ardyn the Chaos to open the relay.
Yep.
Okay, Jack Garland's in this game as well to defeat Chaos.
Yes.
Jack Garland is actually Omega and Ardyn, and actually everyone.
Confirmed.
Tu penses donc être l'élu? C'est uniquement
You got
parce
it.
que j'ai
Got it this time. Let's go.
justement écarté.
Yep. The issue is just Ardyn needs to stay out of the corner that he needs to hit.
Ooh.
Through.
Oh no. Wait, no, he's hit a wall.
Sometimes if you can get hung on the wall there, you have a nice little safety spot where you can actually take your time, reset, pop an ether, and work your way back around the wall. Tough thing is we all have like our own different setups and camera angles for this, so like my reference point is slightly different than these. Ugh.
Je suis juste là.
There you go.
Come on. There it is. He's got it.
Got him. Yeah.
Told you. Ardyn was just busy occupying that space that he was trying to get into. Because the invisible wall for this area is very strange. We exit through that corner, like you try and aim for the corner of the building. But there's actual invisible blocks that are in the way that prevent you from getting there. So you have to kind of go out back over like the battlefield and then hook back into it and then like tuck yourself in between them. If you saw the second, or basically the warp strike where we all got excited, he kind of goes forward and then hitches to the side and continues. That was him clipping that invisible wall that he's gotten stuck behind because Ardyn's positioning.
I mean, I'm pretty well versed. I'm pretty well versed in like how to play this game, but that movement is just—it's absolutely terrifying.
It's one of those things like when you first learn this section, like it's really tough to tell people, hey, learn this 1 hour speed run. By the way, you're probably going to spend 3 to 5 hours just dying and having to reload here until you like build the mental map of it, because there's no reference point of like getting out the first time you do this besides you know, you'll get like an indicator with the point warp when you're high enough or close to high enough. Again, you have to kind of figure out that in your own head, and you want to aim towards the corner of the building, but like you have to build up that like muscle memory or like mental map of, okay, this is what I'm seeing on the game, but what I actually see is the invisible walls that I have to get around and behind. It's intimidating for sure.
Like even in chapter 1, as far as I'm concerned, like you guys go way far up to like the thickest part of the wall. I'm not there yet. I have to go a little farther back where it's less thin and get through that way. But I mean, I've easily spent 2 to 3 hours just trying to practice the zero camera bug just to get a technique for it. There's a lot to practice. There's just a lot to practice in just a 1 hour run to be able to have consistent times and just to be consistent and just see everything that could possibly go wrong on top of it. It's not an easy run.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you know, as you're practicing climbing that, if you need to get slightly higher, you don't have the MP to get over. Like we're running on a very limited setup, and the reason why we have to take that intentional KO is the Phoenix Down that you use gives you MP Surge, which is like a 20 or 30 second buff to your MP regen, and that's the only way we actually have enough MP to like get over and keep moving. Like, can you do it at level 1 without it? Yes, but you have to be super precise, and you actually have to like kind of hold a few of your warp strikes, which is rough.
I think there should be any issues going forward. We're in phase 2 Ardyn, about to get into the final phase here.
All he has to do is select a weapon at the right time.
And here it is, going into the final cutscene. We'll look for the little red thing on the top. He'll select his weapon.
Voici venus les anciens rois du Lucis. Est-ce à dire que tu es enfin prêt à accomplir ton destin?
Let's go.
Here we are. And I love how Core just follows us into the final battle.
He
also
does.
stands menacingly.
Yeah. He does. That's why we swap our outfit.
Yep. And here we go. Final button in pushes, and we got time for Mog.
Hey, that is
mercifully.
Mog.
Good job. Thanks for having us, y'all.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. What a way to... Yeah, that is a real honor to start off the relay this year. Being able to run it 2 years in a row, the last 2 years, and being able to do commentary to start it off. Huge honor, and I plan on spending the rest of the weekend enjoying this event.
Good luck to the Tactics Advanced 2 runners. We'll be in chat.
Yep. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for starting off the relay with this game, guys. Really had a good time.
Alright, well, I appreciate everyone from FF15 putting on a very good show. Thank you for that. The beginning of the Team Mod comeback arc. I can't wait for it. What a glorious, glitchy, magical run that is. There's nothing quite like seeing a Chocobo run over what looks like the Calmlands for the best bit of 10 minutes. Hello, everybody. My name is ChrisTenarium, otherwise known as Seraph. I am also here with Vallnoir. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Vallnoir. I once upon a time ran Tactics A2, so here to help out with commentary. Although Chris is now the resident expert of it, so I hope I can keep up. You've got the most recent knowledge, what can I say?
I have the most recent knowledge in the sense that I have speedrun learning this in the last few days. I think it's safe to say that Vallnoir is probably a cheeky bit of a better runner than I am.
But yeah, a couple of our runners have already gotten off to a head start. Alex on Team Mog is kind of going through the intro cutscenes. They've already done one thing other than name their character, and that's like a little quiz on what you plan to do on your summer vacation. There's 3 answers for each question, and the answers you choose actually influence what clan perk buff you get when you actually get into the main game. If you look on Team Mog, or not Team Mog, Team Tonberry and Choco, you can see on their the small screen, the top screen, technically, that they have the Privilege Speed 2 boosted. So the quiz lets the speed bonus get 1 extra level, which is really handy. And they'll kind of alternate between speed and power depending on the fight and what's more beneficial to use. I didn't see what Alex named his character, but I know Choco is New Kid 2, which is a throwback reference to Tactics Advance.
Yeah,
I want to say Brain.
We were chatting about it in the call beforehand. How in the first game they tell the main character, you can't call yourself New Kid forever. Oh well, we can't call you New Kid forever. What do you want us to name you? And then anyone with any sense of humor whatsoever then just names yourself New Kid.
Absolutely.
I can be called New Kid forever. Try and stop me. You physically can't. Tonberry's Luso, which is the main character, is called Tonberry, and the clan is called Stabby. And
Yeah.
Choco's Luso is called New Kid, and the clan's called Choco. So a lovely bit of flavor that we love to see. Would you like to talk us through like the beginning of the run? Because like right now the gameplay looks pretty like normalish.
Yeah, I'd say like the first hour and a half or 2 hours of the game is more or less just playing the game normally, albeit quite underleveled and not a whole lot of gear options available because they have an interesting system in this one, kind of similar to Final Fantasy XII in a way. We'll see that in a couple minutes when Alex gets to that tutorial again, because the other two passed it. Yeah, it's a standard tactical RPG. Dudes on a grid. You alternate turns with enemies, and for the most part, just try to defeat all of the enemies. There's a lot of just defeat the bosses in this one. So like the tutorial fight that Alex is on, T-Mog, it's primarily you're supposed to just focus on the gigantic chicken on the screen, Calesta. Unfortunately, you only see once in the run. There's a series of side quests in the game that have you chasing it to the end of the world, essentially. You just keep encountering it everywhere you go, and it's great. You eventually get your revenge, but we won't see that.
That is gutting to hear. It's another category waiting to happen, right?
Any day now.
Big chicken percent. This game is popular enough that I can see a resurgence in that happening any day now.
There's all missions if you're interested.
There's all mission. Oh, well, there you go.
I don't even want to touch that one on this.
But like,
it's nice. It's happened.
How long is it?
14 hours?
Okay,
that's not too bad.
Yeah.
I think only in the Final Fantasy community, the RPG speedrunning community, can you say 14 hours? That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh,
it's just an average day.
I feel like I'm a bit too old to be calling 14 hours anything other than long at this point. That being said, I also run a lot of FF10, so I think 9 hours is normal, so maybe I was the hypocrite all along.
Yeah. Story-wise, though, for A2, right before summer break, Luso gets sent to the library to do detention, essentially. And he stumbles upon a magical book in which he writes his name. And sure enough, he gets sucked into this magical fantasy world. And now he needs to find his way out.
Yeah, they really don't mess around with this game. There's almost no backstory whatsoever. It's just 2 minutes. Anyway, congratulations, it's an isekai now, and anyway, go do your thing.
I haven't been following Mog's fight too closely, but even in the first Tactics Advance, guest characters, which the entire party is other than your main character in that fight here, are notoriously the worst enemies to deal with, even though they're technically on your team, because they will love wasting their turns or not doing the proper attack or even just blocking your way. Sid walked off to the back for whatever reason, so I was wondering if he like skipped a turn or something. But I think Mog is about to leave. Yep. Looks like the chicken's running away.
There we go, we love to see that.
Wait a sec, I just noticed, I think Luso died in Mog's tutorial fight.
He missed him and died.
Yeah. It's not something you see often. Speaking of missing, so it's a tactical RPG. Your attacks have accuracy. And the game loves to feed you high numbers. It'll tell you 95% for most of your attacks. And like anything below 90 is more like a 25%, it feels like. Which is really frustrating.
There are definitely a few missions later on where that percentage becomes less, and then it just feels like a 50-50.
Yeah. So Team Choco and Team Tonberry are doing quite a few side quests here. There's a couple reasons for it. First of all, side quests, you can dispatch units to get some extra experience and levels, which is pretty handy. But a lot of these are used for gaining loot items, which are used in the bazaar for unlocking equipment. And there's two specific items that they're going to want later on in the run. So right now it's kind of gathering the prerequisites to get all of the items that they're going to need. Okay, so Team Mog is Clan Kupo. I think that's appropriate. I think that's right on point.
Love it. So everyone is now doing... Well, I say everyone. Tonberry and Choco are now doing side quests, which is obviously after Yellow Wings, which is... right?
They're currently on the next story mission, but they're doing side quests on the way to it.
Okay.
And what's cool is you can kind of see the overall progress throughout the game on the smaller screen, because every main story you clear out is one more line in the book. It's a nice little detail to kind of like give you an idea of where you're at. So Choco and Tonberry are now just going to squish a bunch of tomato enemies. And they get a nice little guest character with them here, who sometimes blocks the way, but not often. You'll notice we have quite a bit of AoE. We have 2 black mages, got some range with the archer. I think, yeah, Sid's also a guest character in this one. So you kind of have to just hope he goes for the right ones. Alright, so now Team Mog's doing the Bazaar tutorial here. So you'll notice that you have to select a certain type of item and then use these materials in it to unlock a certain piece of gear. That's how you upgrade what stock the shop sells. So instead of just upgrading as you progress through the game, you have to defeat enemies or complete missions for these items. And then it's not really gambling because you can just find a guide that tells you what you're going to unlock, but the game doesn't explicitly tell you all the time what you're going to get. So you kind of just unlock what you can as you go.
So is there anything that we're looking for in order to unlock things later on, like any specific items we're looking for from any specific missions?
A handful of the enemies throughout the missions can possibly drop items they need for the bazaar later. So that's one thing that's really difficult to do as a runner, is just constantly keeping track of like, oh, did the wolf in the second fight drop, a soul cephal or something? And you have to just keep a little checklist of, do I have this item or not? Because if you do get a lucky drop, you can cut out some of the side missions.
And the only reason you go on these side missions
is for
these items.
Yeah, that or experience in some cases. Because dispatches, you can send like a full team essentially, and it's not a battle you have to enter, so it's not too much of a time loss to do it. But I think in terms of the Bazaar, it's only the silver bow and the... forgot what the hat is, but it's not too many items we need to get.
Yeah, silver bow, wizard set, and nail bow.
Yeah, the nail bows.
Oh, the nail bow, right.
Yeah. The wizard hat is quite important. We'll figure out later why. And we'll figure out why me not having it for a while also made my speedrun of this considerably harder than it needed to be for a while.
Yeah, I think that would definitely do it.
Yeah. There was this one mission that the notes didn't seem to believe was very difficult, that I had a very, very difficult time with, and only afterwards find out why it was so easy.
So I guess it's worth talking about the loss system, as all three runners are in a battle right now. So in this game, you join a clan, which is kind of like protected by this magical entity of a judge. And as long as you obey some arbitrary law, and it's very arbitrary at times, believe me, he will confer to you a special bonus or the privilege. And Team Mog has power up 1, so their attacks are slightly stronger, which helps when there's few enemies you need to hit, but you need to hit them harder. Team Tonberry and Choco have speed up too, because there's more enemies and you want to outspeed them as much as possible so they get less turns. If you break said law, so if Choco or Tonberry use a lightning attack or spell, they will lose access to that privilege, and then also any unit that falls in battle can no longer be resurrected. So as long as you're obeying the law, you can resurrect and gain access to that bonus. And there will be times in the run where they'll either completely disregard it on purpose, or plot reasons just remove the judge entirely and they lose access to it.
Yeah, which I quite like that system a lot more than 1. In 1, if you break the law, you get a yellow card, and then if you break the law again, you get a red card, and the judge just yeets your unit off to prison. So they're out of the fight, and then you have to like pay a fee to go and get them back as well.
And the nice thing about this...
God.
Oh yeah, the nice thing about this one too is every battle, every mission has a set law. It will always be the same every time you play the game. So you don't have to worry about, like, because with Tactics Advance, it mattered depending on what day you entered the fight. So you always had to like constantly check, can I even enter on this day? Will it hurt me that much? This one, you know what you're going into when you're speedrunning the game. You don't have to keep track of anything, really.
Yeah, and as Vallnoir mentioned, we will be almost flagrantly ignoring some of the laws later on.
I mean, there's a certain mountain climbing one that gives you the worst possible law.
And what is that?
That's the you can only move one space one, I believe.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
And these privileges,
The tomato run away with 1 HP. It's so annoying.
Oh, and he got a KO on you, yeah. I find enemies do survive a lot with 1 HP in this game. Could just be coincidence. I feel there's some design in the background making sure it happens.
Yeah.
Want to know a fun fact about my run?
Go on.
All my characters don't like the Vera.
Oh.
This is gonna make my dispatches amazing.
So on that note, Vallnoir, you want to go into a little bit like why, on dispatches, why that's a bad thing?
Dispatches in this game have some of the worst mechanics I've ever seen in a game. when you send out a full party for dispatches in this game, it checks for quite a few things. I believe it checks for stats, it checks to see if the unit has been MVP before, and then when you send out a team, you designate a leader for the group, and then it'll check the compatibility of the units towards that leader. And the way it determines that is literally based on their names. It references just a table of names and whether or not that name is compatible with that one. There's no way to influence what names you get, and it's so arbitrary that you just find out mid-run, like when you try to deploy them, whether or not they're standing up or down, how much they like that person. But the lower they like it, the lower the success rate, and failing dispatch missions is not really fun when you're kind of counting on that extra experience or items.
That is a wild system. I didn't know that. So
yeah, Tactics Advance, it was literally just stat checking, and then every once in a while a mission would have a banned job that you can't use. So it was more or less just high enough level or equip good gear. This one, they just went all out on it and just added so many more checks and balances and random calculations.
I guess it's a magical way of deciding whether you're going to like someone, just looking at their name. So what's that? Vallnoir? Sorry. Not a fan of names that start with V, unfortunately.
All right, thank you, the Final Fantasy Relay team, for having me on this year. It's been fun.
It's been a lot of fun. Anyway, we're going to bring in the new commentator, Vallnoir. Big fan of D names, luckily. So,
yeah. I was already wondering if the Y, because the Viera is called Arid, actually is the problem here, but I have no clue.
I feel like we could probably find a table somewhere and like go back on the VOD and check it later to see just what's wrong, but they may as well have made it completely RNG on whether or not people liked each other.
So that was my next question. Is it always the same? So like a character who's called Dave will always hate a character who's called Mike no matter the playthrough, just as
yeah
names.
The FAQ on this does actually mention that, where, you know, if you have a Moogle named Dave or a Banga named Dave, they're effectively the exact same thing. So it's literally just the name.
Okay, well, I like things that A2 does more than A1. I'm not sure if that's one of them, but
well, the good news is, like, a lot of these dispatches, if you're playing casually, you don't actually have to dispatch. You can actually just do the missions manually. But speedrunning wise, you don't want to do a full encounter.
Yeah, no, encounters do take a while. At least they do for now. When we're because we're still very much within the realm of you can look at the gameplay now and see everyone is still just moving around, booping someone on the head and moving into a position where they can't be back attacked. Doing a whole other mission, just skipping a dispatch isn't feasible.
So I guess that's another thing with the positioning. Side and back attacks in this game, instead of increasing your accuracy, they increase the amount of damage you do. So it's always preferable to get behind the enemy with a physically attacking character if you can. Magic, of course, isn't affected by it, or is it? It might be. No.
Is the accuracy of magic affected on whether you're behind or not?
No. Team Choco and Tonberry are both on this fight where they need to defeat this Adamantoise, or whatever it is. There's all these other enemies on it too that you could technically ignore, but the more turns enemies get, the slower the fight goes on, and it takes a while to get to the boss anymore. Anyway.
Did you see him crit?
There's a... Oh no. Oh, Sid. So that's a little bit of a setback for Team Tonberry on that fight. the boss absorbs the earth element, I think it is, and Sid has an earth element weapon, so he's trying to be helpful, sort of. I guess that gives Nicky more chances to kill the wolves, maybe, for a drop, if possible. I believe one of them can drop an item we need here.
The lower drops a Marlboro vine, which even if we get, we cannot make use of because of a gentleman's agreement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remembered it was one of the important ones to go for.
We also just for Team Tonberry, Luso just went down. I think it's the third time Luso has died across the team so far. Luso is not having a good time right now. He's being slaughtered.
I mean, we are going overtime right now. We basically had the boss dead, and then it got healed for 92 health. Courtesy to Sid.
That's, 3/4 of its overall health.
There's a lot of travesties going on right now. We also saw Team Mog just missed a swipe as well.
That's kind of how the early game works in this, though, is you disregard your health as much as possible and just push the enemies down as quickly and as hard as possible.
Luckily in this game, like, you are essentially Luso, the main character, but if you die in battle, it's also fine. He'll just, nip back to the nearest inn, rest up, be okay. There's no game over.
There is game over in main
If Luso dies?
I know, if Zapata dies, if Luso
Yeah,
dies.
yeah, yeah.
This is not the 13 series.
Yeah. But, like, if your main character dies, which is Luso, you're fine. Which is good, because he has died 3 times across the team so far.
Emog, still pretty early into the run, is on one of the more frustrating fights, I would say, because the enemy Moogle is an animist that can use 100% wool on their allies, which increases both defense and resist, and you're not particularly strong at this point in the game because it's literally the first fight you can do, or the second fight. So all of that reduced damage you deal really slows it down. Luckily, it's only done it on itself so far. It looks like they will shortly be taken care of. Choco and Tonberry moving on from, say, pretty rough fights for both teams.
Yep. Still very much neck and neck, though. We're within seconds of one another.
I think we all support Team Close Race here. Kupo?
Yeah.
What?
100%. 100%. We support Team Close Race. Last year, both teams on the final dungeon of the last game went into it at the same time. And whilst that is the absolute dream, whilst teams are close, I do love it. Every time I think that Mog is closing out this fight, it almost seems like 2 more enemies appear out of nowhere, which isn't the case because there aren't reinforcements.
No, the enemies like to spread out, which slows it down because, a third of our team at this point are black mages, which do a lot better when the enemies are close to each other. Getting to take advantage of that a little bit here. Never mind. You kind of just accept that you will miss a lot of attacks when you run these sorts of games.
Yeah, you roll a d10 enough, and only 1 roll dies and 9 are fine, you are going to see enough misses eventually. This is the old speedrunning 1 in 256. Roll that 1 in 256 enough times. It will come up, like, frequently, several times across the same run. Let alone a 90% chance. And there we go. persistent purple lad in the middle finally goes down for Team Mog. And then-
Team Choco and Tonberry both just got the next new character, Adele, special story unit. She comes in quite a bit higher level than what we currently have, which is really handy because she's actually decently strong. Holding my breath on every spell now.
Yep,
There we go.
There we go. And the fight is over. When I was practicing a lot of these, I essentially had one finger almost permanently over the speed up button. So I absolutely did not appreciate that in real time. These fights are long. They feel more like attrition.
The early ones for sure.
Yeah, which is a weird thing to say given like also how reckless some of it, like calculatedly reckless, if that makes sense or is a word.
Just imagine you moving your character and then just swinging your sword is like 8 seconds. Spells take even longer. So
And if you accidentally select the wrong tile to move to, you then have to undo the move and redo the move animation. So that's, yeah, it adds up over time.
Yeah, it's a shame there's no fast animation mode. I would I would use the hell out of it. It sounds lovely.
I mean, we know they're gonna add it into the Final Fantasy Tactics Trilogy Remaster combo pack, so it's all good.
Yeah.
I think that comes out this holiday season.
Yeah. Oh, any day now, even.
Yeah, I can will it into existence like that.
I'm gonna send out a dispatch there, and that was a lot of lads with their head hung. My goodness.
Team Choco only has 1 dislike, 2 dislikes it looks like.
Yeah. So if they hang their head, that's bad. But if they strike up,
they don't want to follow
them.
them.
Yeah, that means they approve.
you can't do that mission theoretically earlier, except if everyone hangs their head and doesn't like the view.
Yeah.
Which is why I told everyone to just do it now.
Alright, so Team Tonberry and Team Choco are now going into wanted Gil Monto? Gil Monto?
I think Gil Monto.
Gil Monto. I like that a little more.
Yeah.
This is the first fight that can be a little monka-esque, as the kids say.
Yeah, it's really important to take down basically all of the enemies because they will do as much damage as possible. You've got the large dragon, which is the target that the runners are trying to defeat, who does massive electric damage, and he has 2 electric allies, which, sure enough, will absorb those attacks too. So trying to defeat those before he gets a chance to heal them is pretty difficult to do. But I think the setup for the party is pretty good at clearing out 1 or 2 enemies before, I'd say, the real fight begins, when you're actually mixed in with all the enemies.
Yeah, so basically the small Thunder Drake, because of the healing, we just cannot even touch. Like, even if we try to, it just would waste way too much time. But the Thunder Flan is definitely our main point of focus for how we are setting up the beginning here.
Yeah, basically you're positioning your units in such a way that they can't be hit by the Flan, but the next round almost everyone will be able to access it.
So there are several missions where setting up specifically like this is recommended for safety. I think we've already seen it in like mission 3 as well. You also do like a very specific setup. Is enemy movement always consistent, or is it just there's a higher chance that they'll do something nice if you move this way?
It depends. Oh yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it depends on the mission. This one is consistent that if this setup, the Thunderflan always moves 3 steps forward, which is exactly what we need.
Yeah, I think Gil Monto can vary. Sometimes he'll go down the right. This time he went down the left for you.
Oh well, he moved left a little bit.
Yep. I mean, thanks for exemplifying that that it can be different. Like, it's bad for you, but I appreciate that you've shown there is a difference.
Well, Brain's initial first turn movement did differ a little bit as well, but again, all those units should be able to get to the Flan in time. So really the Flan was kind of just trying to average out its movement to be as close as it could to everyone. Since Brain is a little bit to the left, it also moved 1 tile to the left. So Team Mog on the tomato mission now. Ideally what we'd want to see is for Sid to go left and fight those. I know Tonberry, he went south towards the main group, which is what the mages typically go for. So we don't need as much help down there, and I jinxed it. I think all 3 of these runs really showcase how this game works.
Bless a new move for stepping up. After the banger let us all down.
Yeah, I guess kind of a weird thing for this game that a lot of Final Fantasies don't do is you can actually physically damage these flans with weapons. Normally they're almost entirely resistant to physical attacks. So it's nice that the melee units can actually help out.
We have also seen a few nice misses from the enemies as well. We aren't the only ones prone to just missing everything, luckily. It does go both ways. I think when I remember doing this fight, it was very much reminded me of the conga line. If you look at Tonberry right now, there is just a big pile of lads all taking a turn to bop one another over the head.
I guess I didn't mention this, but the smaller screen, the top screen, it always shows the turn order to you, so you can kind of influence your decision making mid-battle based on that. So like, Tonberry had to resurrect their Moogle Black Mage, and it was a relatively safe time to do it because it was mostly ally turns, so you know resurrecting it, he's not just going to immediately get mauled by the wolves. But I think more tactics games should always have the turn order on display at a glance. It's such a handy feature.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing the turn order is a mercy at times. Oh, okay. That Moogle that was resurrected in a safe spot has died again to the breath. Poor Moogle.
He did his job on his way out, it's fine.
It's like some runs just have their favorites. And on the flip side, they're complete unfavorites. And so far, it's the main character in the Moogle. Looks like it's getting there though for Team Tonberry. It's only the boss left now. A very healthy boss.
Yeah, Choco's is also at full health currently.
Yeah.
Like, you really do have to spend so much of this fight just making it safe to engage with the boss itself.
On the upside, though, the boss does not absorb lightning damage. It only halves all elemental damage.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Only looking at our black mages.
Yeah. Another one goes down, but I did also see that Gil Monto has 83 HP left, so we're fine. I have been seeing that the runners are focusing the archer, which I wish I thought of when I was learning the run. I was just firing off 10 damage arrows. Tonberry's Gil Monto goes into crit.
Another nice thing about focus is that it cannot miss, and we need actually successful actions. Saying as she missed in the Yellow Wings fight where I didn't need her.
Yeah, at the end of each battle, there's usually an MVP awarded on the team, and that's determined basically on how many actions or successful actions were taken by the units during the fight. And I think it's, 5 actions to earn MVP?
You need to have at least 5, and if they have the same, multiple have the same amount, then at least the number of kills seem to be some kind of, also matter within that, but I'm still not 100% sure. Like if you have 5 turns 2 kills versus 5 turns 1 kill, then only 5 turns 2 kills gets MVP, but if both have 5 turns 1 kill, then they both get it.
Speaking of MVP, I have to do a backup for MVP, because I missed it in Yellow Wings.
Oof.
Yeah, I could have gone for an additional at Ugo as long as that fight took, but it felt sketchy with so many enemies. But yeah, having a battle take 5 turns is not a given, so we only usually plan to do it in the 2 fights where the fight actually takes that long.
Yeah, 5 turns doesn't sound like much, but that's 5 turns for every unit, and you can usually defeat enemies before those all roll around.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh.
Unfortunate crit for Team Choco.
Oh. Crit splat.
Both teams that have made it to this fight have had to use Phoenix Downs to resurrect units. It's not an easy fight to live through.
No, both. It has been a bit tragic for both teams. It has to be said. You're never going to get ideal RNG, but you'd want it to be better than this. Oh, I also didn't see that Luso died again. Nice. So that's 4 times for the main characters died across the run. High five.
Yeah, which is to note is that Luso actually needs to get 20 experience up to a certain point in the story, which he gets just by taking actions. In order to be high enough to make sure that we have good enough average level. Backups, of course, but yeah. Having Luso dead does not help getting those 20 experience.
And boy, oh boy, has he been dead. Now... So Gil Monto still has 140 HP for Choco. He has not been kind.
He's been moving slightly out of range quite a bit too. Like his current position, Adele couldn't reach him for Team Choco, which is really unfortunate. And what makes her really good too is that she has counter pre-learned, so any enemy that does attack her gets attacked back for some damage. It's not the full amount, but Any amount helps right now.
Right, Gil Monto finally goes into crit HP that now has a turn. Kill Luso for banter? Nah, decides not to kill Luso. Does kill the rogue though. Should be more than fine to clear up from here though. And oh, okay, there is the technical term is, I believe, a crumb of health left. The bonk with the staff from the Moogle to finish the fight. Very nice.
I missed the MVP, the second MVP vote.
The Mog starting off against Ugor, which Choco and Tonberry both had some rather bad luck with, so we'll see how it goes for Mog. As long as Sid stays away from the boss, I think should be pretty good. It'd be better if he actually attacked units, but attack down is something, I guess.
Ah yes, we all love the debuff that you don't really want to see most of the time. The most useful of abilities. The fight that Team Tonberry are doing right now is luckily nowhere near as scary. All of these bombs are just weak to ice damage.
It's not scary, but it can be frustrating because at critical HP, they will try to self-destruct. Or sometimes they'll even just heal each other. So you'll think you've almost defeated an enemy, and then, surprise. But yeah, weak to ice, and then also the runners should have a Samson sword at this point, which is Earth Element, and the float eyes are weak to that. So those take significantly more damage from that.
It's looking like it's going alright for now.
I will say I'm seeing a lot more potions than I ever remember using. In the first part of the game, at least.
There have been a lot of potions flying off, as well as a lot of Phoenix Downs as well. Oh, and here we see this aforementioned healing on Tonberry's screen as well, where invested a ton of damage into the bomb. One bomb walks over, heals it for 67, looks you in the face, goes, "What of it?"
Yeah, I forgot it was actually that much. I could have chosen to kill a bomb instead of the bat.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, so now this is circular healing. They're all just healing one another. They're not doing anything. They're not trying to kill your party, which, you know, I guess. We're not going to add to the Luso death counter, but oh goodness.
I guess they're giving you more turns
I'm giving you all the best experience.
More turns for MVP is what this is.
Yeah, exactly. We're playing the long game. Both metaphorically and literally. No. One of the bombs has now gone into crit HP. 2 HP. It's the one that has its turn now, and it's going to walk into 3 lads and self-destruct. It'll only hit 2 of them, right? Ooh. It's punchy damage. So one of the bad things about about the bomb self-destructing is also, I believe, you don't get any experience from it or drops. I don't know how useful the drops are from the bombs, but how bad is like missing out on the experience?
So experience is actually awarded post-battle in this game. It's typically 60 experience per battle, less if you're way over leveled. So I don't think them self-destructing actually affects that number at all. It should still be the same amount.
Okay, so it's fine, but...
Yeah, I can't recall if they have valuable items or not. I want to say one of them does.
Yeah,
which is probably the one that self-destructed.
What I know is that at least the one with critical quicken right here would be able to give us another Cerberus vine, which, yeah, it has critical quicken, so you will rarely get to actually kill it, so that one really doesn't count.
Second one self-destructing as well. I suspect it's going to kill what it hits. Yep. Banger goes down. Then the other bomb, frankly at this point just being annoying, walks over to the plan. Heals it for a paltry amount. At least from this moment, enough lads have died that the rest of this is straightforward.
I want to say Team Mog has been stalling turns to farm actions on the Archer, because I've seen a lot of turns skipped to not attack the boss.
I guess that could be the aforementioned MVP backup.
But it looks like they're wrapping up that fight in a turn or two now.
The wand bonk, you love to see it. Oh, and a bomb on Tonberry has gone into critical HP and doesn't immediately have a turn after. We may see a bomb be killed. Huge. Congratulations.
They said it couldn't be done.
They said it couldn't be done, and Team Tonberry has managed to not be trolled by a bomb. Polite round of applause. Polite round of applause. And then this should end the fight.
Ooh.
There we go.
The fight was so long, I actually got a third MVP. The best part is, I never looked at what I can really do with it. I can only guesstimate it.
Team Mog finishing off Ugor real quick. Overall, that fight looked pretty smooth from what I caught of it.
Yeah, I didn't catch the passing of the turns, but so I'm going to assume that that was deliberate.
All of their units were alive at the end, so
yeah,
I just assume it went well.
Oh, the crit KO up there from Team Choco. They killed their first bomb. BrainBugged living his best life.
Team Tonberry is going through the auction house tutorial, or I guess the first auction house bid war. There's nothing we need from this, thankfully.
We will essentially be given the tutorial, and that is as much as we will think about auctions for the rest of the run, other than when we're notified that the auctions are now operational again, and then subsequently ignore them immediately. Wow. Team Choco got hit by another crit. These bombs are doing things.
Thankfully, you're allowed to skip the subsequent bid wars after the first one.
You have
So
to
you
do the
just get-
first one, and then there's another 3 rounds, and you just get to skip them all immediately and not think about it. Oh. Luso has been popping off this run. Died a million times. Another miss to add to the repertoire. I guess on the flip side, he also did just get teleported from the quote-unquote real world into this one. Whom he can't be expected to come out swinging immediately. But it's fine, because Luso will carry the party later on, right guys?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, cool. He's not going to be some just kind of like useless bystander, right?
I mean, someone has to call the shots, I think.
Someone has to stop the other people from being confused. Good point.
I guess it's worth noting on Tonberry right now, to travel quickly between map nodes, you kind of have to visit them once, or at least the exit. So you'll see, like, right there, you unlocked the connection between zones. So Tonberry's just kind of passing time to make these encounters pop up, which we're going to skip, just pay Gil, and then oddly they'll give some of that money right back. Can't explain that one, but okay. They were just trying to mug us. It's just collecting items, essentially, for unlocking things later. So travel around the map, open up nodes when you can, when you're just killing time for certain things to spawn, and then that'll let you quickly travel later on.
I didn't see how the second bomb went down for Choco, but I don't think it's self-destructed.
I am seeing a lack of a banga, though.
Yeah, the banger died a while ago, I think.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a good turn order where it doesn't die immediately. Like now.
Team Tonberry is doing It's a Trap, which there's quite a bit of diversity of missions in this game, a lot of which we won't see. The objective for this particular one is to deactivate all of the traps on the battlefield. Normally you can't see them, but for this particular mission they do allow you to view them. Some of the enemies can be kind of trolly here and step on one themselves, which does not trigger it.
I didn't have that happen.
yeah, it certainly can. It only blocks one of them. Everything else can be reached by turn 2 if it doesn't get stepped on. We'll see what happens here. It's the leftmost Baknami that can do it. This one right here. Alright, we're good on Tonberry. Can't tell you how many times you just have to sit through a full round because it decided it wanted to camp that spot.
So what do you do if it just decides to waltz up and camp that spot? Do you just have to waltz on over with everyone, kill it, and then stand on it?
Just stand a few tiles away so it moves off of it, and then step on it. Yeah, I guess you could also, like, gamble for a critical attack to push it off, but you're normally better off just waiting. And then the mission is over as soon as you activate all the traps.
Team Mog has gone to Gil Monto. So I'll try and keep an eye out and make sure that that fight hasn't gone too awry. Team Choco finish off. Now that's a fire with the bombs. I think I saw the banger come back up again at some point.
Yeah, Brain was waiting for a nice window of opportunity to do the Phoenix down. Too close to the enemies and you're almost guaranteed that unit's gonna die again.
Because this plays by FF9 rules, where if you Phoenix down someone, they come back with very, very little health, right? I don't know exactly how much it is, but it's not much. That was a big sigh there from Nicky. Dare I suggest an audible sigh? What happened?
Remember when I told you about the 20 experience? Even though the fights took that long, Luso is 1 experience short, and Adele, who could have made it up by reaching level 11, is 2 experience short. So despite all of that, I need to go for the rally-tested backup, because usually even if I went fast, this wasn't a problem. And remember when no one liked my Viera? Yeah, this is definitely something I have not tested. I should have maybe... We'll see what happens. I have saved.
As they say, we're doing it live.
We're doing it live?
Untested, unverified strats.
Every time I seem to be on commentary, someone gets away with something or misses out on something by 1 or 2, so it's nice to keep the streak going at this point. I assume what you're doing now is just cycling through areas, because the dispatch takes 4 days. Every time you walk between an area, it takes a day. But it's a success.
I think I have double MVP on my Moogle now instead of Viera, so that's also fun.
Okay.
At that point, might as well use that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to share around. Sometimes the Moogle has to become the VIP. Choco now going through the action tutorial. I'm keeping an eye on Mog. I don't think anything's gone too tragic yet. That is the beginning of the fight.
Looks like the dispatch paid off and the average level is acceptable enough.
So Nicky is now resting.
Literally years.
Literally years. Every time you go to rest, you can rest either 20, 60, or 200 days. Luso doesn't half-ass it, unfortunately. There's no power naps where he's from. It's either half a year, 20 days, 60 days, or nothing. I assume for the rest of the point he just stays awake. It must be a lot of caffeine outside of that.
The reason for the resting is that this little pop-up on this map area is a recruitment, and it only spawns during certain months. So in order to get back to that month to make it spawn again, you literally just sleep a full year away, pretty much. And we may or may not be replacing all of the old units with new ones here.
Luckily, Luso stays to be the hero. But why are we getting all of these new units? Why are they better than the ones we have currently?
Currently, they won't be. They'll start to shine a little bit from now, with quite an overpowered strat. Final Fantasy Tactics has the math skill, and I would say this is a pretty close comparison to that, what they'll be doing later. It's just an overly cheesy and easy way of defeating enemies, with less thinking involved. In fact, the only math you need to do is a flat number that will always be the answer.
So why is it we get these specific recruits and not others?
No other race has access to the ranger job, which is what's needed.
Ah. So Tactics has classes hidden behind the races of your character, and I knew a lot of them in TA1, and I know almost none of them in TA2. I don't know if you can enlighten me.
Yeah, so there's 7 races in A2. The Humes, the Banga, the Numu, the Mughals, and the Viera are from Tactics Advance as well. And then they added the Sikh, which are these, what are they, like kind of shark-looking people? They kind of look like sharks to me. I don't really know how to describe them.
I thought just kind of like bigger bangers is how I looked at it, but
they added those in, and then they added Gria, which unfortunately we don't get to use. I wish they were useful because they have innate flying built in. The 2 new races that got added to this one from TA, though, have very few jobs available to them. I think it's like 4 and 5 each. But they're pretty exclusive to the units themselves. The Sikh get access to Ranger, which is kind of a trapping class where they want you to set up traps and all this with them. But we won't use any of that. Instead, we'll just use one particular skill.
I think it's better to just see it in action later
Yeah.
on, rather than like say what's going to happen now. Also, meanwhile, Mark.
I did just see a Phoenix down.
Yeah, a Phoenix down did just go off. Unfortunately, I don't think it was Luso who died. No, it wasn't. It was the Rogue.
It does look like everything's going pretty good, though.
Yeah.
All of the other enemies are defeated.
Yeah, I have kept an eye on it. It does look like the fight has gone okay. How much health does Gil Monto have? I think that was 180 something. So still a bit to go, but still safe from here. We now see.
Yeah, boss fights currently are very much just battles of attrition.
Yeah,
And we have an even bigger one coming up pretty soon.
Choco is now doing the trap mission. It doesn't look like the enemy troll. It just kind of walked off.
So that's 2 out of 3 good lucks there.
I hope we haven't just jinxed that for Team Mog, but that sounded somewhat ominous.
So, interesting situation for Team Mog there, actually. It was the Black Mage's turn, and their attacks do have an area of effect, but because they only know the basic spells right now, just Fire, Blizzard, Thunder, those attacks can only vertically go up and down 1 tile. So even selecting the tile next to him would not be able to hit because it's 2 tiles up. So it's either friendly fire or no attack, which is what Team Mog opted to do there.
How much else does Gil Monto have now? It can't be much. That looked like double digits, but I'd be lying if I said I could read that fast. I really don't think it's much, though. I also noticed that Nikki is saving before she goes into the recruitment. Are you accepting berserkers and switching, or are you loading if they're berserkers and then switching?
So
they go for a range?
the thing is that I need Sikhs that like my Viera. Now, especially many because we are under-leveled. And you know how well that went for the rest of my party before.
Right. Okay.
Which is why I've recruited at this point like twice as many Sikhs as I usually would. And pray that we'll find some of them.
Yeah, well, I'm sure someone will like them. And this attack should bring Gil Monto into crit. It does.
Phew, that was...
And the KO. Okay, so Team Mog have now taken down Gil Monto. Gil Monto. I've still not decided.
Hey, that's kind of like me and Numao. I can never figure that one out. I know they did say it in Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers once, and I promptly forgot how they pronounced it.
Oh boy.
So it's out there somewhere. Someone link me a clip to that, so I can stop being indecisive.
Well, I think I've always said Numao, but
that's probably right.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, when something isn't voiced in a game, you can probably just say it however you want, as long as it's not too egregiously wrong. You can say Numao, you can say Numu.
I'm seeing a lot of moos in chat, so I think I was right.
Curses. Well, that's okay. Luckily for me, like, I help organize this event, so I can just decide that I'm right. And there you go. Just like that, you're all wrong. Unlucky, chat.
All right, thank you, Final Fantasy Relay, for having me on. It's been fun.
All right, well, unfortunately, Vallnoir is now going to have to leave, and with him we have Vallnoir. Hello, welcome to the commentary box.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
How's it going? What's your experience in this game?
I'm playing it right now, actually.
That's wild.
Yeah, can you help me beat this battle? I don't know how to defeat it.
Okay, experience is considerably less than before. That's okay. If it helps, the reason I say Mao, I'm gonna blame on a Spanish upbringing, and that would be kind of how you say that in a certain dialect. Am I right? Probably. I'm wrong. I'll admit it. I'll put my hands up.
Well,
It's
no,
fine.
no. I think you might be right. Because, like, think of, sour. It's the same arrangement of letters.
Yeah, but there is the R that then changes, like,
Yeah.
the context of how the rest of that is said.
Yeah, we'll just never know.
We'll just never know. And it's never said in a game other than Final Fantasy XIV at one time.
So I think Team Choco got their Zeeks. Are we doing a with the Moogle though? Compatibility check with them.
Oh, there are a lot of arms up. There is
This
only
just
one
in.
hanging of the head.
I think we have it officially now. Moogles are better than Vieira. They're just more well liked.
I'm down for that. The Moogles are cute in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just the game Loki trying to will Team Mog back into it. I believe it's the beginning of the comeback era, of the arc. Right, some sorting going on there just to check things. You can sort by a bunch of things. Some of them like MVP, speed, just useful things like that.
Yeah, speed will be very particular in the final fights. And just like equipment setup, who gets what. Which I believe Team Tonberry picked up a mission that we should be doing soon. That gets us a very important item, the fairy shoes.
So why are the fairy shoes important?
They let you teleport, so no longer do you have to walk like a common pleb. You just get to teleport where you need. But it's especially important in the final mission because it lets them bypass like 50% of the map and just teleport up a ledge.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so like it doesn't give you any more movement, I believe, but
No.
what they do help you do is you can just yeet yourself up the side of a hill or a cliff.
Team Mog entering. Now that's a fire.
So we'll keep an eye out for what the bombs choose to do. They've they've had somewhat of a need to sit there and heal one another and not really do a whole lot. So, and then in Team Tonberry's case, also just self-destruct after all of that anyway.
Tonberry unlocking the silver bow. And the wizard hat.
Wizard hat we'll get into later and why that's so important. What
Yeah,
does the silver bow have attached with it?
Silver bow is primarily just a damage increase right now. We're giving up all the melee attacks and just going full ranged at this point. So everyone gets a brand new bow. The hat will combine with the next bow that gets unlocked, but we need more items in a little bit.
So silver bow's main thing also is that it has +1 range. Which not in this mission, but in the mission afterwards, the next main mission will be very important.
Oh, okay. I see. I see now. Okay. I didn't realize that at the time, but this makes a lot more sense. We'll get into that when we're at the next mission. But you'll understand why I just had that little mini revelation once with it.
Also kind of frustrating that when you do optimize equip, which is just auto-equipping the best gear, for the Rangers, it likes to just give them knives, which we don't want, so you have to go back in and manually change out all of their weapons.
Yeah,
but it luckily does the
some
rest
work.
of the stuff.
Yeah, optimize doesn't work in our favor, unfortunately. It tries to make us good, but in a way that we don't want. We know where we want to go, and the game works against us, but we say no. Silver Sun. So your fight of this, I think, is going to be different. Because I don't think you're going to kill everything?
No, we have to.
Oh, okay.
The Marlboro Vine World Record strat would be able to skip that. Which is
you would
the
go and
strat
steal
we
that
can't do
black
because...
Yeah, the gentleman's agreement, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so
you
there's
can,
this
you can
item-
imagine the difference between getting this urn and fleeing and fighting this fight.
Yeah, there's an item called the Marlboro Vine that's needed to unlock the second bow that they're gonna get, and the fastest way of getting it is going into a mission with some Lamias and either stealing it or getting it as a drop from one of the enemies and then just immediately fleeing. It's a run killer because it's basically completely RNG and you can lose 10 plus minutes just trying to get it. Our three runners today have opted to agree to a gentleman's agreement here where they'll complete this Bonga Bugle Silver Sun mission, which will give it to them instead. So everyone's on an even footing and not one team just gets absurdly lucky and first try Marlboro Vine.
It's
But you-
actually even more absurd. So
how
yeah,
much
we could get
time
it as
would
a
it-
drop from like 7 enemies during the course of the run, which is like a 1 in 16 or so. Like there are 4 different levels of loot and 4 of those in each. Which one is that? And yeah, winning this mission gives us another mission that we then do as a dispatch, which gives us a Marlboro Vine.
So, I've always said during a lot of Final Fantasies, there's always like one boss that is a gimmick, and this isn't really one boss that is a gimmick here. It's more like this entire fight. They're undead, so you can just throw healing items at them, and that's that. they die because healing kills them. So you just kind of walk up, lob a high potion on them, 200 HP.
Well, it's also worth noting that it's only 100 HP technically, but the wizard hat gives the ability item lore, which doubles the potency of items, which is very important. Not only does it make these one-shots, but it's going to increase our items throughout the rest of the run.
Yeah, and because we're one-shotting them, we don't need to worry about them getting back from their gravestones. I think normally you can throw a Phoenix down on these gravestones, and they will disappear. But their turn isn't going to come back around like that. They'll be very much done before that matters.
Casually, these sorts of fights can go on for a very long time, as you're just constantly... Or like that, see? Team Tonberry had one get back up. It's not even on a timer, it's just a random chance on their turns.
It's a random chance on their... Okay, well that is not what I thought it was. That's kind of tragic.
Maybe it is just on their turns. I could be wrong. I thought
it was on their turn, but... Go on.
It seems to be randomly during their turns. In FFTA, you had like this nice timer that told you 3 turns, and then they will be back. Also, for another gimmick, if you try to do what Chris just suggested and try to like remove their tombstones, then new zombies also will appear over the course. Like maybe not immediately, but after a few turns.
Yeah, they'll just spawn as reinforcements around the map. Same with the Nurture skill Burial, which removes undead or critically weak undead, one of the two. Yeah, they can just keep coming back. So being able to just one-shot them all with potions is super handy right now. Team Mog finishing now, that's a fire, and I don't think there was any difficulties there. A couple units downed, but overall...
Yeah, I was going to say, I think 2 units died, but for the most part, safe, controlled.
Yep.
That's now Silver Sun done for Team Tonberry. I suspect Team Choco are close to going into that one. Just a cheeky bit more dispatching and we're probably done.
Mog doing the auction house tutorial. And then gets to play the Do You Like Me game, like the other 2 teams.
Yeah, so gotta take part in round 1. In which you just won't win. And skip the other 3 rounds after that. We do not have time for auction houses in these parts.
I see some indecisive bidding on Team Mog's part there.
There we go. All you need to do is advance through it and you're fine. Dispatch coming back for Tonberry. Success. In and out. And I now think we could... Are we doing polls in the deep now?
Yeah.
So, we're about to find out why the +1 range was a cheeky bit of a revelation to me earlier on. Casually, this fight is a tough one. However, we're going to position our units in such a way that we're almost certainly going to be adding to that Luso death counter. And we're going to bait the boss by letting it just yeet Luso. And then there'll be 5 strong, burly lads from the top of the mountains firing bow and arrows just in range.
For the next 10 minutes.
Is it that long?
I'm not quite sure on the exact length. Yaoi has like 650 health or something.
Yeah.
And every time he consumes Luso, he will also regain that much damage back as health. So it goes pretty slow. It's fairly safe overall, but yeah, casually this fight is a nightmare. Going to be making use of the fairy shoes here to teleport over to get another chest that has a very important item for the run, all the way on the other side of the map. So that ranger's on his own mission, while the other 5 units are going to be focusing on the boss for now.
It is. Anytime a monster comes out of a sandpit, I want to call it an antlion. I don't actually know if it is an antlion. No.
I think it is.
Think it is? Okay, thank God for that. Right, getting all of the lads into position now. I love the fairy shoes. I don't know what... So these little mini antlions here, I don't know what they're supposed to do, but when I was doing this fight, all they would do is just kind of like walk back and forth and do nothing.
So frequently what they do is they slowly go around the outside to get to you because they can't just jump straight up that ledge there. They have to take the long way around. Sometimes they'll nibble at you and then just kind of linger up there. Best case scenario is they take a bite and then they just jump right back down, which means in order to get to you again, they have to go all the way back around, and that takes quite a while. Yeah, sometimes they can just be indecisive and not really do much of anything.
Yep, that's what my lads did. They kind of stood where they are now and just rocked back and forth, hope for the best. We also did just see the point of this, with position in very specific places. Luso gets drawn in and booped over the head. And then at some point he's going to die, and then we're going to res him back in the spot where he was with the Phoenix down.
And it's just within range that the boss can continuously just keep pulling him down.
Exactly. We now see Team Mog. We'll see if we can make it 3 for 3 with not being trolled. We also see Team Choco on this undead fight. So if we're looking at Team Mog, the one on the left is the one we want to be concerned about. Whenever it gets its turn.
Here we go.
Here we go.
And there's the troll.
There's the troll. Okay, I mean, I don't want to blame Vallnoir, but like, I think he kind of set that up specifically for that to happen.
Well, I mean, it's just... I think our 3 runners all agreed to showcase everything this game has to offer, and unfortunately Team Mog volunteered for this one.
Okay.
I think that's how that works.
Something makes me think that the Team Mog runner, aleksaster, may disagree with this, but you know, on the off chance he doesn't, it's nice. It's nice that we're showing up all the strats.
Yeah, in order to make up for it, though, you know, Team Tonberry and Team Choco are both going to have all these re-raises during the undead fights. Team Mog won't see any of that.
Okay. I will hold you to that and keep an eye out for it then.
Yeah, well, keep your eye out on Choco, see if they get any undeads popping back up during their turns.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we'll still see Team Tonberry just pepper the antlion with arrows. It has 650 HP. We're hitting, you know, mid to high 20s every attack.
Yeah, on Tonberry though, the early on after the setup was made, one of Nicky's rangers had an opportunity turn, which I'm not quite sure how it determines when to activate, but when it does, the outcome of it depends on like your formation or what you're doing. So if that unit is directly against an enemy and nothing else, I think you attack twice or something. If you're between two of your own units, you give everyone haste. If you're between like 4 of your own units, then you give everyone shields or something. So like, you can kind of get what you want if you get that opportunity turn in, and the haste was actually really nice because that's just 3 units going really fast over and over.
Haven't seen any of the undead get back up to Team Choco yet. And judging by the turn order, they're not going to get a turn either. So.
I'm gonna have to check the script again. I think I might have gotten the teams mixed up.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Mog and Choco are similar? I don't know. I don't think they are, but you never know. I did want to keep a death counter for Luso, but I have already lost count how many times Luso has died in this fight. I think that may be a third. It's a lot.
Yeah, I think story-wise, there's a very good reason he wants to go home.
Yeah.
if I was him, I don't think I would be enjoying this world very much either.
Yeah. You might have a point. I guess like a recurring question for like an isekai is, well, why would you ever want to go back when in this world you have so much power, and meanwhile 5 Seeks are surrounding you and being like, all right, mate, you're going to stay here and just like die over and over again.
Well, that doesn't sound very
do
fun.
the hard work. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I do want to get out of here ASAP. Maybe this isn't the world for me. I think this outline is close to dying. Nicky's inputs are very, very, very fast.
Yeah,
So
I want to say I saw like 80 HP at some point, so it should be...
90.
Okay, I saw 90, yeah.
Okay. Nicky heard me that time and just slowed it down a fraction of a second so we could see.
A couple frames.
Just a couple frames. It's easy to delay it 3 frames when you're that good.
Yeah, the setup is really nice too because the boss will always devour that whatever unit gets sacrificed there, in this case Luso. If he doesn't have the opportunity to do that, we saw at the very beginning of the fight, and we'll see it again on Choco in a little bit, that the boss has an attack called Gravity Flux, which hits the entire map, every unit on it, for considerable damage. And obviously that's not what we want, because that just puts us at risk of dying. If everyone's at relatively full health and then one unit is available to draw in, the boss will typically do that. If that unit is at a higher HP, sometimes the boss can do Gravity Flux too, which is why you would never want to potion them anyway, to just keep that cycle going. So you can't like fully manipulate the enemies in this game, but like in this case, I would say that sort of qualifies as a manipulation, because you are kind of making it do the same attack over and over.
And just as one team exits the fight, Team Choco stroll on in. So now seeing Team Mog recruiting.
Hopefully they get some good luck with compatibility checks as well.
And whilst you're recruiting, you aren't genuinely sleeping for years at a time. Pretty much every sleep will have some 200-day sleep.
Keep in mind, Sid is still hanging out in his bed after getting shot.
Yeah.
It's a long recovery, you know.
It's a pretty bad wound, whatever he's got. Although Luso doesn't seem to be too perturbed by just waltzing up after several years and being like, mate, are you alright yet? No? Okay, well, off we pop again, I guess.
Little compatibility check for Team Mog here.
Survey says arm up, arm up, arm up, Sag, arm up. Okay, we like to see that.
4 out of 5. I think that's what the other two have had so far.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, Team Tonberry, yeah, the 2 ads during the fight that Team Choco's on right now, they didn't do anything, so they just kind of got confused in the center. Probably because of the teleporting ranger that goes left.
Yeah.
They can't choose if they want to go for him or the others.
I suspect that's what may have been happening to me. And now we begin the Deathfire 1000 cuts.
Tonberry just finished the dispatch for the Malboro vine, so all items should be good.
And is Team Tonberry now on the mission where we're going to meet Ewan?
They are indeed.
So this is the last mission that we're going to be doing conventionally by essentially booping a lad over the head multiple times until he falls over.
And this fight can actually be pretty scary too. I did talk about the laws or in the earlier part of the run, and how if you break them, you lose access to the judge, which also removes your resurrecting rights. This is one of those missions where your judge will get removed for you, thankfully. However, we will lose our privilege, but that doesn't mean we can't make use of it first. By choosing speed 2 here, it sets the initial turn order based on that value, and then we lose it, so we don't get the bonus after that.
Yeah.
But at least the first round of turns, we can kind of give the units a little bit of a boost.
Mm-hmm.
So there goes the judge. Apparently the bad guys in this game can just do that.
Yep.
Seems like a little bit of a flaw in that system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a little surprising, and how they never, I don't know, even ask to stop. They just seem to accept it every time it happens. Because, spoiler alert, it does happen more than once. Right, here we are. So, for this mission, the Team Tonberry is doing, we only need to kill Ewan, who is the lad that Nicky is now surrounding.
And it's very important to surround him. I think the enemies have a time mage.
They do.
Yeah.
That time mage can cast Cure.
Haste and Cure.
Haste. And I think the other one is Reflect. But if we're surrounding Ewan, it just won't. Because in order to use it on Ewan, it has to use it on 4 of our allied units.
And the speed 2 privilege helps make sure the units can get into position before enemies remove the chance to surround him. Like, you can see the turn order there. The last ranger just barely goes before the time mage here. Check the HP on Team Choco here. About halfway through the fight.
Seems about right. Yeah, I think I said 340, so this will take it to 50% straight up. I think Team Tonberry just checked how much damage Luso was going to do to you and saw it was 8. Just high potion.
I mean, it's also important not to get countered and then KO'd.
Yeah. Exactly.
Which that might have played a part too.
The blind is a little bit more lame. Quick cheeky checking of HP to see who's the lowest one to potion up, or status recovery. So some eye drops so he's not on the blind. I think Luso's death counter at this point is going to be, I think, between 4 and 500 million. It's around that. And the Antlion's going to be about 180 now. Yuan has 30 HP. So this attack and another one will kill, but Luso's on the next turn, so just wait and pass. The banger attack coming up after this should be enough, provided it doesn't miss. But it's from behind, so surely it would never. There we go. Yuan dies, and mission complete, just like that.
Definitely quite a bit quicker than the Antlion.
Yeah, definitely a lot quicker than the Antlion, and it's about to get much faster.
It's nice when the bosses don't have 600 plus HP.
Yeah. Really is the most amount of HP we are going to see for some time, even when you're very much near towards the end of the game. The main lads still don't have 600.
Choco's on the last 3 attacks, I believe. Unfortunately, the boss goes before the 3rd one can get off, so going to need to do another revival probably, or risk skipping it. Probably safe enough to skip it. Oh, I can't do math apparently.
Yeah. 15 Choco's Antlion goes down. Poor Sid is still in bed. It is 5 to 6 years recovering. He will eventually come out, but there's a while left yet. I think I was having a chat with Nicky of Team Tonberry the other day, who told me that the questions have been rooted out.
They have indeed.
So for a little bit of extra safety for the next boss, you used to go and do a side quest and essentially become a clerk at a store, and lads will walk in and be like, yo, I want to get this ability. Where do I get it from? and you say the weapon or the piece of armor that makes you learn that ability. But there's also a Chocobo who can waltz in. Didn't for me, which I was gutted about, but a Chocobo who can waltz in. And your 3 options to answer are que, and que. And I think the correct answer is even que.
The correct answer for that one is you repeat back to him whatever he said to you.
Ah, there you go.
But it's really unfortunate that one got taken out of the route because it was such a fun, silly part of the run. Also, one of the most difficult parts for me because I'm more familiar with Tactics Advance. So when they ask you in this game, like, oh, what gear can teach me defense up? And I'm like, well, they changed all the abilities around in this one. I know what it would be in the other game. So you just have to like forget everything you know about Tactics Advance.
If only the game let you answer with an asterisk. It's like, well, I do know, technically. Yeah, unfortunately, rooted out. If only we knew the person who rooted it out so we could voice a complaint to them directly. We are also now seeing Tonberry sell a bunch of stuff. This is to gain money.
All of the monies.
All of the monies. So we can start what is essentially going to carry us through the mid-game and then also the end game.
So with the Malborovine drop that Tonberry got from a dispatch a little while ago, Nicky's gained access to the nail bow, which teaches the ability to reverse items. And if you thought those high potions were good against undead earlier, wait till you see how good normal potions are against everything.
Yeah, we are seriously going to start doing some real damage soon. And in case you needed a refresher of just how good the even high potions can be, Team Mog is about to go into Silver Sun and start lobbing high potions. Team Mog is, of course, got Karma on its side at the minute through being in this combat arc. So none of these undead are going to respawn.
And we have that from a very reputable source.
Yep, a very
yep, they would never be wrong.
They would never be. I think they're incapable of being wrong.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And as a host of the event, like I think you legally cannot lie on stream. So
I can't. Oh, I mean, the first thing I did was say my name was Seraph, so I guess I'm already in trouble. Wait.
Alright, Tonberry has finished deploying. Thankfully, the only privilege now we really need is speed up, because the damage we do is always going to be a fixed amount. So we just run over to an enemy, mirror the item, and
then suddenly
just drop it on their head.
And that's 400 damage. They boot. Congratulations! It's over, just like that.
Mind you, these party members are literally only level 12 or 13. Like, that is an absurd amount of damage. At really any point in the game. Like, even really, casually, you're not going to be doing that much.
We're really not going to be leveling up that much over the course of this run. And, like, towards the end, I think, like, the levels are near 40-odd. So, we are hilariously, like, on the level. We'll only get worse from here. Also, yes, that's the point. Von and Penello are in this game.
Yeah, this technically takes place in the Final Fantasy XII world. You also see Al Cid at some point. I don't think you see him in the story, but he does show up in some of the side quests, and you can get him as a recruitable party member later on.
We'll also just say there from Team Mog, even when you're potioning, lads, you can still miss. 2 in a row? Not 2 in a row. So the second high potion hits. That will be a factor later on. The way around it is just don't miss. Now BrainBugged on Team Choco is getting in position to surround Ewan and start the bastioning. I'm just trying to keep an eye on Team Mog. And just as I say that, one of them immediately respawns. Cool. This has not been an ideal fight for Team Mog at all, with a high push and miss and now a respawn. I really don't think you're ever in serious danger on this one, but...
No, there's a large chunk of player turns coming up here too, so
yeah.
The mission is effectively over at this point.
So it should still be fine, just can be a little scary. Oh, did one of the Sikhs die? Yep. So it's essentially a 4v4. I hope no more of these high potions miss. I think it's either a 90 or a 95% chance on this mission. And there's one. The Viera doesn't have... Well, it isn't in range to do anything. She's just going to sit there and not do it. Okay, there's 2. So we need 2 more to hit. There's 3. Okay, just have to make sure that the chest was looted as well. And there's 4. It is a 95%. And 4. Okay. So, no shenanigans.
And while Team Mog is done with ghosts for the time being, it's time to see them again on Tonberry's side.
Another 1 HP survivor.
A 1 HP survivor. Oh yeah, 1 out of 166. Magical. So now 3 turns are going to transpire as a result. Hopefully no one will go down. Okay, I mean that does nothing. It
was a lengthy animation. I wouldn't say it did nothing.
Immobilized just means the character can't move, which, you know, isn't going to be too much of a problem. Alright, last action to come out. Sniper takes him down. Very nice. And Ewan goes down for Team Choco. Yeah, as we're about to see in Team Tonberry, Reverse X Potions is a very, very powerful engine. So, for a while now, there's going to be nothing too scary. There can be 1 or 2 things that are a little trolly, but nothing scary. We're just going to waltz up to lads and very much boop them. Supersonic Wave can cast... Okay, it can... Oh, it's Silence. Okay, that's also not a problem. With our engine of reversed X potions, magic is not going to be something we're using, or abilities for that matter. Even now, these X potions, they have a 90% chance to hit.
And up until pretty much the end of the game, they're going to be one-shotting just about every regular enemy we encounter.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really, really strong until suddenly we're in trouble again.
Yeah, once the enemies can actually do considerable damage quickly and in large quantities, then it doesn't really matter how quick you can kill stuff if it can kill you just as quick. Again, we're level 13 or 14. Not very high, even for this point in the game. Or Luso's case, he's what, like level 7?
Oh,
He's
Luso's
even worse off.
Seriously underleveled.
I believe Choco is picking up the Malboro Vine for their reverse items bow. And they'll be joining Tonberry on the item dumping train. And then Mog is starting the Lord of the Flow Sand fight. So we get to watch them slowly whittle away at the Antline's health again. This is your chance to track Luso's deaths if you want. Last opportunity.
Oh, you think Luso's not going to die in any of the future fights?
No, he's fine. He's got experience now.
Nod does. Yeah, why not? I think I already counted perfectly before. I think Luso has currently died between 300 to 400 million times. Because even outside the deaths on this mission, it has been a fair bit even with... even without this mission, rather.
I wasn't really paying attention to when Tonberry entered that fight, but even with reverse items and being able to one-shot enemies, they can still take quite a while in the battles. So even with all of the attacks being sped up so much and the kills going so fast,
yeah,
it's still pretty slow.
You kill them very fast, but normally you can't reach anyone in one turn because they're over the other side of the battlefield. So you still need to take one set of your turns and then one set of their turns, and then you start waltzing up and lobbing explosions at their face.
Team Mog setting up to get in position here.
Now Team Choco doing their selling for the explosions. And whilst we've got like setting up, chipping away at Antlion and story, do you know what's happened in the story up until this moment?
I mean, realistically, like the first quarter of the game is just Luso getting his like bearings on the world and trying to figure out what's going on. Sid just lets him join the clan at the very beginning of the game. He's like, hey, you're lost, we'll take you. And why not? So he's just kind of hanging out with whatever random clan name our teams chose. After like the first mission or two, they do notice that Luso has this mysterious journal on him. And it turns out that it just magically records everything he does in this world. The mountain top where we fought Gil Monto or whatever, and recruited all the rangers, we encounter this like mystical sage guy who's lived there for forever, pretty much, and he lets Luso know that this magical grimoire might actually be the key to getting home if he just keeps filling it out with his journey, essentially. So he's just told, hey, just keep going on adventures, keep doing stuff until it fills up, and then maybe we'll find out what happens.
And is that where we're currently at in the story?
I believe so. Because most of these missions are just like doing random errands for people, like clearing out bombs in a forest or, you know, squishing tomatoes. Like, none of them are of any consequence whatsoever.
Well, what are you trying to say? Squishing tomatoes isn't of utmost importance.
I mean, look, some other games just do that right at the start. We had to wait like 45 minutes for that.
I
think Tonberry's on like a massive flashback scene that even covers half the stuff we've already done.
Yeah.
It is an amazing. It is an amazing break, even without turbo in the old days.
So A2 does allow turbo now, right?
Yeah.
It's just no one has submitted a run in such a long time that no one's run on the leaderboard has turbo.
Yeah, we just decided to. Why not? We're living in 2024. We don't need to adhere to 2015 standards.
We pod that. And if anyone watching this is interesting, there is a wonderful guide on speedrun.com that Nicky made and that I learned the game with. It is very clear, very simple. You could be the 4th person on this leaderboard. That's right, there's 3 people on this leaderboard at the minute, and 2 of them are in this call. You could be the 4th one. And you could also be the first to use turbo, which, I mean, in my eyes, is a privilege. Also, we just saw Choco take... I think they just met Vaughn for the first time during that mission, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say the story for that mission is like the people Luso defeats were claiming to be sky pirates or something, or I can't quite remember.
Yeah, there were some kind of evil guys, and we are fighting them, and Vaughn is just there because he got lost and couldn't find his airship.
That's about on point for Vaughn.
I don't want to fuel that discourse, but like it is on point, isn't it? Like, oh, glorious.
So
right.
while it...
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to explain this next fight that's coming up that Tonberry's in?
I was just going to say real quick, it mostly doesn't matter what kind of CQ recruit, because again, you're just doing flat damage most of the run. The more berserkers you get, though, the higher the damage you're going to be doing against the antlion. So, like, you know, we're seeing upper 20s to mid 30s on some of these attacks on Team Mog, which, you know, enough of those and you're skipping multiple turns throughout the fight. So I think they actually got some pretty strong units from their recruiting.
Okay, nice. I believe on Tonberry's screen we just saw our only use of Agility 1 in this speed run, as opposed to just taking Speed 2 and call it a day, because we want the boss to move to us first, so we can reach them and potentially one-shot them. Also, Agility means that we have a slightly higher chance of our X-Potion connecting, and I think it makes it 87%.
Just slightly.
So just don't miss it. Just don't miss it. Just don't miss it. And it hits easy money. Straight through. I'm hoping the other teams also don't miss.
Like, you see 87% and you're like, I'm probably safe. It won't miss.
Exactly.
And then it does.
Team Mog's Antlion is now around 130-ish. I think last I saw. So the chip damage is nearly done. Antlion will be around 100 now. 99 even. So 3 or 4 more attacks should take it down. Maybe one more chance for Luso to die. Nice.
You know what? Why not one more for the road?
One more for the road. Lisa's absolutely tragic tour around Ivalice. Oh, but this outline's actually made its way around.
Yeah, I think that's the first one we've seen actually do anything. And of course it uses probably the one attack you wouldn't want to see.
Yeah, the slow application isn't ideal, but it does look like there are plenty of Seek turns in a row there.
Oh, both made it up there.
Yeah. Hits and hits slow. But it still looks like it's 3 Seek turns in a row, so as long as it's all of these arrows hit, we're A-okay.
So I will say I don't think I've ever seen a critical to finish off even.
Critical into 60 damage.
I don't think I've ever seen a 99% chance miss before on attack, so I don't think you can miss the boss. I feel like Nicky would have seen it if possible. You did?
I did miss the
Yeah.
boss, yeah.
Oh.
Pretty sure I've seen it.
Largest target in the world.
To be fair, you see it crits as at least as often. Probably more often.
I guess I get it. They are new to the clan, so expecting them to be like proficient as fast as we are hoping that they are proficient is hopeful, optimistic. But come on, lads, you've got the massive high ground. How are you missing? Like, what is there to miss? You could throw the arrow and hit it. Like, honestly impressive. And it seems Tonberry just got storied out a little bit more. But
Yeah, there's a little bit of a glimpse into Sid's kind of shady past. Turns out he used to work alongside Ewan and a later antagonist we'll see. But he eventually decided to leave their little company because he didn't like how they were acting. Also, conveniently, why he gets shot earlier in the run. But now we get to meet our new friend, Herdy.
I don't think I know anything about Herdy other than he plays music.
I mean, he's an adorable Moogle. There's nothing more you need to know.
Ah, yes, okay. He's an adorable Moogle. A Moogle? Moogle.
Okay, I'm going to challenge that pronunciation. I'm not letting that one slide.
Okay, I've got some suspect pronunciations of things. I promise I say Moogle, okay? I promise. I'm not that bad. But yeah, Moogle. Oh, I did it again. I'm going to stop talking. Vallnoir, it's all up to you, buddy.
Yeah, so that Moogle... Oh, no. No, so there's...
All right, Nicky, you're on your own. We're off.
Yep.
It was a nice relay. We tried.
All right. Bye, ChrisTenarium. Hello, ChrisTenarium. And
hello.
Which version were we?
I think I'm Vallnoir is my name.
No, he changed to Vallnoir at some point, so I think he's Vallnoir now. So, hello, Vallnoir.
Okay. Yeah, hello, yeah.
Hello.
No, Herdy... I can't remember how many there are. I think there's 7 Moogle siblings. So there's like Herdy. Is Gertie one of them? Gertie might be one of them. Mont Blanc is one of them. Mont Blanc is actually Herdy's brother. And then I don't remember any of their other names. But yeah, he's just a little musician Moogle who loses his instrument. So Luso decides, hey, I want to help him out. What do I need to go craft that? And then that's kind of what Nicky's doing on Tonberry right now. They don't really...
I do actually know the other Moogle names.
Yeah, because they're in Final Fantasy XII, right?
Yeah, so it's Mont Noir, Mont Vert, Mont Jaune, and then Mont Rouge. So there you
go. If you ever play this casually and like try to do all of the missions, I think it's every 50 missions on the world map where it shows like your clan info and stuff. Every 50 you do, it adds a golden Moogle statue of one of the brothers to that screen. So it's kind of like a little reward for doing every 50, and that's the only reason I knew there was that many siblings.
Oh, there you go.
I did not know that.
Don't worry, it could be worse. You could have just made up a bunch of Moogle brother and sister names on stream, but just replace the blanc with like other words for colours in French. It could
You
be
would
worse.
never do that.
I wouldn't do that. No. That was just an example. I wouldn't do that.
So on Tonberry, we actually saw the enemy ranger place a trap. They'll face a random direction and place it. That doesn't mean they placed it in that direction. So when you step onto a trap, it just cancels your turn immediately upon activating it.
Yeah, so it does like a super minuscule amount of damage, right? It'll do like 10 damage or like a...
Or maybe like silence you or something.
Yeah. Something useless. The annoying thing is that it'll just take away your turn. That'll be that.
Actually, I think the HP, the stand needle trap, actually is 50% of your health.
Oh, okay, I didn't get caught by that one.
You probably got caught by the leech trap for MP damage.
Ah, that'll be it. Another not so brilliant trap.
Thankfully, the boss is just coming up to Nicky here, so you don't have to keep going through all these enemies. Team Mog setting up for the surrounding of Ewan.
Team Tonberry is currently making music, right? That's what this one is. It's the Alchemist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Making sure I didn't miss one. Yeah, Team Mod currently surrounding Ewan. He doesn't boop himself over that. And you can believe it, I think you've got some stuff to do now for Team Tonberry. But once you're past that, you're pretty much just dashing from mission to mission. Which is surprising given how long there is left in the run, but some of the missions do take a while, and some of the story also takes a while. Who'd have thought? They take time to tell their story.
And this is back in the day before, you know, skipping cutscenes was kind of standardized in games.
Ironically, the first game you could skip cutscenes in the Final Fantasy series was 12. Which, based on the world of Ivalice.
I like you ignore the existence of 10-2.
Mainline Final Fantasy.
Okay.
Come on, play. Ewan has 85 HP, which is a little concerning. Some of these lads have been hit a lot. Yeah, okay, it's the high potion. I believe this fight is just going as well for Team Mog as it did the other two.
I think Choco had someone get KO'd, but otherwise, yeah, it's been pretty clean for all of them. Team Choco, Luso's the one in bed now. The rules have been reversed finally.
I mean, to be fair, did you see the absolute shellacking he took from Antlion? I get it. You know, I'd probably need a little bit of rest as well.
Ooh, nice dodge on T-Mog's part.
Love that.
If that had hit, it most likely would have been a KO, and then he would have escaped.
Almost certainly.
Haste, a little unfortunate, but the fight's pretty much over.
Yeah, 2 turns to kill.
Oh, is this going to be a 1 HP wonder?
1 HP!
Oh.
It's another one!
Mog joining Choco on the bad luck train.
A 3% chance to hit here, I think. Okay, hits it. No shenanigans knocking around here. We've had some shenanigans, but there haven't been any dire shenanigans yet. And now Team Choco have gotten to 87% just hit it lol. So we'll see whether BrainBugged is skilled enough to avoid the 13% miss. Do either of you know if decimals are counted in this game? So is it like 87% or is it 87.5? You just can't see the 0.5, but it still applies?
I'm
Or is
not
it
sure
always
on that
random?
one, because I feel they already lie about the accuracy. But not in the way that like something like Fire Emblem would do, where it skews it in the player's favor behind the scenes too. They just give you a fake number and have you roll with it.
I have no clue, to be honest.
Okay. It's just
I will say, though-
87.5 is like a nice, like, 7 in 8 chance. But 87% is just it's just a kind of number that exists, and I guess the aesthetics part of my brain wants it to be 7 in 8. Ugh. Sorry, Vallnoir, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were going to speak whilst I was downing my drink.
Oh, yeah, no, this game has a very in-depth FAQ on just like full mechanics breakdown, like how everything does work. And it's such an extensive read, and it's like, big shout out to the people that put stuff together like that and take the time to do it, especially, back in the early 2000s and stuff for a lot of these games. Because a lot of these speedruns and speedrun strats wouldn't exist without people doing that sort of information digging.
Yeah, absolutely. We did just see Team Choco not miss. It is pretty much just a straight skill check. So 13%, if you hit that, you're bad. But 87%, you hit that, you're good. Both Nicky and BrainBugged so far are good.
Did anyone miss the X potion on Ed?
I don't believe so.
Alright, well, you're gonna see it on my stream.
Please not. It loses so much time, honestly. It's just painful.
I'm just that good.
There are some behind the changes scenes going on right now, so just bear with us as we move things around a little bit. If you want the changes to go through a little bit quicker, just say sorry, Sereth, in chat. And he really likes that, and the power of love and friendship will get it fixed faster. Meanwhile...
Go ahead.
Oh, no, go on.
The fight that Nicky's on Tonberry, it has quite a few hidden traps already on the map that you won't see any of the runners trigger, but there's specific movement to get around them. I know the bottom one has a couple that I notoriously hit, because I always forget. But it's like, it's one of those gameplay mechanics you'd never see in a speedrun, because obviously the runners are going to know where everything is to avoid. Ooh. Enemy Dragoon actually dealing damage and putting one of the units in critical HP.
Yeah. Sorry about those technical difficulties. It's just pointed out in chat, one of the 15 runners said, we're working on new tech in Tactics Advanced 2, and they have also, like 15, discovered an active menu glitch. So they were just all doing some minip there simultaneously. And now the minip's done. That was to secure no missing the X potion on Ed and guaranteeing the 87% hit chance as well for Team Nog. So I'm excited to see neither of those things miss. We really haven't seen many X potions miss at all. I think we've only seen one, right? Potions in general.
I had one in this fight. I missed the Dragoon. Okay. No, the Scholar.
Okay, so we've had two.
But it's one of the least important potions because the other one's hit.
Okay.
Everyone's currently just kind of between missions, or I guess Mog's about to start one, but a lot of cutscenes in this game.
Yeah, there are a fair few. Like, I wasn't even being facetious or tongue-in-cheek when I said that Nicky is now like Loki, just bombing from one area to the other on a rush. It's genuinely true. There's just a fair bit of cutscenes in between them. I learned this game by pretty much holding my finger over L2 on my controller, which meant my emulator sped up. You don't truly appreciate how long some of these cutscenes are until you don't have that L2 button that makes everything go nice and fast. Team Choco now on making music.
Which is really more of just make way for the party so we can get to the boss, please. As all the enemies just try to block your way. Also, on both Mog and Choco, you can see how arbitrary some of these laws get. Mog has Harming the Weak, which is you cannot damage any unit of a lower level. Whereas Choco has Harming Female units, which pretty sure the enemy team has one of those, so guess you just can't hurt them ever.
Okay, here's the potion. I think Valdi was going to miss it.
Why would you say that?
Right, goodbye, Qazplm. Welcome, ChrisTenarium.
He didn't call that, okay? He called it himself earlier, and he was right. Oh, that's tragic.
Going back to the arbitrary laws, Tonberry with the not moving one tile law, which means you have to move one tile at a time. This is also a defend these units mission. We have Fawn and Pinello kind of in trouble here. If you move one tile at a time, they are going to die.
I missed again! Alright, third time lucky, come on. We got this.
There we go.
There we go. Alright.
The third first try every time.
The third first try every time. My goodness, that was something. That was... Well, did call it earlier on, and I guess it did happen. Props, if nothing else, for that.
It's important to get the bad RNG out of the way at the start. Both Choco and Tonberry are kind of playing it pretty risky, leaving it until the last quarter of the run. So I'm interested to see how that plays out.
So I think with that now, there can be no more bad RNG. So that's it gone. I'm fairly confident that's how that works.
Now the true comeback arc begins for Team Mog. Choco just waiting for their next turn to finish off the boss. Tonberry's just kind of running around this mountain, trying to get to the enemies.
We see a Penelo miss on Team Tonberry, but luckily that is considerably less important.
Choco going for the KO.
Very nice. At this point, all I'm doing is staring at every potion throw and hoping to God it doesn't miss.
I think as long as you don't say anything first, they'll be fine.
I didn't even jinx it.
I'm not sure if that is accurate anymore. Back in the days, my belief that in a run, like on average, 2 potions should miss.
Okay.
Well,
but obviously not. They don't
Team
need
Mog.
to be bad. Like there are also potions with barely match.
I was gonna say, like, Team Mog has now missed 3.
I said back in the days. I'm not sure anymore if my recent experiences support these numbers, but that is.
Okay.
You know, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, very much so.
There's really not too many missions left after the Sky Pirates. Penelo playing it really risky though, taking as much damage as possible on her own. Thankfully the fight's pretty much over for Team Tonberry.
Right. Nicky, it's bad enough that you're also, like, commentating at the same time your run is going. Now you're flexing by saying hi to chat.
Chat is great. I love chat. Okay.
Okay, and Nicky very much trying to win the crowd over for Team Tonberry as we speak. Brilliantly playing the crowd. Just too good at multitasking, that's your problem.
Also, shoutouts to Turbo.
Shoutouts to the homie. So the last mission you did was the wanted thing for Vaughn. So now you really are getting to the late game. I was gonna say, like, you're traveling to the new continent, but you must have done that ages ago.
Yeah, that was where most of the Herdy story was.
Yeah.
We'll be traveling there soon a second time.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, there are 2 continents in there as well. You can take the aerodrome and go back and forth.
On Team Choco's screen, Adele is meeting Ilua, or however you want to pronounce her name. There's something special about Adele that we don't get to fully see in the speedrun, but like, Ilua is not a good person, and we'll find that out later. And she's kind of threatening Adele here a little bit. But Adele's just gonna shrug it off and pretend like nothing's wrong. Meanwhile, Tonberry, I think, is seeing a continuation of that. Or no, not yet. No, that's later.
Yeah, if I'm honest,
But we do
once
get
again
to
just
see
kind of-
Ilua.
So, once again, we've kind of reached a crossroads where I'm realizing that I'm saying yet another character differently. I just, in my head, I said Ilua. It's
That is a Spanish thing.
I-L-L-U-A.
I think.
This is why every game just needs to
Not
be voice
even.
acted.
Yeah, no, but not even though, because I'm throwing in a Y. I'm saying Ilua, whereas if
Yeah.
it was Spanish, it would be Ilua. Well, I mean, double L would be Jua, but like, you know, one thing at a time, Jesus. Nicky, you can be the casting vote between us. Is it Ilua or Ilua? I mean, you've basically already said by saying it's a Spanish thing, but, you know.
Yeah, I call it Ilua, but I mean, I'm also German, so, you know, rules. Your pronunciation just reminded me of a German word where we also had that discussion of like double L and like LY pronunciation. Which I'm not sure if it exactly translates to English, which is why.
TLDR, there are too many ways to say different words in different languages. It's a disaster.
And then combine that with the fantasy aspect where you're literally creating words that don't exist anywhere. That only adds to the confusion. One thing to note on Team Tonberry here is, however we decided to pronounce her name, she's got 416 HP, which means we cannot defeat her in just one turn for once.
Yeah. I don't think it's
And-
as scary yet. but it
Well,
can
missing a
get
potion
really
on...
bad. Oh, there was a missed potion.
Yep.
Okay, well, second try.
Also, the meme part, if you try to be sneaky about the 16 HP and think like, hey, I can use a bow. No, she has reflex as an ability.
Oh, I found that out the hard way. Don't you worry. I can sneak 16 damage on. I'm pretty sure that one, it doesn't even do 16 damage. You're just that, like, we're level 16, and this is very much the end game. Like, yeah. Even one of the lads just chilling by the side, Tracy here, is level 29. So it doesn't even do 16 damage, but even if you could hit her, you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, reflex lets a unit dodge any irregular attack. So, just, you know, because you would just be shooting a normal bow, she just immediately dodges it and takes no damage. They do not like that ranger.
Luckily, as well as doing damage, we can also heal with the X potions. Okay. Just trying to train my eyes like a hawk and not miss any X potions.
So one of the Because in Tactics Advance, all of your units just straight up start the battle with full MP every time. They changed it around in A2 and make you start at 0, and then you regenerate like 10 per turn or something. The leftmost unit on Team Tonberry, the enemy, is an illusionist, which can target every unit on the map with magic, and those magic spells are pretty lengthy, but they also cost a lot of MP, so because you start at 0, you aren't able to use it for a couple rounds, which is really nice in this case, that you don't have to sit through that. Nicky's still working her way towards the boss.
Yep. Just staring and making sure that there aren't any more missed X potions. We've hit a few in a row now. Which you would expect when they're 90% chance of hitting, but I mean, anyone who's played XCOM can tell you that 90% could mean anything. Anyone who's ever played a tactics game could also tell you that. Oh, they are so dead. That's you the front about to have a bad time. Oh, the suplex!
Luso's just standing in the back like, I'm not going up there.
Yeah.
I've had enough of that.
Luso's
It's just
very much
enjoying the view.
Yeah. Oh, okay, there's another miss. I think we've definitely had more than the average amount of misses so far. Another miss will be a problem. Alright, well, there's one. And there's two. Okay. Alright, nice. Have Team Mog done making music?
Oh, I believe so.
That's a shame.
No.
No?
What
They
I can
haven't?
see, I would think not.
Oh wait, no, they just finished the ghost fight. Yeah, it's still coming up.
Okay.
Luso's in bed. Choco going to rescue the Sky Pirates. And then on Team Tonberry, we're about to get a little sneak peek preview of a later boss, the final boss.
This surprised me when I first saw it as well.
I do appreciate the creativity on bosses instead of just, here's an enemy unit with more HP. They put, you know, bigger enemies and stuff out there. Hand coming through a rift though, and it's something. Alright, Team Mog about to do the 87%. So if I recall correctly, on Team Tonberry's fight, Lusa points out the jewel things on this side at the beginning. The game wants you to interact with them to prevent the boss from doing something, I guess. That's under the assumption you're not going to be able to do 400 damage in one go.
It's actually like some kind of cannon, which you can activate by like activating all those crystals. Once you have done it once, then another set of crystals like pops up and you have to activate out of those 4. And it's like 160, 170 AoE, I want to say.
Which isn't bad if you're, you know, on level playing the game properly.
Yeah.
I did not catch Team Mog's attack, but I assume because we're on the cutscene that the potion did not miss. Team Choco finishing off the Sky Pirate fight here. So even though the boss only takes 2 hits to kill on Team Tonberry's side, it still takes a solid like 3 rounds to even get there, which that's basically all of the battle time is just spent waiting for enemies to go. But once there, a couple potions make quick work of the boss and we get to move on. Also, Team Tonberry gets teleported to the final location in the game that they could travel back from here. So Choco's entering the fight with Illua. We'll see if they have better luck on the accuracy with potions than Team Tonberry did. Meanwhile, Team Mog is gathering the materials to make Hurdy's instrument. And you can see on the book on Team Tonberry here, they're about 75% of the way through the story based on how many lines are indicated. So the pages are almost fully filled up. Coming down to the last little bit of the game. I always love how over the top the animation is for focus on the headless enemy. It looks like they're going to be doing something so much bigger than just strengthening their attack. So Team Tonberry is about to enter either one of the best or most annoying, or no, not this cutscene, the next cutscene when they enter the mission. This cutscene actually that Team Tonberry is on is fun if you're familiar with FFTA, because that game starts out with Marsh bumping into Tubonga and causing a commotion, and then Mont Blanc comes up and saves the day. Which, this is basically just a throwback to that, because here's Mont Blanc to break up the commotion. Except we don't get into a fight here, which is really nice.
Sorry about that. My internet dropped off 10 minutes.
Welcome back.
Hello.
You missed, I think, 15 potion misses.
Oh, damn. I mean,
Yeah.
it's... You know what? If they were, like, 10 Mog, 5 Tonberry, I wouldn't even be surprised. What have I missed? I assume I missed Team Tonberry kill the hand?
Yeah, that one went pretty standard, nothing special.
Okay.
Choco, I think, is having good luck on the first Ilua encounter. Team Tonberry is on, like I was saying a little bit ago, either the best or most annoying cutscene, depending on how much you like Moogles, because boy, are there Moogle noises. You might have fast-forwarded through this one, but there's a lot of squeaking.
Yeah, I very much did.
The story is the cave has apparently been overrun with Moogle Banes. You know, little enemies that like to prey on our precious little cute Moogles. So we're here to help save the day. With the power of machinery. Oh, it's not working. And Team Mog is done with making music, it looks like.
Yeah, that they are. Right, okay. Just vaguely finding out where we are. So, yeah, Team Choco is here. That Seeker's about to get time bladed. I keep thinking time blade is a double slash, but it's not. It's the suplex. Team Choco have several potion turns to hit this one.
Yeah, I don't think they missed any, but I wasn't. I was too distracted by the Moogles, to be honest. Even though nothing was happening on Tonberry, I was watching the cutscene. But there's the Moogle Banes, the super threatening, very scary to Moogles enemies. Basically, bunny rabbits. Also really annoying because they have charm.
Yeah, that was my one takeaway from this fight. They can cast Charm, and the way you get rid of it is you boop your own lad over the head. We love the miss.
Unfortunately for Team Tonberry, the Charmed unit is also the first one in line. But it's not smart enough to use reverse items, so we're fortunate for that.
So now we're going to start getting revenge on these bunnies who've attempted to charm two of us. And now, pretty much just as the hand came up for Team Tonberry last time, my internet booped itself. So at least I'll get to see Team Choco do it. How much HP does the hand have? It's a bit,
it's
right?
2 potions. I think it's like 450-ish.
450. Huh. Somewhat amusing. I think it was about 700. It's wild though. Like, obviously, with a hand like this tearing through, like, you know, space and time through a rift, it has 450-ish HP. Meanwhile, that antlion we killed earlier in Chapter 7, still
Had
more HP.
650.
Yes.
I may be wrong on it. They might have had more. All I remember was 2 potions.
So they might have similar HP, which still just tells you how strong that antlion is.
Yeah, it still shows you how much of a wall that lad is that early on. It's wild. I'll try and keep my eyes peeled on Team Choco. But it will be 2 turns before they're able to get there, I think. I don't know if you mentioned that there are, like, 2 invisible traps.
Yeah, I know Nicky intentionally ran into one and then an enemy triggered another. There's really no reason not to run into them. You're just trying to go forward as fast as possible.
It was definitely intentional, chat. Believe him.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Nicky.
Ironically, every second run, the enemy just directly runs into that trap, it feels like. But this time, they triggered the other trap. But yeah, I mean, in the end, it worked out fine. That's 2 units made it to the boss and got their potions off, so that was all that mattered.
Also, this bunny mission is a very amusing one after, you know, hand tears through rift. we're nearing the end of the game. Also, here are some chocobos and rabbits. Go boop them for me. Cheers.
It's a little bit of a palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Basically, all of the main main story characters get like their own shout-out mission. So this is Herdy's shout-out mission, followed by Adele's, and then like the FF12 party, and then, well, you could say, quote unquote, together with the final boss rush. Also, we need to have a reason to visit the hometown of the Mughals.
Right, of course. Also, I just saw the hand has 661 HP, so there you go.
Slightly more than the antlion.
But almost exactly the same. The difference, 661 and like 650.
But if we think about it, we're comparing a hand, which is just part of an overall larger being, with a full creature. So like, we have to compare it more to like the antlion's mandible or something. Which I think that's around 120 HP or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can follow this. Yeah, why not? Why not? Oh, never mind them. My complaints are for naught.
Fun fact, when you fight the antlion again, it needs 4 X potions. But the final boss parts only need 3 each.
The plot thickens.
Yeah, Team Choco take down the hand. It's a very, very cool animation for it coming in and out.
Yeah, they really did a good job on like the animations and just graphics in general for this game.
Yeah.
So, Team Tonberry, Adele is being told she's a special chosen one, but she wants none of it, so she runs away. Says, no, I'm not listening to you.
Yeah. And I'm sure she doesn't come back later having changed her mind or having become enlightened of something she wasn't previously aware of.
It's still a side quest chain to unlock her special personal job.
Okay.
Where she does come to terms with who she is.
So how long are we going to spend on that in the speedrun?
0% of the time.
Okay. So so we're not developing the side character, is what you're saying?
No.
Oh, okay.
We'll go rescue her because she's left us for the bad guys.
Yeah. If you want to experience that, all missions exist, and that quest chain is the reason why Adele is actually needs to stay relevant.
Oh yeah, aren't they like solo fights or something?
Oh god.
Can't recall.
Yep.
And if you want to speedrun all missions, it's a short 14 hours. It's there whenever you want it. Just also keeping an eye out for Team Mob. Is there an explosion miss?
I think so.
I thought that. Yeah, I think I saw that 10 seconds ago. That purple lad have an explosion.
Hey, Malboro Vine drop though. We're good to go on that.
Nice. All right, we can rewind an hour into the past and use that. And there we are. The last one drops. And now we have the true joy of speedrunning. Cutscenes from all 3 parties. Nearly, Team Tonberry is about to get into a fight.
They're in a cutscene before the fight, which that counts as the fight pretty much. You're already there. You're just setting up the scene.
Yeah, we need to make her come to her senses, and we're going to do that the only way we know how. By healing her with damage.
A potion against the brainwashing.
Yeah. If you read deep into it, I'm sure it's a metaphor somehow.
Well, theoretically, you are supposed to, like, talk to her, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 times.
Wait, that's an option?
Yeah. You can stand next to her and, like, talk to her.
I think everyone probably chose the other option.
Yeah.
Like, you will see an extra prompt.
With Luso.
No, with anyone. Once I stand, like, next to her, I'm pretty sure.
Well, hang on. Do we know her compatibility with the Sikhs?
I know, never mind. It might just be...
I don't know if they like her.
Yeah. Maybe it's a compatibility thing, even. Yeah, who knows?
And 1x potion that will always work. Down she goes. And just like that, she's with us again. Not immediately, but...
Brainwashing dispelled. Oh, time for 2-year rest. I think that's the general length of time for injuries in our clan.
Yeah.
For small injuries. Sid was out for way longer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Sid was out for a really long time, having just been shot. We don't even know the true extent of her injuries. She'd be gone for a decade.
I can't hear the music, but I believe one of the best songs in the game is playing right now on Team Tonberry's feed. I want to say it's called Sorrow.
Oh, so it's an upbeat song, is it?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a really emotional song, and it helps bring the scene together.
And T-Mod getting to the fight that shows that teleporting is pretty hog.
But remember, kids, teleporting breaks the law.
It does. But do it anyway, it's fun. And also, just to highlight just how, again, under-leveled we are. I believe in Tonberry's last fight, the enemies were level 39. And I think we're either at 16 or 17.
We're about 18 or 19 right now, I think.
Oh, sorry. So we're only just under half their level.
Alright, I promise not to get distracted by the Moogles this time. Oh, but look how cute they are.
They are pretty cute, to be fair.
So Moogles have one job called Gadgeteer. It will never make its appearance in any speedrun and like as actively used because it is such a meme job. But when I did a casual all missions playthrough of this game, one of my core party members was like full-time Gadgeteer. And what that job does is they have all these abilities where you flip a coin and say the Golden Spring applies haste. Heads, it gives your whole party haste. Tails, it gives all the enemies haste. And all of their abilities are literally just coin flips on buffing or debuffing either you or the enemies.
That sounds amazing.
It is, yeah, it's the one talking to the robot right now. It's such a meme job, but it was so much fun to use.
Are you interested in a fun fact towards that?
Absolutely.
Oh, did you use it?
No, but in missions there is a fight in which you like have to have one character only together with like 5 Moogles against 6. And of those 5 Moogles, one of those is one of them. and he just always flips first turn, which party gets hasted. And if the enemy party gets hasted, you are in for a lot of trouble because you only have one character to actually do anything with.
Well, clearly
and
you
no
just
one
need to...
no one of your Moogles is allowed to die.
Well, you just need to bring your own Gadgeteer, even the playing field.
I love jobs like that. That, like, realistically, their power level is like dirt. You will never use them if you're min-maxing, but if you want to just meme around and have a fun time, they're god tier. It's kind of like Geomancer and FF5, you know? They'll never be any part of a core, good, powerful party. But my god, they have some niche, brilliant uses. And meme uses. Mostly the memes. Alright, time to eagle eye look at X potions again. I would actually quite. So this is one of the things I have written down of something that I didn't understand at the time. Hopefully, you can explain to me about why. In this mission that Nicky's about to do, the notes that I was reading say that if Vaughn moves towards the party, it saves minutes, but it's only about a 30% chance. Oh, it's because you have to kill Vaughn, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured it out. All right, high five, team. Let's go. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I thought about that for 2 seconds and then actually came to the conclusion on my own because it was a very easy one.
Yeah, this is just one of those fights where he may or may not back up first turn, and depending on if he does or not, that's going to either save time or you're going to have to now fight through every enemy to get to him.
Alright, so Penelo's turn. That really looks like Penelo.
Yeah, I don't know why she has a question mark in her name. I think maybe a typo.
Yeah, probably a typo. I can't imagine Vaughn has one as well, so that'll be safe.
No, but he did get more handsome.
Yeah.
I think he's going for that role of leading a man. And
unlucky.
To answer your question here, why this is bad.
Yep. So now you're gonna have to slowly make your merry way over to them.
Always paying attention to the character names here of the enemies.
I did not see what that lad was called. Balti.
Oh, and there's a Vier. Okay, I think I'm seeing a theme here.
The first one was called Rosenbach.
Rosenbach.
I don't think I've ever noticed that.
Is there also a Francisca lurking around in this party members as well, or? Looks like Team Mugs get through their mission relatively unscathed. Looks like Team Choco is also plowing through their mission as well.
Only one Choco left on Team Choco.
Exactly.
Harsh.
Harsh, yeah, there we are. Hello?
It is close if you see it like Japanese, where the U is generally not called. P and F are very close, L and R, and M and A.
Right, okay. I at least get that one. Alright, explosion to end the fight. Down he goes.
Thankfully, he doesn't have slightly more than 400 HP because he has critical quicken, and that would make that so much worse.
Yeah.
Ewan and this Vaughn has the highest evasion of all characters in this, of all enemies in this run. By quite a long shot.
I believe that only leaves 3 missions left for Team Tonberry. So getting pretty close to the end here.
Mm-hmm. Three? Yeah, 3. Yeah, 20, right? Yeah, okay, cool. I'm double checking. For some reason I thought it was 2, but no. 1 has just escaped my mind. Really isn't that much long left there, Nicky. You must be on pretty decent pace.
I mean, there's also 20 minutes of cutscenes left, so
yeah,
you always think you're doing well, and then you're sitting
Also,
there.
there's a lot of RNG still to be had.
You mean this game has RNG? Where? Are you sure?
I mean, we just had a fight, but it was basically the second best fight possible, but it probably still lost like 1.5 minutes over the best fight possible.
Swings like that fairly late on are like wild. Like, this so feels bad if you don't get the good thing happen. Alright. T-Mog now also on Lua and going into the Void Arm.
Choco, I think, is losing Adele and then going to get her back right now. I think is where they're at. I also love that on Team Mog, I mean, obviously the judge gets banished or whatever, but the law in that fight, otherwise, is you cannot be robbed. Being robbed is against the law.
I saw that one when I was doing it. Normally I just skip through the laws and like I didn't really pay attention to them, but does that mean you can't be robbed? Or it's...
If you get robbed, you have broken the law.
Right. So
Which,
like the stealing
that just
still
sounds
goes
silly,
through.
right? You are the victim, so you are at fault.
Yeah. That's what you get for getting robbed? Lol?
Yeah, be more responsible, come on.
That's right. If you ever get robbed, you should take a hard look at yourself.
Maybe the judge just shakes his head and says, you know what? You deserved it. I'm out.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love that world. The judge just sits there and tuts at you. Like,
Team Mog got hit by an elementalist spell, which also immobilized.
ugh.
So that's essentially 1 of 5 characters out of the fight for a couple turns.
I'll say, how long do they last? Is it 2 or 3 turns?
It's like you get to move again on your 3rd turn, so lasts 2.
Right.
But we do get remedies. So probably it's the beginning. Sometimes we have like 5. They never run out. So.
See, I wouldn't remember I had them and would just sit there. Probably.
Yeah, but Luso needs also something to do just in case, you know? He's just there making sure.
I see, I forgot he was even there.
But luckily, aleksaster of Team Mog did not forget and is using the Luso remedy, so... right, Team Tonberry are now about to go into the Trinultimate? But there are 3 missions left. We're about to do specific movement, I believe, in order to bait lads out. Do you want to go into that, Vallnoir?
Yeah, I totally remember the full setup here.
So you have the two central backline Seeks, they take 2 steps forward. The one on the left moves 2 left and 2 down. The other two's existence is only to hit the Time Mage, and that's so something happens so the Time Mage doesn't cast haste again, which is obviously really bad.
The Time Mage might even have Quicken at this point in the game.
Nah, he
Maybe
has
just haste.
Yeah, he has like an ability that depletes MP first when you damage him.
Oh,
you will not
damage to
damage him
MP.
so that he doesn't
Yeah,
get
yeah.
MP for haste.
Right, so it procs the shield that uses MP and then it doesn't have
Yeah.
MP. Right, yeah, okay, cool, there you go.
Because haste would be so bad in this fight.
So that's the attack, it goes off, it does 11 damage.
So 2 in the middle are hopefully trying to get the red mage to stand on top of the waterfall, which sometimes happens, sometimes doesn't. And that the one on the left is supposed to take care of the summoner. For some reason, ever since we've done this marathon save route, I think, I don't know, things have not worked exactly out the way I put, you know, not like anything is ever consistent in this game.
So the marathon safe route, you're technically, because you're doing more missions and more dispatches, you're technically a higher level than you used to be, right?
Yeah, I think.
So it's probably like defense values and HP values affecting the decision making of the AI then. Which then, like, something like that makes it really hard to have a consistent strategy.
Yeah. Now, I don't know off the top of my head exactly how this fight would go, but dare I suggest it's not like this. Seek on the left has died, and then another one is definitely below half HP. That one there is 97.
The final 3 is where you can't just casually walk through and you really need to be careful.
We are so low level at this point that it really is a burden.
I'd say the next fight isn't too bad, but yeah, this one in particular and the last one have so many bad variations that can go down. Also, fun fact about water, because the summoner's casting from in there, Moogles cannot go in water, and also the New Mao can't either. It has to just be like a fur thing, like they don't want to get their fur wet or something.
I almost respect it. Life on the line, you gotta go through the water in order to save yourself. Just kind of look at the water and you're like, nah, I'm not feeling it, thanks. Yeah, there is a seat there. It's very low HP. Thankfully, though, the power of the boots just teleport up the waterfall.
So on Team Mog, I'm noticing that Ewan is still alive. So we were focusing so much on Team Tonberry. I don't know how that fight really went down, but 2 members of the party are missing, so probably not too clean.
He dodged 2 X potions. Okay.
Yeah, I would give up on him too at that point.
Yeah. At some
I did
point,
see the
he's just
first
not
one.
worth finishing. Yeah, you know what? I was going to say at some point he's not worth finishing, but I think at that point I would kill him out of spite.
Ewan also has an extra cutscene when you kill, so...
Okay, maybe I wouldn't kill him out of spite.
Maybe out of spite you wouldn't give him the time to shine. But yeah, as mentioned, he has evasion.
Yeah. I think that takes X potions missed by Team Mog to 6. Which... Yeesh. It's been a lot. Oh, the stop isn't ideal.
So
Is
it's
there-
especially problematic because only one of the rangers has the ability to teleport.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say,
no
can
one
any
else is getting
of
up that
the-
waterfall.
The waterfall is actually jump for, so they can't jump up the waterfall, but only within the water.
Ah.
Team Choco is entering pirate problem, so we'll see if Vaughn cooperates or not.
Why the question mark? You just mean Vaughn, right?
Well, I was reading the name.
No. But like that is Vaughn. There's no question about it, right?
But the question mark is in his name.
But it looks so much like him. Why is there even a question mark?
That's a good question.
Oh, we see another Seeker down for Seeker 3, which is concerning. I think we're several turns together, so this can miss and it's not a problem. Oh, okay.
Well, there's a miss.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I'll hold my hands up there. I think that one was my fault. I probably jinxed that one. The heal. Oh, but the other problem now that I can't get there, and the other Seek up top is stopped still. And I think that's the Seek that's going to get a turn in between the Ilya turns.
Meanwhile, on Team Choco, got the good RNG, so pirate problems is.
Vaughn turns straight away and misses the swipe. It shouldn't be.
And Pinello being nice enough to leave a space behind him just in case we need to do 2 or 3 potions here. But I don't think anyone would ever miss a potion attack on that fight.
No one has ever missed one. Right, Ilya is now in a nice position for this Seek to just kind of waltz up. Missing this one would be very, very bad. So obviously it will hit. Okay, that's quite bad. As misses go.
Angel Ring coming in clutch though, not losing that unit.
Okay, yeah, okay. Immediate res back up.
That may prove to be the
deciding
saving
factor.
grace of this fight.
Okay. Luso takes another death for the lads, and then suddenly there's a Seek there. 2 turns to kill. You can't possibly miss 2 X potions, right? It's easy. It's an easy fight.
You just do it.
You just do it. I never had a doubt. And for no particular reason, I would just like to apologize to Nicky and Team Tonberry.
We all have the runs of our life. Telling
Yeah. My goodness, that was cursed.
Team Mog having a little bit of a roadblock on their way to the hand there. But they'll probably fly out of the way before the next round, so it should be fine.
And with Team Mog finishing off the hand. Should just be like the next set of Seek turns. Huh. The hands icon in the turn order is teeth chomping.
That's just kind of what they use for the big enemies.
I guess when it's too big, it's very difficult to show everything.
Yowie has the same sign, so you know, the big antlion with the same amount of HP.
First X potion being thrown. The hand will get a turn. And the second one will be thrown. The hand really doesn't do a lot. I guess it doesn't expect you to just nuke everyone down for 400 HP, but... And then the second one... down.
Easy every time.
Easy. Every time. Never even in doubt.
Choco doing the safety save before going into the ritual. Pretty low bar set so far for how this one can go.
Yeah.
I think the goal is to exit the fight with more than 2 party members alive.
Yeah. As bars go, it's not exactly a mammoth one to leap over, but I've jinxed it before, so I will say nothing now.
The map that Team Tonberry is on right now is probably one of the most awkward to traverse because you've got bottlenecks, like single tile spaces in 2 directions that you can even exit. And then, of course, the enemies are going to try to block your way.
Yeah, but Iliwa doesn't actually start like moving and taking turns until you get a certain amount close to her.
Yeah, it's basically like the square of land that she's like that area that she's in.
Yeah.
Until you enter that, she'll just kind of chill there and
yeah, pretty
get
much. Where the
herself
purple
stronger.
lad is right now, if you
Yeah.
step on that pile, she'll start like, you know, taking turns and hitting you. But until then, you've got like all the time in the world that you want to just set up. Not all the time in the world. This is a speedrun. Like, you know, maybe don't spend 30 minutes here looking for the ideal opportunity to go in. But it gives you a little bit of time to set up, because once you cross that line, you want to take 2 consecutive turns to kill her in 1 chance without her taking a chance. Unfortunately, these lads do take 2 explosions because they have like 450 HP? 459. Was there a command there? I can't help but notice someone on Team Choco's team got haste.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, Team Tonberry with another X potion miss.
Remember, we're averaging 2 over the course of a run.
Yeah, and I mean, frankly, Tonberry and Mog are approaching enough for a lifetime at this point.
So Nicky's gonna teleport across the gap, but even though technically within attack range, not actually in attack range.
So Iliwa will just kind of stare menacingly at Teleporty Lad. Trying to keep an eye on Team Choco and just make sure that that fight isn't going hilariously wrong.
I mean, Iliwa stepped straight forward into the water, which is usually a good indication it's gonna go all right. Because that sets her up to basically just run straight down the waterfall into your group.
Team Tonberry now taking the steps inside. That is a lot of turns in a row, so I won't say that anything can't go wrong. Oh my god!
It's great you didn't say anything.
What?
If you had said something,
Sorry guys, I have to leave. I'm gonna go play the lottery. I've got things to do.
is this lottery you're playing one where you owe them money if you win?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so I tried to go for a quick kill there. She only gets if the second potion hit misses, and she gets a turn, we are dead. Since the first one misses, she only uses moves like Abyssal Slash, which we can handle.
Okay.
So
but yeah, if she had to take damage and she has a turn, she uses Sheol, which basically gives her allied characters the best statuses and ours all the worst. So we'll just never get a turn anymore. Okay. It's like slow versus haste, and you haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. Well, we won't get to see it. It's okay. There are a lot of turns in a row now. I like the
Choco going for their first potion on her. All right.
400, it hits.
So just one more and we can wrap it up. A couple enemies in the way though, so that's going to make it difficult.
The X potion for Tonberry does hit. Now, Nicky has said that the really bad one to miss is the second, so we just won't miss the second. And it's easy, right? Oh, okay. I haven't been that nervous for a 90% chance hit in quite a while.
So, Chris, if I can have, like, one wish.
Yeah.
Can we just stop the and Gina for the final boss fight? Please?
I'll let that happen. I'll let that happen.
I don't know. Team Mog used all of theirs up earlier. Team Tonberry's been saving it for the end. I think this was a risk you chose to take.
Yeah, but we're out of it now, so it's okay.
Yeah. Choco having no problems with the ritual.
Choco
moving on smoothly.
Was genuinely uneventful. It went about how you wanted to go. Then Team Choco just kind of walked up, booped him on the head, and walked off. Oh hey, we've got to have cute Moogles now for Team Mog. Look at that.
And giant spells going on elsewhere.
Yeah, less so cute on Team Tonberry's screen. There aren't cute Moogles so much as explosions and, you know, Kefka-esque destruction.
Yeah, so Team Tonberry gets to meet the final boss. I don't even know how to begin to describe what it is. I don't think they knew what it was when they made it either.
It is a giant lad. Do you need to be more descriptive?
No, I think that just about covers it.
Okay. Do you remember how the final boss goes? Would you like to take us through it? Because there is like a bit of a setup.
Yeah, so the final boss has quite a few mechanics going on for it. So we can see on the right side, one of the hands is still remaining because we haven't destroyed that yet. So that's blocking the way on the right side. Throughout the battlefield, if we can get the camera to pan back down towards the party, there's going to be like these little pedestals essentially that this orb is going to spawn on that we have to damage. One of them's behind the right hand, so we're going to kind of split the party up between all the directions. Or you can see the orb in the chest there, and every time you hit the orb it'll teleport to another location. So you have to split the party up, damage it all across the battlefield, and eventually open up the weakness at the very top of the map. There are a lot of attacks that can go on here from the boss himself. Confusion, map-wide damage, you name it. It's pretty nasty. Luso's here to clear confusion at least.
Yes. Yeah, Luso isn't here to be the main character and hero we know he can, but just he's here to boot lads over the head who get confused.
But you can see the HP on the Wisp. It's 844. So even with our reverse X potions, that's 3 attacks that it'll take.
Also, looking at Team Mog, I can't help but notice the 3 Seeks are charmed.
3? Okay, I saw one of them.
It was one of them, and then there were 2 more that came along. Charm Seek is going to get a turn first. I hope it doesn't do anything too tragic.
Maybe he attacks another charmed one. No, because they would probably flag it as an ally at that point.
Attack, and it's hitting... Oh, I mean... As if Liso hasn't had it like rough enough. My goodness.
On Team Tonberry, Nicky's going for the first Wisp attack here. So we'll see it teleport to the left side, I believe. Or left, it's right.
Yep.
Which is handy, no pun intended, because it's easily available to attack the next round, or maybe not. Thought it used to be in range.
Meanwhile, Team Mog still have 2 charmed. Okay, so that gets rid of one of them. I don't see when the next turn is, but it looks like it's under control now. The turn order wasn't too tragic. My worry was that 3
it would just snowball into
immediately have a turn, yeah, which would have led to kind of a disaster. Okay.
So that's 2 hits on the Wisp for Team Tonberry.
So how many hits are we going to need total?
It should just be 3, but there's still a hand blocking in our way.
And then is it time once we get that last explosion on the orb?
The Wisp is not the final boss. We still have to make our way to the very, where the head would be.
Yeah.
But we see the danger of letting this Wisp live is that the core or whatever is going to heal it and then charge it to be more powerful to do the map-wide attack. And this is where the old route used to use the Eureka Stone from the quiz that you mentioned earlier in the run, where it fully heals and dispels all status ailments for the whole party, which is really handy. Again, no pun intended. I keep saying it and then there's a hand on the screen. I don't mean it.
The more you say it, the more I believe you. So
yeah.
Team Mog is still on the Rabbit and Chocobo fight. This is it took a while to recover, so it's kind of been tragic. Like it's a very easy mission. You're never going to be in trouble of like actual danger. Just
they can troll you to waste your time.
Yeah.
See if Team Choco's got a decent lineup of turns coming up here.
Yeah.
That they might be able to.
Yep, gonna walk straight in.
Nice dodge on Team Tonberry's side, avoiding detrimental damage.
So resing the one that died earlier.
Yeah, thankfully you get access to your judge on this fight.
I didn't see if the first X potion hit.
I believe it did.
I'm going to assume it did. So this is the bad one to miss. Yeah, 182. And
we're good to go.
Easy.
Okay.
Never a concern.
And Team Mog cleaning up the last Mooglebane. So for Team Tonberry, I didn't see. No, the Wisp is still alive. Once the Wisp goes down, the core will power up these blue stones around the upper arms and the chest area. And we can use what it wants to do with those to manipulate it into being basically harmless for the remainder of the fight. When a stone is glowing, the boss will then essentially detonate it and cause damage around any of the stones that are glowing on the map. So if we leave one unit next to it at all times, it will just continuously try to kill that unit instead of, attacking everyone on the map at once instead. And that just allows the rest of the party, or rather one person, because only one person can attack at a time, to just slowly whittle the boss down. But we do need the Wisp to go down first. And the core has also restored enough HP that the Wisp now needs 2 potions to defeat.
Confuse isn't ideal.
If only one of them was, it wouldn't be bad, but both of them is...
Both of them together. I guess best case it just backs off and then boops the other one. Okay, there you go. The turn loss isn't good, but...
the Seek in the bottom center is literally just waiting there for the core or the Wisp to come back to it. It's not really worth the time of trying to run all the way around with that unit again. And generally you'll have to do 4 hits here, although I chose to teleport to that one instead. Which, very convenient. But I think Nicky's postponing the KO until more units are near the blue stones.
Yeah, so as long as the small one is in low HP, as you can see, the big one doesn't do anything besides just healing it. So I'll just check the turn order basically to decide when the small one dies. So because the big one also has, like, once it gets there, we can manipulate it. But before that, it has like an AoE attack, basically as strong as that Sanctify attack we got to see earlier. Which it likes to spam sometimes for the first, I don't know, 3 turns sometimes even. So yeah, having turns and being able to heal people up, it's just nice to have. And obviously being able to get the first 3 closer already is also not bad. Getting double confused is not part of the plan, but
I'd be worried if it was part of the plan.
Yeah, you win some, use some. It's 65%. I mean, the chance of actually hitting both is less than 50%.
Looks like Team Choco also got double confused. One of them being the Ranger with the teleport boots, which is definitely not one you want to lose. And the one that would normally attack the center Wisp. So Choco's in for an interesting fight as well.
I've had our fair share of interesting fights.
So be 2 more potions for Team Tonberry until time, and you can see it charging up the stones here. So just go park right next to it, and then it'll waste its turn killing that unit.
Sometimes you have to be the sacrifice for the greater good.
I think a certain clan member knows that all too well.
At this point, it would be a shame not to have Luso die. Like...
Yeah, you can actually interact with the glowing stones to turn them off. But in terms of the speedrun, that's a terrible idea. You don't want to do that.
That's a lot of room-wide damage onto Team Choco there, though. That was... I think that hit 5-6. That was rough. Okay, Team Tonberry gets another X potion off on the core.
1 more to go. Pretty much set at this point. Move 1 closer just to be safe. Team Mog is about ready to just dump a potion on Adele and call it good there.
Time. And Team Tonberry is done. So
GG's Team Tonberry.
Yep, Type-0 Tonberry runner, now is your chance. Go, go, go. KaguyaNicky.
Thanks for not jinxing my final boss.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I saw that it wasn't 100%, and after just how bad it had been up until then, I decided to just not mention it.
Beginning was a little rough, but
yeah,
the rest of it, like after the Wisp was KO'd, wasn't too bad. Choco just starting the Wisp damage now. I think they've already got a potion on the hand. Yeah, so that's almost done as well. But there's...
Yeah, I was gonna say, so... Oh, yeah, so Choco did take like a ton of damage in the beginning, and I was very concerned.
The map-wide damage is pretty much the opener, but it's whether or not, you know, the hand and the core also decide to just keep piling on damage.
Who is that hitting?
The center one.
Okay, so that's another KO, and...
Yeah, at this point it's get your HP back up, pick up any KO'd units, and
start
try to recover.
Yeah, I don't think you can I don't think you can push for damage here, unfortunately.
Like, the two on the left here are pretty healthy.
Yeah.
And only one needs to stay by that spot and be alive at once.
I guess I'm just more concerned about getting the other lads into position again. Or at least the position is a tracker.
Yeah, I don't know if one of those is the teleporting one or not. Because that one will have the easiest time getting to wherever needs to be.
I think the teleporting one was the one in the middle. I don't think it's one of the ones on the... I could be wrong though. More damage pylon.
Also, I never pointed this out, so the main game is played on the bottom screen.
Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, that's a lot of dead lads. The Angel Room will proc and revive one of them, but just as the recovery comes through, here we are. Okay, pushing to kill the hand.
Probably a good idea to remove another damage source.
Yeah.
The turn order coming up here is not ideal.
We'll see, there should be some heals soon, so if there is ever time to recover.
It might be a heal into
the big one heals
though.
the small one, and the small one can't attack anything because it's out of range.
Yeah, I don't know who the one with the boots is, so... New Kid 2 comes back up. One with the boots is just...
I'm sure Brain knows which name unit has them.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be the one that teleports back down to the center for the Wisp spot.
Yeah.
Okay. Slowly recovering. Slowly bringing everyone back up.
Just gotta hope. No. I I mean, I'm not Chris, but I was gonna say I'm not hoping that this is now Apocalypse and confuses the one lad on the right who is all on his lonesome.
It wasn't. I'm trying to do my best not to jinx this because it's a bit of a horror scenario that BrainBugged is recovering from. Oh boy.
Maybe he'll just attack the wisp.
Yeah. So the only Seek alive on the right is currently confused, which could, dare I suggest, be a problem.
Yeah. Having everyone on the left is really not help that much.
Yeah, didn't have a choice, unfortunately.
Here you see where we try to split people up.
So it's worth noting the party is level 20. The boss is level 50. You are not supposed to be this underleveled, and also they're wearing what, like a hat and a shirt. One of them has shoes. Like, they're barely even clothed. They're not prepared for this.
That reminds me of the hard mode fun fact. You can do everything. Hard mode gives like all enemies 50% more, and you can basically do the whole run the same way up to this point. At least before. The sketches work a bit differently. But then Sanctify happens and just murders your whole party. Just one shot wipes you.
Alright. Well, Team Choco looking a lot better than they were.
Yeah, they're recovering and stabilizing. Team Mog will get to see the third Vaughn RNG pattern.
Yeah. I hope for Team Mog's sake that Vaughn just makes a beeline towards the party. Sorry, Vaughn towards the party. Eyes very much affixed. Top of the minute, Apocalypse. Miss and confused. Okay, well, who goes first?
It looks like the critical one, so should be able to dispel the confuse and then.
So annoying, but not really scary yet.
It's still like difficult to choose what to do in that scenario. Like, do you dispel the confuse, have the confuse hit the wisp? Do you heal? Like, looks like Brain is opting to just get the damage started, try to push it to
Probably
the
is a good
final
decision
phase.
because otherwise the small wizards get charged again and now it gets healed instead.
Now, if we're lucky, we are not lucky. I was gonna say.
I agree with that play.
Something about BrainBugged in the relay. Oh, also, Team Mog, Vaughn just
Oh, yeah, moved up.
bolts it towards the best one, so.
Nice.
Luso
And Luso gets
sacrificed
killed,
himself.
so you get more chances to actually hit him.
Just making way for the true MVPs.
Yeah, there's something about BrainBugged in the Final Fantasy relay, but Homie is cursed on the final boss. How many people are dying as a result of that? Only one. And there's still another guy on the right, so it's not as bad as it was before. It's not great.
But this is the Wisp KO. So after this, it should be mostly fine. Once we see the rocks charged, we know we're in the clear.
We have 2 turns, so we can heal up a bit, and I think he still has enough X potions.
Pirate problems were no problem for Team Mog.
Team Mog charges into the final split.
Don't worry, everything can still go horribly wrong.
Oh, yep, we've seen that. We've seen.
You don't need to show us more than we have already shown. I think everyone got a good impression.
Between Team Choco and Team Tonberry until now, we have very much seen how badly all of the fights until now can go wrong. So you can just sail cleanly through to the end. We don't need more examples. Okay.
Definitely not what you want to see on Choco.
Definitely not what you want to see. There's only one of them alive. Okay, well, back.
And okay. This is fine. How many Phoenix downs does Brain have?
I think it was double digits.
Okay.
See, 10.
The problem is the I think this one has to move next to the stone after his action. Otherwise it might be another large attack.
Okay.
That's fine, didn't die.
Didn't die.
Recoverable. I think this dips Brain down into single-digit Phoenix downs. So,
it's
artificial timer now in play. I don't think the final boss can actually one-shot anyone at this point if they're at full HP.
Okay, so this is going to be the second explosion.
Just one more.
One more from somewhere.
It's kind of hilarious that like Gigadeath basically deals the same amount of damage as Grand Cross, while Gigadeath just immediately hits everyone, and Grand Cross is that oh so evil attack that gets charged up, and usually he talks about it. It's like.
Okay, deciding to be nice.
There's the rewind, so here we are. This is
here.
gonna be it if it hits, which it should.
Fine.
Hopefully. Team Choco, BrainBugged just called time. You can go. Type-0 Team Choco runner, now is your time.
GG.
GG from BrainBugged. GG. We have seen some fights towards the end of that. My goodness.
Definitely interesting encounters.
Were you worried towards the end there, BrainBugged, or did you always think you could just clutch that out?
No. As soon as I saw the two on the right confused, or the two very low, I was very scared. And after the last attack where like
you had one remaining
Zeke was alive, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be fun.
But you pulled it off.
Yeah, you pulled it off
really
and
good job.
Out in the end. You chose to push and do the correct idea. For those that don't know, when WoF World of Final Fantasy was in the relay a few years ago, BrainBugged on the final boss of WoF had a combination of attacks that I've never seen that led to him wiping, hilariously unluckily. And then he went back and got it again. So it's somewhat of a recurring theme with BrainBugged in the relay, unfortunately, where the final boss goes tragically. But I'm glad you managed to pull it out the bag. On that note, we now have 2 Type-0 runs going. And Team Mog is now a while back until like a while back into the final boss. Would Type-0 commentators like to introduce yourselves and give a bit of a rundown about the game until Taxis is at the end?
Absolutely. And cut us off if anything exciting happens on your screen. You guys will have plenty of time to see some Type-0 coming up, chat. So we'll let A2 finish out.
If anything wild happens, I will shout over all of you. Don't worry.
I think we're done with wild action, though. I think we've seen all of it. Alex is going to have a nice, calm run to the end. It'll be fine.
I would like there not to be, but, you know. Hopefully we won't need it. But yeah, go. Take it away.
We'll get some introductions in at least. I am KaguyaNicky, running on Team Tonberry. We have daspharaoh. FoxySaucado just started on Choco, and soon, at the end later, we will have Crimson Inferno 9 coming up for Mog. And I'm joined here on commentary by...
I'm Sent. Hello. Good to be here. Good to be talking about some Type-0. It is a much different game than a lot of the Final Fantasies that I think you're going to see this weekend. It is obviously very much an action RPG with a meter above the action commands you see on the right that kind of determines how much you can use those commands. You can ignore that meter. In fact, you can ignore that entire command list. You're not going to see it during this run. We don't need it.
Maybe a couple times. Maybe. But even more than that, this is already a different run than the last time you guys saw it in this relay. It's been a while since we've been here. I think 4 Interlude was the last time with me and Sent running head-to-head, so it's fun to see a bunch of new runners for this time around. But Crimson came in and optimized the heck out of this game. So anything you think you might remember, it might be changed a little bit. A lot of the core elements are the same, but little bits here and there you might go, oh, that's new. And that's what we're aiming for with this with these changes.
Yeah,
so
it's certainly been... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Koine. Nope.
No, go ahead. Yeah, you comment. I was going to divert.
Oh, good. I was going to say, yeah, the run really has changed a lot just in the past year or so. It's been absolutely wild. I'm super excited to see some of these strategies for, I think, the first time in any marathon appearance. So that's going to be really great to see. Now, the core of Type-0 is it is a game about 14 individual protagonists who we control. You're not going to be seeing all 14 of them throughout the run. They each have their own specialties, they each have their own magic preferences, they each have their own special actions that they can take. Honestly, about 4 of them are useful, but we are going to be seeing a lot of the 4 that are good. Right now, nope, actually Foxy has already finished the prologue, so we're probably not going to be seeing much of Queen until the very end of the run. Never mind.
Little tidbits here and there. The prologue is... The first portion of this game is where you really start to see a lot of the students, because once we get to the mid-game, you'll see them in passing for about 3 seconds, and you'll find out why when we get there. They don't get a lot of screen time as they fulfill their purpose and are promptly gone. But so the first part's very technical, has a lot of interesting stuff with the movement of the students, and making do with what we have for where we are. The middle 2 levels are probably some of the hardest. They have a lot of moving parts, but combat's changed a lot. And then at the end, we get to throw away everything new that we got and go back to just controlling the students themselves. So it's a very interesting mix, and that end part of the run is actually probably about half the run itself. A lot of this early stuff goes fast-paced game.
The last mission is a good 30 minutes long. You might have just seen there on Foxy's stream on the Team Choco feed, the little yellow circle on the boss, and that's a really important part of this game. The yellow circle is called a break sight. When the enemy has a yellow circle on them, if you hit them, you will deal critical damage, which is quite powerful, and if the circle is red, it is a kill sight, which means they will instantly die. Some bosses, like that prologue boss, can only be defeated by landing the kill sight on the boss, so it's important to look out for those, and a lot of the optimization in these early stages when we're using the cadets is about landing hits as break sights or kill sights whenever possible to lessen the amount of times we need to hit enemies.
And then actually they're training us really for an hour and a half because it does become important, because there is an enemy at the end of the game that, we'll bring it up again when we get there, that can suddenly commit break sights on you, where you get hit, and if they hit you again, that character is instantly dead. If you lose a student in this game, they're just out for that mission. but there are some items to alleviate that. But otherwise, a lot of this game's early game is circled around making sure that the characters we need stay alive, because things can go wrong pretty fast. Someone did comment that they don't remember people running quite this fast in this game. That's probably because you played the game on console. You'll see, especially if you look at Pharaoh's screen, Katter has her gun out. She is speeding along like a devil. The PC version has a has a speed modifier that the HD console didn't have. So you can go 1 time speed, 2 and 3, and that makes things get very, very hectic. As you're zooming through, and suddenly one of your teammates that you're not paying attention to because you're not controlling them, you look down and their HP bar is at 0. So,
yeah, it's worth noting that. Oh, sorry.
I want to bring it up because this was a big tragedy to all of those who knew the old Type-0 route. You'll see Pharaoh running through the sewers with Katter. Back in the day, we did this with a different character, and it was routed out, and I won't bring it up until they show up for the first time, because they're going to be a big part of the run, but I will say that when Crimson routed out my favorite character from running through these sewers for this long section of movement, I was devastated. But that
is exactly what I was going to bring up. Yeah, as it turns out, it is faster to just leave and re-enter that room where the water drains away than it is to wait for the water. So we no longer need that extra character there. Going back to the movement speed thing, in this game, in addition to all the characters having their own abilities and attacks and yada yada, every character actually has 3 unique movement speeds. They have a movement speed with their weapon holstered, a movement speed with their weapon drawn, and a movement speed while they are in the base city. I have no idea why this is a different movement speed, but it is, and it is the reason that you'll actually be seeing our runners use scythes whenever possible in Academia, because for some reason, she is very fast there and nowhere else.
So here's that character we were talking about that got routed all of the earlier movement. Welcome to Happy Roller Skating Derby Shiva. You're going to be seeing a lot of this summon. In this game, summons are used by sacrificing one of your students. They are gone for the rest of the match, but you get about, I think the base time is maybe 1.5 minutes of a summon. There's a bunch of different summons in this game, all very cool, all very different. This is the only one we're going to see for the speedrun, because as you can see, she is fast, and she's incredibly strong. Summons come in at, I don't know if you know the exact number sent, but it's at least 2 times your student's level, maybe, if not more.
We will see some cameos from other summons. We see Ardyn in the prologue for a minute, and we will see one more a little bit later in the run. I believe all the summons have their a fixed level they start at. I believe Shiva starts at like level 15, which is significantly higher than our party, who are level 3 and will be level 3 for, spoiler alert, the majority of the game.
Each student does have its own different level, because you're probably looking down. Kater is level 12 there. The lowest level character at this moment, and this will become important, we'll bring it up again later, actually is the student Deuce. If anyone remembers the student who plays a flute, I personally, I love that for her. I was a flute major in college, I resonate with her. Unfortunately, she's going to be staying her current level the whole game if possible, because we need that for something later with a strategy.
Summons also have their own level, so you might notice Shiva leveling up to like the mid-20s. I think she gets to the low 30s by the end of the run or so.
It might even be more than that, because I think summons do also have I think their EXP modifier is more so. I feel like I remember seeing Shivas in the 40s. I could be lying about that, especially with route changes and things. This game has actually seen a lot of shifting of routes. Even if you go back and watch the past relays, it was very interesting. And when we had a more physical geared route, and then we realized, oh wait, magic in this game is kind of busted, as you can see Kater running around and bombing everyone with blizzards. And then Crimson came and optimized that one even more. So it's been a lot of routes have come and go in this game, as we found all the different tools we have to work with.
And something you'll see on Pharaoh's stream right there is in a lot of rooms, you're actually not allowed to leave, not only until you defeat the enemies, but absorb them. So even after defeating all the enemies, you still need to target them and perform an action to them. So if you see runners locked on to what seems to be an already dead enemy, that's probably why. They're trying to absorb them and all of the other enemies in the room in a single absorb if possible at the same time. And I think we're actually coming up on our first split here, aren't we?
Yes, we are. This is Major Odilon, who is kind of a humor point to our community, because, well, you see him, and he's going to come and he's going to go so fast that the first relay event, the organizers just came up and said, hey, these are your splits, and me, Set, and Fell all went, who the heck is that? There he is, Major Odilon, he's alive. Oh, and one more kick, and he's dead. So that's how long he lasts. We didn't even know his name, and this year the same thing happened with these new runners, and it couldn't have made me happier. We're like, yep, he's here, and he's gone. But that is the first split for Tonberry. Good job to Pharaoh. This is kind of the beginning of that sort of midsection. We have a little bit more sort of more student-heavy movement before those 2 levels that I was sort of mentioning, but this is where the tides kind of shift from pure student-based movement and combat to a lot of Shiva. Hopefully you like Shiva. You're going to see a lot of her until the last half an hour when suddenly we can't use her anymore. Ever again.
And we're actually going to see a pretty important menu section here by Foxy here in a second.
Yes. Yes, this menu has gone through some changes with everything. This is where you can assign what student is going to show up in that time who you're controlling in academia. So almost always we'll try and assign Cease because she's got that fast movement speed for some reason with her weapon sheath. And also we take, in Class 0, they have a teacher Moogle. All students in this game have Moogles. We'll cover some more lore stuff later when all 3 runners are on the game, maybe, because there's a lot of lore and it's very hidden. And luckily Sent knows a lot of it, and I know some of it. But yeah, that Moogle on the screen there next to the commander teaches lessons that you need to take during certain points in the game. And that's been part of the throughout changes. We used to take 3 lessons because it gave us a bunch of experience throughout the run. It's been knocked down to only taking 1. And we use that little bit of experience to grab some abilities, because with this game, you take SP points as you level up to put them into character abilities. Each character has their own set that they can learn. Sometimes there's sort of slight deviations on what you can pick first, but more or less it's in a linear order. And so we grab a lot of initial movement stuff and a lot of things that we'll actually see mostly for the level that Foxy's about to head to. They get some uses here and there, especially good for backups, but it's mostly to get us through this sort of pre-Shiva moment where we give them abilities to move, accelerates the ability to move faster with your weapon drawn, so that's why you see Catter zoom around so much. We teach her that one. And then Machina gets some abilities that Machina doesn't get a ton of uses in the run, but this level is kind of his time to shine. So it's that's a very major menu for getting through this early section, because without those few abilities, it's rough. It's I think you guys might have experimented with the 0 EXP route, and I remember it being less than pleasant.
Yeah, some experimentation has been done with the 0 XP route, but just getting that early accelerate on Cease and getting the triple slip here, which you see on Rim, that allows her to dodge as much as she wants and just kind of move like a weird torpedo, is super important for this level. Here we're actually going to see Foxy take a secret order. Secret orders are optional objectives you can take up, and they will give you a buff and task you with doing something. However, you could just leave the screen and not face the consequences of failing the secret order. That is a wall. The wall is gone. Why is the wall gone? Because Machina is really good at destroying walls. That's about it. He's not very good at anything else. 10-arrow matchup against walls.
Also, anything that needs to be stunned for a few moments, that's kind of one of the abilities that we buff there. It's called his Cyclone Drive. Each student has their basic attack, which you can sometimes do variations of with moving the control stick around. And then they have a special offensive ability, and then you can equip spells onto them. So Machina's offensive ability is he just kind of drills into the enemy until that yellow bar, which like Sen said, you really don't have to pay attention to, but sometimes you do, depletes to 0. It gets a few uses in the level that Foxy's in here. It's using it back up a couple of places, but if it's a wall and has a big HP bar, it's good at draining it, and if it needs to be stunned in place, for some reason, when you're Cyclone driving an enemy, it just kind of sits there and lets it happen. So...
Roger that.
Let's see. Pharaoh is running through one of the more confusing levels of the game to learn early on. I made the kind of beginner notes for Type-0, and we're kind of fleshing them out, but I had to draw some really janky PDF Microsoft Paint diagrams of these labs that they're running through. Because how they work is you have to go to 3 different ones, and in each one there's an alarm, a guy with a key card, and then the place you have to enter that key card. If before you get it, someone has to... if an enemy scientist touches that alarm, which Pharaoh just bombed there, it will lock down the room, and you then have to run around and kill a ton of soldiers. It's very slow, and people might die because the soldiers who come in are much faster than weak scientists who are just hanging out. So for 3 different level areas, this is a stealth mission. We're trying to sneak through without getting caught too much. If you get caught by alarms, there's chances of your guys getting hit by random bullets from stray places. But luckily the stealth portion ends right here, kind of where she's going in now. But it's those labs seem daunting. I put some really janky little diagrams in there to just say, because luckily the card key person spawns in the same spot every time. So if you just run through and go for it, it works.
Mission accomplished.
Ooh, that was very close there on Foxy's stream. Missed the first break site with that thunder, but eventually was able to knock the air mech down with a thunder and then buff the party with aura to do more damage, and then just kind of drill through the boss with Machina, cutting it real close on the damage check, but managed to get it. So that's what we like to see.
So that boss is named Cator, not to be confused with Catter, who's our student.
With
may or may not come back with a Q. And he may or may not come back, and both times he's around, he just loves jumping around and making you lose time for fun. You know, it's like his favorite thing to do, I guess. But he, luckily we've worked out some strats where you're, in theory, going to get rid of his full HP bar using Machina's Cyclone Drive, which kind of stuns him. But if you run out of bar, he gets up too fast, then we use Rem to kind of gun him down with lightning now. That actually brings up one of the really interesting parts, unless you have something you want to say here. I was going to talk about kind of spells in this game, which we really don't cover much of in the speedrun.
Oh, I'd love to. I did actually want to bring up real quick the next mission that Foxy is looking at. So in the original PSP version of this game, there were a set of missions that effectively played out like a real-time strategy game, where you had to command your troops and attack minor settlements so that your troops could kind of, emerge from them and hit other minor settlements until eventually you hit your target mission, for the mission. This was so hated. Like, such repetitive gameplay, such unfun gameplay, and so hated in the tiny community that is Type-0. When they remade this game for PS4, they added an in-universe option for you to just not do those missions. You tell your commanding officer, no, I will not take part in the assault. Bye.
I don't really feel like it. You guys got this. And he says, oh, I guess we do. And then they go and do it without you.
The game just moves on like you won. The developers knew nobody wanted to play these. It's great. I love it. Anyway, you were talking about the magic. Go ahead, Konyu.
Yes, also, now I'll cover the shield enemies when they get there. Pharaoh just passed by one of the worst enemies in this entire game. They are gods. They don't care about Shiva or elements, but yes, the spells. Unfortunately, we really don't get into the spell system with this game at all. Each character comes with their own base spells that you can equip to them. There are some more magically inclined characters like Rem, who we've been diving around here with daggers. She has one of, I think, the highest magic stats and one of the highest MP pools for the early game. And she comes with Blizzard, and then it ends in the BOM, which we usually associate with like Blizzard Bomb, and then Thunder SHG, which we've always assumed kind of Thunder Shotgun, that's what I've always called it. And each of those spells, each element can have its own variation of those different one. Bomb is like an AoE around you. Shotgun, they shoot a cone in front of them. And as Sent said, these students are running through and sort of absorbing these fallen enemies. In-game universe, they're collecting, it's called Phantoma. They have the power to sort of harvest the souls of their fallen enemies. And as you do that, you collect different colors of Phantoma, and there's a very interesting upgrade system that you can go to that we unfortunately never visit in the speedrun, where you spend your Phantoma to upgrade your magic's power, your spell speed and types, and those SOs that we were talking about can sometimes give rewards of new spells. So if we had like Thunder Shotgun, we might get Thunder Bomb, and you can upgrade those. And we just, unfortunately, we never touch it. We just have a basic fire spell, which is like a sort of single shot. We have a thunder spell, and we have a blizzard spell, and that's all that we work with the whole way through.
Yeah, there's some really cool modifications you could do, and it's actually a shame that we can't get some of the other elements, because there are a lot of enemies in this game that are significantly weak to fire that we would love to have Firebomb for, but it's just too far out. I believe it's attached to a side quest somewhere to actually upgrade to it.
I'm just imagining that for Frozen Clouds. That would be beautiful. When you guys see the frozen clouds, you'll know.
Speaking of fights, Pharaoh is fighting number 277, Brionac.
Yes, Brionac was, for the longest time, a hard sticking point for me learning this run. He's kind of the first big boss. Like, there's the boss in the prologue, but that's the prologue. You know, you're just gonna kind of kill it and you're gonna win. But Brionac is like the first one that we really had to kind of come up with strategies of how we're gonna get through to the end. If your Rem dies before you get to the end of that mission, it's a very different fight. Rem has a very powerful magic stat, has a high MP pool, and has that thunder, and as a mech, he's weak to those thunder abilities. We'll see it again one more, no, two more times, yep, with both Choco and Mog. That went by very quick, because it seems like it's going by very quick. Oh no! Tonberry died! Oh,
yeah.
Can't
So
believe
now,
it.
earlier in Final Fantasy Tactics, they mentioned that, you know, they were like level 10 and the enemies they were fighting were level 60 something. So we're level 12 and this boss is a level 168. We will not be winning this fight.
For reference, the final boss is level 99. This guy is higher level than the final boss, and luckily, if you happen to die, they're just like, oh wait, hold on, ceasefire. You got a bunch of dead kids in there, but they're not actually dead. Let's just keep moving. Damn it!
The mission ends either when all of your characters are defeated, if you survive 2 minutes in that fight without dying, or if you somehow deplete the boss's health, which I think is only reasonable on New Game Plus.
And luckily, that does also factor in, well, luckily might be, some runners might not consider it, but it factors into how we deploy on certain missions, because we know at the end of that mission, we're going to want to we need all of our students to be gone. So we don't want to deploy everyone, because otherwise we're going to have more people having to sit there, get hit by lasers, it wastes time. So there are a couple of missions where knowing that we need to make sure that no one's left at the end, we need to plan out exactly how many we need for Shiva summons, and exactly how many that we're not going to have extra students that we need to sacrifice off at the end of a level. So it makes for some very interesting balancing between safety and speed, and for Marathon's sake, we all have like extra characters we kind of bring in here and there. Safety in this game is kind of paramount because it doesn't have autosaves. Because a PC port without autosaves is just such a good idea, Square Enix. Thank you.
I believe it does have autosaves, but they're really bad.
No, it has not. It autosaves your
Does it
total
not?
timer. It autosaves your
Huh.
total time. Like, it'll know that you've been playing the game for 300 hours of your life, but it does not make actual autosaves. Yeah.
I guess I've just been safety saving so much that I forgot that's a thing. Yeah, don't die in Type-0. It will cost you half an hour.
Yep. Yeah, that's why we've had some previous struggles with this game in other events and things. There's just a couple of levels that you're only allowed 1 or 2 spare deaths, and if things go south in this game, they go south very fast, and you might have to. This game has an option to reset the level, keeping all the experience you've gained, but you lose anything else. But that also means, well, I've been in this level for 20 minutes, and now I have to do it again. So we always, especially for Marathon's sake, save often, many and often, and even then, it's all about the planning for safety of extra students and things. If you lose 10 seconds to have an extra person, it's not the end of the world for an event. For world record, well, that's a different story. I'm not there yet.
Hey, world record is fun. We get to for the first boss, you'll see it when Team Mog does it. Odin has Zantetsuken, but in this game it's percentage based and charges up the longer you hold down the button. So we just let that rip at like 20% and hope.
Alright, that is Odilon for Choco. We'll split into 2 teams.
Mission accomplished.
Mind if we take over for Team Mog here?
By all means, cut in.
Yeah, I was just waiting for a time to interject now.
Yeah.
The list has been killed and the core has been opened, so 3 more X potions for Team Mog, and this will bring it in. The fight has gone about as well as you want it to, really.
Yeah, I was gonna say that us not talking might have been a good thing.
Yeah, who'd have thought? At one point there was a wide room at AoE, and I waited to see how many Sikhs had died, and it turns out none of them had.
None of
They
them
were
died.
all at full HP. Yeah,
I only saw 1 of 2 get confused at a time, which Alex was easily able to recover from. Overall, yeah, like almost a perfect fight. Like nothing dire, nothing scary.
Yep, played well, good RNG. It's had it all. And
It's the
so
complete
have the
opposite of what
fights
Team
two
Choco
previous
had.
to these have. Yeah, exactly. I said I would interject if something tragic happened, and nothing tragic has happened. So,
Hey,
like,
good things are also good for interjections. So interject away if you're excited to see that nothing went wrong, because that's life.
Exactly. That's what we're doing now. So...
Looks like we are getting. Let's see. We started talking, and now things are happening.
Yeah. Okay. So, oh god, 3 Sikhs have died. All right. Well, this is.
It's fine.
It's still fine. It's still fine. It's less bad than it would have been 5 minutes ago.
As long as they're at full HP, yeah, he'll leave one next to the crystal, and it'll basically just focus on that one. Maybe a couple Phoenix Downs just for safety on the way to the core, but 2 more potions is all he needs. You can see one of them is completely safe from this attack.
The double punishing ray could be bad.
Class 0.
Yeah, that was not ideal.
Yeah, that's if you move and take your action, just considering that Nukia is a stationary target, it will never move. Yeah, there is a danger that it gets double attacks in.
This seems bad. That Sikh was at full HP. Oh, this seems really bad.
Yeah, this is not...
Yep, that... Okay, well, that's our fault for interjecting, really.
Wait, Angel Ring?
Oh, yeah, okay, Angel Ring, yeah, we knew that,
Okay,
Easy money,
no,
easy money.
don't poof. Just revive characters and pray that you get as many turns as possible.
Yeah, so a cheeky res.
So yeah, now is the time we might just revive Sikhs and hope that the Sikh we revive gets a turn as well, and then we... Besides the fact that one might bait Grand Cross where it's currently standing, well, the other one would be safe.
Does the Angel Ring refresh on revive?
No.
So the Angel Ring...
on
only
Phoenix Down
was
revive.
once.
Okay.
Someone sound the alarm!
Wait a second, that works.
Wait, you can hit from there?
I didn't know that.
Well, this changes so many things.
Oh.
This is more what I was worried about. I think only one died?
Yeah, but
now there's the double turn.
Oh my god!
Is this... Wow,
Rewind?
this is the biggest Galaxy brain play I've ever seen.
Watch it out, easy money, easy money.
Don't heal it with normal potion.
And this should be it for Team Mog. This should kill.
That's
and Team Mog's done.
And
All right.
Team Mog is done.
Oh, that was terrifying.
Team Mog reached into the future, saw what was gonna happen. Easy kill for aleksaster. My goodness.
Yeah, easy. I totally planned.
Yeah, exactly. We were never concerned for a moment. Despite what
cursing me this whole run.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't help but take some of the blame for how some of the runs went. Next time, if we do Tactics Advanced 2 again, let's stay silent for the whole run. We can just have like ambient noise, no commentary, it'll be great.
Moogle noises the whole time.
Moogle noises the whole time. My goodness. Alright. Well, I think it's time for us to hand over. Good job to all of the runners. They were wonderful, wonderful runs with so many tragic things happening to them. It was glorious. We'll hand over the Type-0 team now. Does anyone from Tactics want to throw out any final words?
Thanks for having us, and great to have been able to showcase this game.
Also, give all missions a try. Quick 14-hour run.
It's a short 14-hour run. Come on, what else are you doing with your day? Having responsibilities in a life? I don't think so. Speed run a 14-hour game. Forsake them all. And if that isn't a good enough of a comment to leave on, I don't know what is. Alright, thank you everybody. And take it away, Type-0.
GG's Tactics Advance 2 crew. Give them all some more claps in chat, guys. That was awesome.
What a finish. Like,
yes.
I know nothing about that game, and I was on the edge of my seat.
So here we are, last time through the tutorial mission. This is kind of where you can see some of the stuff that we kind of weren't able to cover right away. This bridge here is notorious. After they fire their gun, this is where you're kind of taught about kill sites for the first time. They fire, and then you try and hit them with something long-ranged. We have Queen's Thunder, and then if you run out of MP, then we have Ace's card attack as well. He has a deck of cards for his weapon. So this is kind of the bits we to see.
It's worth noting they fire in a set pattern, so if you get there at the right point and get the rhythm, you can very quickly go kill site, kill site, kill site, kill site. But if you fall out of that pattern or hit them when the kill site isn't up, things get very, very dicey.
Part of that magic set we were talking about before also, Queen started charging up her magic right as she hit that button, because some characters have the ability to go up to the standard levels of sort of Final Fantasy spells. So she has Thunder Shotgun, but if you sit there and hold the button long enough, it will upgrade to Thundara. And Rem, actually, I think, and the Brionac fight can go all the way up to Thundaga, so there are more damage points for her. Here, holding it with Ace. Ace, unfortunately, cannot go to Blizzara. He doesn't have the ability, but we just do it because we know we need to use it next, so it's something to idle away the time as we go up an elevator.
She can go up to Thundaga in the Brionac fight. Unfortunately, upgrading to the next tier of spells is actually not terribly useful, so it's not something we see a whole lot. On daspharaoh's stream, we see the fighting Vajra, one of the more annoying bosses in the run. She is in this spider walker that shoots missiles. She likes to jump around. You must hit a break site on her before you kill her. Otherwise, she will, instead of dying, run up the side of the building and spend about 30 seconds healing and just waste everyone's time. So daspharaoh just kind of waiting out that missile attack there to make sure that we got a break site before that boss's health bar was depleted.
And that was also the next split for Tonberry, so that's awesome. Also, Vajra, sometimes, even if you don't hit that first break site, will just jump up the wall for fun and shoot missiles down on you, and you're supposed to be able to hit her while she's up there, but it's finicky. Targeting in this game, attacks in this game, get some finicky hitboxes, probably because it was once a PSP port, so it's a port of a PSP game.
And speaking of, back on Crimson's stream, we are just about to see that end of the tutorial fight with Odin. I'm curious if Crimson's gonna go for the 20%. I feel like he's cooking.
No, looks like he's going for safe.
Charging it.
Oh, yeah. This is sort of a point for Marathon. Sometimes people like to go for that 120% hit just to see and then charge up to 100, but there have been some clips of these guys doing their practice, going for 20% and missing it for probably 2 minutes plus, because the percents are made up and the points don't matter.
I think the current record is like 23 in a row. So if you all want to play Type-0, learn the prologue and see if you can get more 20% misses.
And here, the boss charges up a second bit of a health bar, but at this point we just need to blitz it down again, using more magic. Magic is incredibly powerful throughout this run. Oh! Foxy lost Jack, but okay, in this mission, that's not the end of the world. Jack is one of those characters that, as we say we have the sort of top students that we always want. Wait, why is he off of? Foxy has some interesting stuff happening.
Because Shiva missed her first dash and he dove under it, and I didn't realize it.
No.
So I had to kill him with Jack and Rem.
Ooh. Yeah, that's
incredible
one of the
backup, though.
Yes. Luckily, Rem's all we need here at the end. Rem's all we need, as long as she's up.
Meanwhile, down on Pharaoh's stream real quick, there is one overworld encounter we are forced to take in the run, and luckily we have the opportunity to buy a teleport stone to just leave it, because the overworld enemies can be incredibly dangerous.
Once upon a time, we did fight out that fight, and we used the alternative to summoning. When you first start a mission, you have the choice to pick between if you want your character to be able to summon or activate what's called the triad maneuver. Your 3 students here on screen team up and do a bunch of damage to try and get through it as quick as possible, but if you get ambushed or if a certain enemy pops up, it was always scary, and I don't even remember what runner first showed up with the teleport stone. It was one that we never really talked with, possibly even a JP runner, but we saw them do that and we went, that's genius. Why are we not doing that? So from that day on, there it was.
We saw Foxy just doing the Brionac strat there. As we discovered more recently, if you just stand in the back left corner of the room, none of Brianac's attacks can hit you.
Yeah.
So that makes the fight a lot less scary, honestly, because they will one-shot you.
If you read my notes to this run, it like talks about how, hey, this fight's kind of spooky. You know, it might take you some time to get it. And then Crimson and Foxy came in and said, hey, back left corner. I just went, oh. Because it literally hit a point in my learning where I went to Sentin and Felvisage, the runners at the time were kind of the most of the community. I said, I cannot do Brionac. He keeps killing me. Like, what do I do? And their answer was sadly just, you just kind of do it. Unfortunately, with Brionac, you just kind of have to stand for we used to stand back in the alleyway to dodge. And you just kind of had to do the fight. And after that, I
always just jump. I always just jump through his arm.
Oh, wow. So,
I'm a show off at heart, I guess. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Tonya.
Jose, so Crimson in the early parts with the Academy, we haven't really had much chance to talk about this hub area. To go with another thing that is super cool with this game, and we super don't touch any of it, the Academy portion is run by, if anyone's played the Persona series, it's very Persona-like. You have a certain number of hours between each mission, and you can use them to go and build your relationships, or go into side quests, or leave and do extra stuff. Or you can just go to the commander and say, hey, I don't want to do any of that, and just skip all the time and go right to the next mission, which unfortunately is what we do every time. So people run around and have the option to do a lot of fun stuff. We don't take any of it. Crimson also coming up on... Okay, I was going to point out, so when each student is deployed, they have a random chance to be primed, which means that they have both, I believe, the aura and trance buffs on them, which aura is for physical damage, trance for magic. They get extra MP for their pool, just overall buff that lasts the whole mission. As far as we know, entirely random. Have yet to find a way to trigger it. And unfortunately, Rem here is not primed, so you'll see it takes 2 hits to kill these barricades. And at the end, she'll probably be close to running out of MP, because if she's not primed, it takes just about enough hits through all the enemies here without missing that you might need to bring another person who can use Thunder for this last boss. So we always hope for a primed Rem in this mission. Unfortunately, not always in the cards. It's not a huge loss, but it's more than you'd think.
It's actually a bit of an option select. This is one of the few missions where our lead character can change, because if Katter is primed, she is very good here, even though she only has access to Blizzard Bomb and not Thunder Shotgun.
I actually never considered that. Yeah, I usually bring Queen as a backup, just because Queen has, for some reason, one of the fastest Thunder Shotgun animations. She also probably has the second highest magic stat as a whole.
I believe she has the highest. So magic, just point of order. Magic's actually broken down into fire magic, ice magic, and thunder magic. All 3 of them are different stats. So I believe Queen has the highest thunder magic of any character, and Deuce of all people has the highest fire magic. Thanks, Deuce.
Hey, she's trying her best with her flute. She'll be the hero we need.
Beginning descent.
Pharaoh is on the notorious Frozen Clouds mission. When I talked about those middle 2 missions that take up a pretty good chunk of the run, this is the first of those 2, where you have to deploy. At the start of this, we deploy 3 students to go off to the big bridge. You know what the big bridge means in Final Fantasy. It is exactly what you think it is. And everyone else has to come here to the Frozen Clouds. And on this mission, for optimal strats involving Shiva, sacrificing, being able to do at the end what we need to do, you're only allowed 2 erroneous deaths, and it doesn't sound bad. On this level, it gets very spicy. Very, very spicy, and we'll talk about that a bit more as we get there with either this team or another one, but we did mention that having ice magic on this level, not useful. Fire would have been fantastic. Alas, we only have really, really basic fire.
Shiva, maybe not the best summon to bring here, but it's what we have.
Yes. We have Ifrit and Golem, but they're just not. Nowhere near as fast, unfortunately.
Fair point. If anyone's wondering why we don't bring Ifrit, unfortunately, he basically can't move.
Yeah. Shiva just skates really fast.
And there we see Crimson skipping the sorties, just not going to do those RTS missions, does not want to participate. Don't blame him.
Yeah, so this is where Crimson is opting into those SOs. They aren't something you have to take, because they do have, though there's the option to just leave the room and win. If it's like a locked room where the enemies are hard, if you run out of time, it will kill off your character. It's a loss. It's considered a failure. You're done for. So casual players can choose to just turn them off. They don't even have to worry about them. But there's no harm in having them up because you can always just say no. Pops up and says, "Do you want to do this?" And you can just say, "I'm good."
Now, worth noting, the way that it kills off your characters is it will summon a giant circle under them that instantly kills them if they are in it when it fully forms. The circles did not get larger in the PC or console port, so with the aid of Turbo 3, you can just outrun them, and there is no consequence to failing an SO. Always turn on SOs, everyone.
I don't even know if Crimson knows that, so we might need to tell him with his routing plans.
Yeah, they only try and hit you 3 times. If you dodge 3 circles, they stop, and you actually get an achievement for it.
Okay. So here is a Snow Squatch. Prime point of ice enemies. Shiva either does no damage or potentially even heals him. There's some enemies she heals. It might not be the Snow Squatch. I think she just does null damage.
She does null damage to the Sasquatch. She heals the ice bombs.
Ice bombs, yeah, and I think the flans as well. So here is where Jack is very important. At this point in the game, enemies are getting pretty tough compared to us. We don't have a lot of alternatives if Jack, who's our big physical guy, goes down. You can usually piece together a backup, but it's tough. Here, Foxy has just reached the point of the game that I discovered first has a really fun soft lock, because yay programming. And Crimson didn't actually believe me that it was possible on PC, but I assured him that I'd done it at least twice. This robot enemy that he's killing right here starts this area by bombing the train that they're on. We're currently trying to escape from the city. We'll cover some more plot stuff, I think, as Crimson goes through, because there's a lot happening. In this game. But what can happen is if you kill the enemy before that robot too fast, the robot never spawns, and you sit riding that train for the rest of your life. And it's just really sad, because there's no reason really to kill that first guy so quickly. The robot's out of range for a long time, just shooting the train, but if you're not thinking about it, you just go, oh, there's a bad guy, and you kick him, and he dies. There goes a good chunk of time.
So on Foxy's stream, by the way, coming off of that train, this is one of the few points in the run where we might see a Blizzaga bomb from Rim. I believe she can charge all the way up to it at this point, and there is just enough time before the enemies pop out of the van here. I'm not sure if Foxy goes for one, or actually I'm not sure if she could charge all the way up with this route. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
It looks like it didn't continue charging after, but I know that we used to use it a little bit.
Hey, we saw Blizzara. It counts.
Yeah.
I'm close enough.
Yes, indeed. So, Pharaoh is very quickly getting to a spot.
Yep, right here, actually. I think we're going to see a safety save. Yep.
We devised, so this is where the biggest contention of this level was. It's got the most stressful, just places where things can die, because we run into blizzard flans, blizzard bombs. But what's happening here is there's a very large dragon that is slowly destroying our forces all over the place. And so this first room here, we summon Shiva, and we hit him enough that he runs away. And the goal here is that after we kill all the enemies in the room, which we have to switch off Jack, because these are ice bombs, and Shiva heals the ice bombs, there's a runner's choice here where we might... Yep, see, Chick's healing him up. Let's see what Pharaoh decides to do, because we came up with a safety. By came up, I mean Sent and Fel said, well, you can do this, and all of us went, wow, that seems really safe. But it looks like they're not going for it. So yes, Pharaoh is going to make one shot at these rooms. All the runners kind of agreed that they're going to save beforehand, and they're going to give this a shot, because these rooms have snow squatches and things. But what you can do is each room you'll see has a timer counting down. That's how long you have to save the student in the next quadrant. If it runs out, then it just says, all right, they're gone, go to the next room. And so what you actually can do is finish off that first room, and then go back to the start, and just sit there until all your teammates perish. And it sounds boring, and it is, and it's a little bit slower, but it's so very safe. But everyone looks like is going to give these rooms at least one shot, and if things happen to go south, then they'll have that safety save to do that and give it a go, which is good, because we It's good to show these rooms. It's much faster to be able to take them all out, but there's a lot of danger.
And we see Pharaoh swapping to 8 there. 8 is the second character we upgrade with Accelerate for combat speed. He is the monk of the party, and surprisingly, he's not as fast as the gunner of the party, but he still gets the job done when Catter is incapacitated due to have summoning Shiva.
It's also worth mentioning. Don't grab Accelerate with him. I always think about going back to that, but on this one they haven't picked it up.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. I thought we still grabbed Accelerate. I'm behind the times.
Okay, the times changed a few days ago. These guys have been routing up to a few days ago.
Now, to be fair, Accelerate does just boost everyone's speed, so 8 is naturally fairly fast.
It was nice for the end of the game, because when we knew we'd be leading with him, I liked having it for there, because he just ran faster. Yeah.
He did. It's worth noting for the rooms that Pharaoh's in that the order you get them in is completely random, and I think there's still some argument over what the fastest way to do them is and what the fastest order they could pop up for you is. But part of the safety strat is that, you know, if you get the worst configuration of rooms, it only loses like a minute and a half to just wait.
And those flans, deceptively dangerous. Every time they pop up, they give you a kill sight. But if they pop up directly beneath your character, that character's probably dead unless they get a really low roll, because our character teammates just don't have a lot of hit points right now. It looks like, though, I think I might have seen one extra death. I think I saw maybe Trey go down. But in this level, you're allowed 2 extra deaths. So I think Pharaoh is still on track for a comfy clouds here. Let's see. So this boss here, in theory, looks pretty easy. Like, so you just took him down fast and easy, no problem. There are actually 2 bosses on that screen. There's the big dragon, Flyburn, and his rider, Shinzashi. And what you have to do is hit the yellow break sight on the Flyburn, which knocks it down, and then immediately switch target to Shinzashi, who gives a red kill sight. And then you don't even have to take out the dragon. But switching targets in this game is mapped to the right stick, which is also mapped to your camera, and it's just not great. It's really, really not great. So sometimes you go to do it, and you either don't get the right kill sight, don't get the right break sight, and you just have to strong arm the wyvern down with just a lot of attacks and killing it.
Yeah, now at the bottom of this tunnel that Pharaoh's running through, we're going to see, I think the first time we fight the Draconids. I don't remember if they show up earlier in this mission.
Yep, Vajra has climbed the wall. Unfortunately, he missed that first break, so you see, you can sometimes hit her up there, but it's very finicky, so she's going to heal a little bit, jump down. It's just a small loss, but it always stinks to see.
It feels so bad, especially because you can't kill her until she presents the break sight, so
yeah,
you
she's
have to wait for her
0 hit points.
Yep. She's just going to run around for like 20 seconds. So these enemies that Pharaoh is fighting are incredibly dangerous, the Dracoboltians. They have an ability that will just one-hit kill your party. They sneak up behind you and bite your head off. And the AI really likes to get hit by that ability when you are not controlling them. And Jack dying here would be incredibly bad. Luckily, we're able to swap to him pretty quickly and get him out of harm's way, and Jack does a ton of damage, so shouldn't be an issue, but can be very dicey if that first one just decides it wants to eat your face.
Yeah, and this is that.
I should not have said anything. Faces were eaten.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Out of students. You can luckily hit that continue from the middle point, but yes, unfortunately, when you're out of students, that's unfortunately that. The next screen over, we would have had a chance to continue, but unfortunately that room, that's it, that's game over. Some rooms, when you lose your last student, I think it's only specific rooms and it is planned, it's not random. It seems random, but your students will die, and instead of suddenly getting the game over screen, you'll get a little pop-up from your mother, the professor, how she doesn't want you to die, and it'll summon an AI-controlled Shiva that runs around for 30 seconds, and then when it's done, all of your teammates are revived.
It's worth noting, I think that only happens on Cadet difficulty. We haven't actually talked about the difficulty we're playing on. We should probably let people know what that's all about. Both to inform them and to distract from the fact that commentators should just not talk. The entire relay should just be Moogle noises. But yeah, so we are playing Cadet difficulty, which is the equivalent to easy in this game. And while that sounds a little silly, the truth is the higher difficulties just add levels to the enemy units, which does increase their damage, but realistically, we get to a point in this game where anything one-shots us anyway. It mostly just increases their health pool, sometimes to incredibly annoying levels. So the route that we're using actually does work on the normal difficulty of the game. It's just slower and more annoying, so the community prefers Cadet.
You do get slightly increased rewards for playing on the next difficulty up. Like Cadet it's like, all right, you're playing on easy. We're gonna give you like very little in terms of like mission complete, but it's just so much simpler, and it's just unfortunately how it sort of plays out. But yeah, that sounds like it would be a Cadet difficulty only feature because it does. It's very much. But God, how much does Phoenix is like 80 levels higher than you, or something? The higher level difficulties in this game get obscene.
Yeah, Phoenix is plus 70 levels. I believe the hard mode, which is what, Ignis, I think, is plus 50, and then Phoenix is plus 70, and it is a theoretical new game route has been done for Phoenix, but it is so incredibly unfun that no one has ever attempted it, and hopefully no one ever will.
Yeah, I found the whole damage calculations guide in the Prima strategy guide. It's how much damage you take and how much damage you do is entirely based on level deficit. So just coming in at plus 70, you're taking a lot of damage and doing very little.
Yeah, funnily enough, the theorized route for that is actually to make Deuce the main character. And then to accept
somewhere.
you accept support from academia, which spawns in AI-controlled classmates that take your party slots up, and they spawn at an appropriate level. So in theory, you could do the run like that. That is a feature we have disabled for Cadet because the AI-controlled classmates are just an incredible nuisance, and anytime you want characters to die, they will absolutely refuse to.
It's also extra time with menuing because it will ask you every single mission, do you want to accept mission support? So without needing it for going faster, might as well just turn it off. So Catter is running through the sewers here, leading up to the first leading up to the first split for Mog. Foxy is heading off to the next mission on their side, I believe, for Frozen Clouds, actually?
Yep, they're going to Frozen Clouds.
Frozen Clouds next. And Pharaoh just finished that 3-minute wait we were talking about. And can now continue through the level. Let's see how I get this split, and then we'll start. So this part here that Foxy's on, I know it looks very thrilling. I lovingly call it Duck Hunt. It's just an auto-scroller, shoot the dragons or else, but at the same time, it's not an auto-scroller, because sometimes, if you aren't careful, they will kill you. But here you'll see that we have the two deployed as Deuce and Nine, which seems very strange. We keep talking about how Deuce is just so silly and we don't ever use her, and she's only level 9, what's she gonna do? And her main purpose here is to be the first one we sacrifice, because we don't want Deuce ever getting experience. This is the only mission she's ever deployed to outside of the endgame, and so we bring her in, she shoots dragons for a minute, and then we take her out. And that's her whole job.
It's worth noting, you do actually want to be good at Duck Hunt here. If you are not good at Duck Hunt during the second part of the fight, your characters can die from the boss's attack.
Yeah, they can. I've even had 9 die here. It's just
that is a real bad way to start Frozen Clouds. You know, the mission where you really are only allowed 1, maybe 2 deaths if you want to come to the end.
Exactly 2. Big Bridges 1, Frozen Clouds you get 2, and that's it. So here we sack her.
2 absolutely, but I mean, if you go into Frozen Clouds with 1 death, that's
and you're done. It's just sad. And trust me, that's happened to every runner a lot. Frozen Clouds is not a nice level. Doesn't care who you are or how fast you can go. It's gonna get you.
So we see Pharaoh getting through the Dracoboltians that time. It's worth noting, you don't have to swap off of Shiva there, but it is optimal too, because the Dracoboltians spawn in waves, and the next wave only spawns once you've harvested the Phantoma of the previous wave. Summons cannot harvest, And once you swap off control of a summon, you can never get control of them back. They will be AI controlled until they disappear.
It's also good for, as you mentioned too, the AI just loves to die to that attack if you're not controlling them. So swapping off, because Shiva will continue to take out the enemies. As we'll see on Pharaoh's screen here, we're going to swap off of Shiva here after we kill these 2 dragons, because more Dragon Ball Tins are going to spawn. We swap off and let her just run wild while we continue to fight them down with Jack. There are 3 wyverns, and then, yeah, she's going to swap off here. And so now you can kind of keep control of Jack being alive, and Shiva's just going to run rampant. It's safer all around.
Yeah, make sure that Jack does not get eaten. Although it is worth noting, we do actually want all of our cadets dead by the end of this mission.
Yes, that's why on this screen, it is okay if you lose all of your students, because you will get that AI-controlled Shiva. But then on the next screen, you're going to have to proceed to slowly kill off all of your teammates, and it's just unfortunately... also, we never really covered, if you look at Crimson's screen, that's Catter with the effect of haste. You don't get to see it much, but Catter goes really fast.
We talked that Secret Orders sometimes, give you a buff. That buff can be something like Invincibility, or it can be Haste, and Haste stacks with the move speed buff from the console port. So, yeah.
That helps in this lab where he's gonna run to the alarm, he's gonna run to the guy, and then this one also has an SO that I don't know if Crimson always takes, but it was taken by the other 2. After you finish this lab, you can grab an invisible special order, which is great for trying to sneak past all of the alarms. Yep, he's going to grab it. The only drawback is you can't break an alarm if you're invisible. So in all of the next rooms, you have to run in, go to the key guy or someone near the alarm, kill them, break the alarm, and continue. You can't just sit there and try and break the machine. You'll waste your MP and feel silly. But then you immediately go invisible once it's gone, and with enough timing, you can get it so that every single lab you can finish with invisibility, which is good for making sure that they don't get to that alarm and bringing in that wave of stronger soldiers.
So on Tonberry's screen, we have Pharaoh fighting Shinryu Celestia. I use fighting in air quotes because really, we just want the party to get wiped out as fast as possible, because once the party's wiped out, Mother goes, wait, nope, hold on. This is clearly an unfair fight. We need a bigger dragon, and we get to control Bahamut Zero for like 2 minutes. This fight actually was thought to be slower for a long time until we discovered the dumbest AI manipulation in any game I have ever seen, which is that if you are not touching the controller and just proceed to charge Terra Flare, the boss will let you.
Well, you get the first we do a Giga Flare here. We do the 2 charge
Giga Flare, yeah. The Giga Flare that depletes all her health. Yeah, normally the boss isn't supposed to let you do a Giga Flare. She will actually attack you and stop your charge bar. But for whatever reason, if you are not pushing anything on the controller when the fight starts and just start charging Giga Flare, she will not do anything.
And then
we knock her over.
And sight, flip your dragon, and then you got to charge your Terra Flare. Ooh, this Yeti is doing a bit of a dance around Foxy, but he's handling it well, not getting collapsed too much.
Yeah, Yetis are incredibly scary. The little clap attack isn't too bad, it just does a little damage, but that Ice Fist attack, if it hits you, will freeze your character, which basically means they're dead, and the People's Elbow, as I like to call it, is a one-hit kill. So, very scary to be around, but Foxy handling it expertly.
Gotten lucky a couple times. Jack will get frozen, but then Shiva will still be out, so I'll be frozen in place going, oh, I'm dead, but then the Yeti gets distracted and goes, oh, look at Shiva, and we'll start clapping at her until I luckily get unfrozen, but that's not always the case. So, seeing a bit of this Shiva tech here, how he's kind of cleaving through these enemies. We didn't really talk much about how Shiva fights. It looks like, again, Sent mentioned, oh, there's all these attacks on the bottom right. You can look at all these options. Don't look at the options. Shiva has basically one option, and that option is Icicle Twirl, which is her basic attack. And better yet, using Icicle Twirl combined with hitting left or right on the stick. Because doing it once will just give you a kick, which is pretty good, has a pretty nice box. But her side attack's hitbox is massive. She does this big sidekick swipe that anything within like a 10-mile radius is just kind of gone. But it does have the caveat of PC having that 3x speed buff. We usually try not to control Shiva at 3x speed, because boy is that really hard. She's got her own ice.
It's worth noting you can actually swap between 1, 2, and 3 times speed freely at will. One of the interesting things about the run is we actually do let everyone start at 3 times speed because that setting carries over between save files. It's just like a system level setting, though you can only set it in game. But you can swap back to 1 time speed, and there are plenty of spots where it is very advantageous to do so because Shiva will just slide across the screen.
Right, so Pharaoh is up to the other sort of spooky level, and that is the big bridge. Everyone knows what happens on the big bridge.
There's a battle.
There is a battle, and it's on the big bridge. And on this level, we're only allowed 1 erroneous KO without things getting a little spicy. There are backups to be done, depending on where you are, but it can always get questionable. So for optimal strats and getting Shiva out here, that's the way to go. Crimson's showing off the last time. This room here with the Colossus, so we take it out, and we actually make a lot of speed happen here because then a bunch of soldiers spawn in the corners of this room, and they start running to their own Colossus with the intent to get in. But you can just kill them on the upper balconies, and with Shiva's hitbox being so crazy, we just take them out. They don't get to get in their mechs, they get frozen up there, and then unfortunately we do have to wait for them to shatter, because Sent did mention we can't harvest, but this next room, you could try going into this next room without Shiva up, but it can get a little spooky, because this guy, even when he's dying, he gives a big whole monologue about how this is the end for him, and then he proceeds to detonate himself, and your students are just going to try really hard to walk into that detonation, and you just do not want to lose Rem, because then Brionac gets very spooky.
So something we're actually not going to see Pharaoh do here, at least I hope, is we've recently rediscovered a strat where, much like the water draining in the sewers level, if you enter and leave this screen with the bridge coming up and down, it will skip the animation of the bridge moving. Unfortunately, I think we found out years ago that doing so has the potential to soft lock the game, so we discarded it as a strat, colloquially forgot about it, had it rediscovered, only to find out this morning that, oh yeah, that has a chance to soft lock you.
Yep, Foxy and Crimson were experimenting with it. They're like, oh, this is awesome. And luckily Crimson was doing runs this morning and went, oh, hold on, let's not do that. Oh no. So they are not going to be doing that for this run. This bridge actually used to be a little scary, but Foxy found some safety in here. Shiva actually is running out pretty much right there where you swapped off. You do only have a certain amount of time with her, and you can extend it with buffs to Shiva, kind of like you can buff your characters, which some of us do now, sort of. Some of us do now. I don't actually know how many buffs these runners are going off to, because especially Crimson and Foxy have been sort of changing their routing a lot leading up to this. They've been putting in a lot of work, but we usually get at least Summon Extension 1, which adds a little bit of time, but she does run out there, and luckily Foxy found out, because this guy here is a ninja. As you can see, he's going to jump backwards and forwards and sideways, and he doesn't care about your feelings, but if you accept the special order at the last part of the bridge, it turns out it's an invincible SO. So we can grab that, and we should be able to kill him long before we have to worry about...
and this is the safety strat for stations.
Yes, so Foxy here, not even going for the rooms. He's taking the safe route. He's going to wait the 3 minutes out. Absolutely nothing wrong with that, because this level, Frozen Clouds is spicy.
Rem died earlier, else I'd go for it.
Oh, yes.
Jack has re-raised, so Rem died randomly. I'm not going to take the risk of it.
Yeah. Rem is one of the 2 movement characters, and even not worrying about movement in general, because I have done the Jack Shuffle of Shame towards the last screen. Don't worry. Jack's very slow. It's very slow. But it's just safer if you know that you're down a character to just not go for it.
Yeah, completely understandable. And again, like I mentioned earlier, if you get the worst pattern, this isn't a huge time loss, so nothing wrong with just chilling for marathon safety.
And it's only based entirely off of, too, how well your rooms go, because what it's really doing is when you go in that room, that timer does start, and then it goes away and lets you continue after you kill all the enemies, but say you take a minute to kill all the enemies, then really you didn't save time in the end anyway. So it's all about execution and danger versus what you're comfortable with, and if you're grinding for multiple times.
Interesting note on it, actually. It's not based on killing the enemies, it's based on scaring away the dragon. You're actually allowed to enter the rooms that the dragon isn't in and kill the enemies, and they will stay dead for later when the dragon comes into that room. So again, there's been some theorization on like maybe it's better to, if you get a weird order the game wants you to go in, to actually go against that order and clear out the rooms and then come back to them on a Shiva summon. But it's one of the things in this game that hasn't gotten all the testing it needs to, just because it's an incredibly annoying thing to do for what is probably a very minor time save at the end of the day.
Also, I want to here, just because it's coming up in relevance, give a shout out to my co-commentator Sent, because you know, everyone's probably looking at Koinu. Oh God, you said something and it wasn't right. I learned this game and played it for the first time for FF Relay 3, and still to this day haven't done a real casual playthrough of it. So my knowledge, I'm trying my best, guys. I'm trying my best. So Sent's here to put us on the right track with a lot of that stuff, and he's the reason I learned to run. He and Felvisage were like, hey, they want to do 3 teams. We got 2 runners, and I said, hey, I own it. Let's ball.
Don't worry, Koinu. I've made a career out of saying wrong things on the internet. It's what I do.
I'm learning. Okay, so yeah, Pharaoh is pressing through the big bridge. All looks well there. There was a section that Pharaoh just finished that we'll see again, where it asks you to kind of redeploy your students. You have to deploy just one, and then another time you summon. You're allowed to deploy more than one, but we just do one both times to summon Shiva. And after that, it asks you to redeploy everyone else. And Fel and I lovingly call it pulling a Koinu, as we accidentally learned that if you only deploy 3 students, because you're assuming it's like deploying your formation, probably not finishing the level. And Fel looked at me and was like, wow, that's crazy, I can't believe you did that. And then after I talked about it, he said, oh God, I did it. Because it's really unfortunate. You're supposed to deploy everyone you have, you only deploy 3, you just don't have enough to get through the rest of the level, so you have to be very careful in that part.
Foxy's coming up on the end of Frozen Clouds here. Looks like everything's going well for him. Still has Jack alive, and really that's what matters. So, yeah, still has the full crew. Still has 8 for movement even. So,
Crimson
looking
here
solid.
Is coming up to a point, which you know what? I'm gonna wait. Because you're not gonna. No commentary curses here. None allowed. Hold on,
I've already filled our quota.
Patient golf waiting for 2 seconds here, guys. Hold on. All right, we got it. So seeing that where it says obtained gate key, that's a commander who, if you miss with Shiva because you're going 3 times speed, or you just happen to miss, will proceed to run off the screen. And then you have to chase him backwards for about 3 screens and fighting more enemies, and then run back to the door. And we were all joking like, oh, well, someone's going to have that happen. And thankfully, no one did. And also here, he's going to show off the one time we really use Seven, and it's really cool, where she has this snake bite ability. And there's this guy who's being a ninja in the background. Oh God, okay, he was almost we didn't get to show it. So she has this snake bite ability. She latches onto him, and when you retract it, he gets clipped through the universe and pulled to you. So instead of having to run all the way around him, we can do that right there. What we used to do was either go around and kill, or summon and go around and kill. And it's just slow because it's a lot of movement. But thankfully, as long as that guy is not a literal ninja, you can just grab him and go.
I think that is my one contribution to the speedrun.
That was very cool. And I was so sad the first time I ran out of ability points and was like, no, why is he a ninja?
You only get, I think, 5 attempts at that before you run out of ability points. Now, the alternative isn't so bad. You can just run around and hit him with 2 blizzard bombs, or have Jack slice him. You know, it's not the end of the world, but it just looks so cool, and it's the only time we ever get to see Seven's whip sword.
Crimson is also going to do tiny little speed tech things, which is really what this game's all about. He should do it, is that robot I was talking about that can potentially not show up. He's going to side attack it and then immediately switch off to Catter, because the moment that guy dies, you lose control. And if you're still Shiva, you'll just lose a little bit of time, because we haven't talked about, in each level there are these areas called safe zones. And they're kind of like the one that Foxy's running through now. There's a little HP healer, there's usually a save point, and at that point, if you're still Shiva, it will automatically desummon her. Doesn't matter how much time you have left. If you go into a safe zone with Shiva, even after just summoning her, she's gone. So we always try and switch off of her before transitioning, just because the summon animation locks you up for a little bit, and the desummon animation locks you up for about a couple seconds as well. So it's just small optimizations, but when we realize that that side attack has such a big hitbox that you're probably going to hit immediately, and even if you don't, you have backups, so, you know, Catter, Brand, like, you have enough characters to take out that mech without having to worry about it. Foxy is here waiting for the Stormtrooper aim of the dragon to take him out. Oh, breath! Don't see that one often. There are two attacks from that boss. There are the blue fireballs, which are a homing attack, but then the red ones, which are not a homing attack.
And she can bite you.
Yep.
You really want to see the red ones because they explode and are more likely to kill your party. The blue homing lightning balls just have this weird tendency to like curve around your other party members. It's very annoying.
So this is a fun strat that FFFaraoh just did that they brought up recently, where one entire use in the whole run of Shiva's Winter Wonderland ability, which is her A button. It's an incredibly slow animation, but it freezes everyone around you. And in that room, those elevators were coming up slowly with a bunch of mechs. But the last one is the commander you need to kill, and as commanders in this game are, he's a ninja, he's going to run off and do his own thing. So if you hit him with Winter Wonderland, you can just proceed to side attack him to doom, and it's pretty nice. Crimson, bouncing around screens here a bit, guys. Keep up. Sorry, this game is very fast paced. Ask any questions in chat you need to about whatever screens, because there's a lot happening. Vajra, the boss we've seen a couple times, is currently about to shoot missiles down from the ceiling at, you want to hope, Shiva. But sometimes, as you can see, she decides to go after someone else and can potentially end them. This is the level where we really need Jack to live. As you can see, Catter is down. Catter got taken out by the missiles. But Jack luckily survived. On Team Tonberry, that was a split for Gilgamesh. Over very quickly. Big bridge came, big bridge went. But there he was. Don't worry, we'll see more of him later.
We will actually fight Gilgamesh. But in that incarnation, you are just allowed to lose the fight, so Gilgamesh usually just runs up, punches us, and the mission is
over. Do we want to talk about plot at all, as we're kind of hitting stuff that we've already hit before? Because boy, I still love to this day, Sense Fate, my favorite description of this game ever, and I realized when I mentioned it in chat the other day, and most of the Europeans gave, I'm assuming, blank-eyed stares, it's a very regional reference, so apologies from anyone not around here, but this is like the best game of Legends of the Hidden Temple never played. And to that day, that's still my best description of this game ever.
You know, honestly, Koinu, I think I'll leave the plot for the viewers to discover. If you like what you're watching, you absolutely should try Type-0. It's available on Steam. I think it's available on GOG. There's a lot of places you can grab it. The PC port is excellent. It is the speedrunning standard. And it's just a really fun, casual game. Do be warned, it is an M-rated game. It earns that M rating with its cutscenes and content. So, you know, be aware of that if you do decide to play it. But it's a good time, and honestly, it's a Final Fantasy game that I wish more people could experience.
I might cover some bits and pieces when we get to the end game, because you guys are going to look and you're going to go, what is happening? With everything that's happened so far, what happens at the end, knowing nothing, is a wild left field. But
look, the important thing about the story you need to know is that this is the prequel to Final Fantasy 13.
Yes. It does take place in that same universe. Was this the one that was supposed to be versus... Or was that 15? No, it was 15. Never mind. It is in that
15
Nova
was supposed to be
Crystalla-
versus Agito, yeah.
It was. It's in the Nova Crystallis universe. It has references to Etro and those all the sorts of gods. It has crystals. The bare bones of it, because Sent is right. You should play this game. Absolutely play this game and experience for yourself. I personally plan to go through with, I found the Prima Strategy Guide to experience the whole game, because I've been sitting here playing it for 6 years and basically have no idea what's happening. The basics of it, though, is that there are 4 nations that are warring. The Black Turtles, the White Tigers, the Red Phoenixes, and the Blue Dragons. Yes, and before you even see the word go of the game, the Black Turtles are wiped off the map by an Ultima Bomb thrown by the White Tigers. So that kind of takes the pretense of why everyone's fighting, and the White Tigers are kind of a strong force, and the Red Phoenix is us, and where they're opposing force, other people kind of bounce back and forth on allegiances, but it's just a fascinating war story of nations.
Sorry, Koinu.
Go for it.
Real quick, we got the Kedor 2 fight.
Oh, yes.
Oh, is he being mean?
Oh, is he getting... No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
Nope,
Yeah, there we go.
Him.
Good
He's
fight.
getting him. So this guy can sometimes get himself stuck out of bounds, can sometimes fly around for 20 minutes. It's either a 20-second fight or a minute fight or more. He's just, you don't know what he's going to do first. But once you hit his break sight, you're probably going to take him down pretty quick. Yeah, 34 seconds, totally, honestly, like normal. Totally normal time. The best you can do is like close to 20-something, but it's if you get very lucky.
It's a great fight to watch in a marathon, because if you're really lucky, Keter will just dive straight at you, you hit his break sight, he falls to the ground, done. If you're really unlucky, he'll just spend the entire fight dancing away from you and shooting projectiles, and it is the worst feeling ever. Anyway, that's the entirety of Mission 9, and Pharaoh's moving on to the last mission in the game. Only 10 missions you have to do, by the way.
And we haven't brought up here the overworld. So this is the overworld that Pharaoh's on. This is called the Long Ride Home in the game. All of the very exciting plot and all the RTS strategies we've seen and friends we've made along the way and journey there, as a local man may say, this is us walking back through them to remember them all. But the problem is we don't really remember them all, because another key plot point is that when someone dies, you forget who they are. And that's all I'm going to say on that, because yep, that's how it works. So we're going through, we just won a big battle. We don't know who we won against. We're heading home. And you see we're on a Chocobo. And at the beginning of the run, we get, I think like 20 Chocobos. We get more than we'll ever need. But the fun thing about Chocobos in this game is that they can just decide, all right, I'm done now. And they just leave. And it leaves you on the minimap, and you can just summon another one. But the best thing to happen to me lately is you'll see that there are those dual horns running around on the map. Anything on the map is level 99 and is very strong and very spooky. And I had a Chocobo drop me off right next to a dual horn who proceeded to run into me. And I was just like, I don't know what to do now. But luckily, once they take out your first 3 people, you can just leave. But it was, you want to hope for a 1 Chocobo ride home. That's just what you want. You don't want anyone to leave you on the roadside.
Speaking of world map, real quick, sorry to cut in on you. On Crimson Stream, we actually see during this section of the game, after doing City Escape, you cannot mount your Chocobo until you get back to Academia. You've basically been cut off from all of your resources behind enemy lines. There is a guaranteed random encounter we've run into, because if you're on Chocobo, random encounters are only encountered through those dual horns that you have to walk into. But if you're on foot, you can just get into a random encounter. So besides speed, that's why we always want to be on a Chocobo, so we don't have to deal with random encounters. Luckily, we are able to buy a teleport stone at the start of the run, so we can just immediately flee that fight. But wanted to point it out there that time, because I think we got a better chance to see it.
Yes, and that's why we used to have to fight that fight and hope for the best. But luckily now, teleport stone out, we're good. And because of the 3 times speed, we only get that one. 3 times speed makes stuff kind of crazy. Pay no mind to what's happening in the bottom left screen. There's some plot happening in a spooky red filter, and you'll see a kill site on top of our character. If you remember, I mentioned at the start of the run, those break sites and kill sites we've been taking advantage of are now very important for the section of the game that Pharaoh is in, because it can happen to us. But don't mind all of the bodies and red theming, and there's a lot happening there that even if we tried to explain it, it probably would make less sense if we did. But the end of the world is here, more or less. This whole game is a plot to find, I think Venus is the official name for the end of the world, and they want to find the Agito, who are the people who will stop it. And all of the nations are fighting, and I'm sure this is very basic, and yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot happening.
I'm going to resist my urge to hit him with the actually.
But you should, because trust me, I wish I knew more. Someday I will.
But you'll notice that this game has a lot of Latin terms. If you understand Latin, we all took Latin in school, right? Don't listen to the opening song, because the opening song just spoils the entire plot of the game in Latin. It's really great. Regardless, we're going to get through that red filter, and for the sake of the organizers, the runners, and everyone in chat who's worried because Pharaoh has just entered the final split, the final mission, this final mission's about 40 minutes long, so you still have some time. Don't worry.
Don't worry. It's actually a third of one, if not, yeah. It's because unfortunately from here on out, there is no more Shiva, and it's just a whole set of, let's call them trials. Because this is now the trial section of the run, and you'll kind of see what it more means once we get really into the thick of it.
Meanwhile, we see Crimson very successfully performing Duck Hunt.
We've got Foxy on the big bridge. I believe he just got past the bridge section. If not, heading towards Gilgamesh. All the screens there are unfortunately very similar.
Yeah, I believe that is...
He just finished, yeah. He did the bridge section where the soft lock can happen, and now he's moving forward.
Yep, that is just before the section where we split off to destroy the magic jammers and all that good stuff. Trials of Mana or Cold Steel. Koinu, which do you prefer? I'm putting you on the spot.
Alright, here's where I admit that I haven't played either
Well,
one.
considering it's Trails of Cold Steel, I don't think it's applicable.
Also that one.
Oh, man.
If we want to go with similar name, Tales of Berseria is my third answer. There's my rogue answer at those ones. No, I haven't played
I'll accept it.
I'll admit.
You heard it here first. The trials are Berseria. So what we're going to see Pharaoh do here is this is the first instance where you really kind of have to be conscious of a party split. We are going to make 2 separate parties, one to tackle one wing of these upcoming trials, one to tackle the other. One of these wings is going to include a physical-only challenge, so we want to make sure we send the right people down that path, and we want to make sure both parties have someone who can move really fast, because we won't have access to Cadet for both of them.
Yes, and here's where a lot of the big route changes that have happened through the run really focused around trials, because you'll remember we talked about how Deuce is level 9. She's the lowest level she could possibly be, and because of that, it turns out this whole section of the game is based around the average level of your teammates minus 10. I think I was just told. I thought it was of your lowest character, but apparently it's like the average of your teammates minus 10. So every enemy that we run into is level 2. And because of that, things get very very quick. You'll see it'll take about 2 blizzards and a punch, and these big guys who are supposed to be very scary do fall like a house of cards.
Leave it to me.
So basically how the trials work mechanically is that we're going to be given a series of secret orders that we have to actually finish. Should we fail them, we will not be allowed to proceed, and our current character will be instantly killed with no chance to avoid the death. We do want our party to die off by the end of the trials, but again, that's in about 30 minutes. We've got a while. We definitely don't want to lose anyone important too.
And it also turns out that halfway through trials, some of the students that you killed off just randomly come back to life. So there's kind of a key point where from then on, we're really trying to bring down the number of students we have for some stuff in the final boss and shenanigans.
It's actually... sorry, go ahead, Koinu.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was going to talk about something on Crimson Screen, but I can do it after, just so we don't...
Oh, yeah. So part of the interesting thing of routing this final mission is, for the final boss, we really don't want many characters alive that have Blizzard Bomb specifically. The final boss has Reflect Up, and we need to die in the first phase of the final boss to trigger the actual winnable final boss fight. And Thunder Shotgun and Fire Rocket are 2 spells that are very good at just firing at the boss, bouncing off the Reflect, and taking either the character who used them out, or in the case of Thunder Shotgun, the entire active party out. Blizzard Bomb, for whatever reason, and all bomb type spells cannot be reflected. The boss is immune to them, but they won't reflect the damage back onto the party.
I always wondered about that. I just figured because it's kind of centered on you, I guess it's just hard to do that. There's also some other small nuances about who we want to kill off that have come up very recently that I'll cover more once we get towards the final boss, maybe the second or third team, just because Crimson is still cruising through Frozen Clouds. And I did want to mention about that big dragon at the end of Duck Hunt. If you remember, there's the big dragon, which is then the one that we fight with Bahamut Zero later. But at the end of that, that fight is actually a lot more random and a little bit spookier than it looks, because it's all about hitting a certain number of break sites, but when they happen and how often they happen honestly seems pretty random. And also sometimes she can just kind of fly off the screen and say that she's gonna go live with her people now, and you kind of have to wait for her to come back. But the biggest thing is also she'll shoot fireballs at you where there's the blue and the red. So normally if it's blue, you absolutely want to back out of the cannon, run away. It's going to kill your character. The red ones you can usually dodge, but I have had terrible luck with that myself personally, where even when I do dodge, the iframes just don't cut it, and it takes someone out. So like we were saying, losing someone in the early parts of Duck Hunt feels real bad, and that is a way that it can happen, because that big dragon looks like we're just kind of shooting it to the ground, but there's a lot more nuance to it, because it just, the break sites just kind of happen. There's no real rhyme or reason to it that we've been able to find so far.
It's really the name of Type-0 as a speedrun. If you shoot that dragon consistently and never miss a shot on her, you will always hit the break site, she will never attack you. The moment that starts going wrong, it can all just come down around you.
Yes.
Oh
yes,
and
there
we
is a
see
little,
another
there's the big
Gilgamesh
bridge
fight
action.
on Foxy.
Very brief, very quick. Get your single dance in, because unfortunately it's over. They've been taken down. Gilgamesh is the leader of the Black Turtle Nation, because we were talking about those nations a little bit. He is the leader, but he has amnesia, because every good game comes with amnesia. Probably something to do with surviving an ultimate bomb being dropped on his nation. I don't actually know the answer to that one. He comes up, says, "Why am I here? Who are you?" and decides he wants to fight in typical Gilgamesh fashion.
Yes and no. We're not going to get into it.
I watched a 45-minute video, and that's as far as I got with it.
The long and short of it is each of the different nations has access to a different type of magic. So as a Suzaku, the Red Phoenix Nation, we're the summoners of the universe. That's why we have the Eidolons like Shiva. The Byakko or the White Tigers have Magitech technology, which is why we fight Magitech throughout the entire events of the story. And the Seiryu or the Blue Dragons have the ability to tame monsters, which is why in Frozen Clouds, we're fighting these like Dracobolshians and these Flans and these other monster-like enemies. So that has something to do with the Black Turtle's special magical ability. But again, play the game. It's good. It's an interesting story. I promise you'll like it. Anyway, here on
the bottom left.
Ferris Stream, we see a very important question. Do not become Lucy. You can become Lucy. If you do, the run is irreparably over. You have lost. That is the bad ending. You also cannot choose to refuse that offer for about 10 seconds. It is very easily to accidentally hit that menu. I don't think anyone has ever done that during a marathon. I hope nobody ever will.
Crimson and I were both saying at the start of this when we were talking before the run that we take our right hand off of the controller and just sit there and hit down a bunch until it finally moves. Because yeah, it not only locks you into the bad end, but it's not even like a bad end that actually has an end. You just fight waves of enemies until you get a game over. And it's fascinating to see at least one time. Absolutely. If you play the game, check it out. But it's not really a speedrun ending, and it's certainly not this speedrun's ending, so we can't do that or it's all over.
For what it's worth, I think it is actually a faster 80% ending, but nobody actually wants to do that at the end of one of these runs, so that's not the category we're running. Anyway, Pharaoh has entered the maze. The maze is not super complicated, but it is kind of an annoying part of the game. You have to enter these rooms, defeat the enemy inside, and then take the correct teleporter to progress. We just have the order of the teleporters memorized, but there's actually a whole bunch of different paths you can take through it. And I think the path we took swapped as of like a year ago or so. I think we used to
They've
take a
even
much
cut it
longer
down.
route.
They've already cut it down more than that. Even the route that they take now is a couple steps less than what we even did last relay. They've really optimized it because the goal is there's this elevator room here in the middle, and you have to kill a certain number of enemies within the maze before you're allowed to go up that teleport elevator. And so they've really optimized it so that we go in exactly the number needed. There's no extra rooms, no treasure rooms, that you kill an enemy in each room and you move on and you get there just in time. It's a lot of staring there and going, but wait, did I already go east? And hoping for the best.
And here we see the second party split. This is where I believe the party comes back to life if they had died earlier.
Yes, after the maze is where we want to start taking out characters as much as we can. Kator 2 is doing a little bit of a dance around Foxy. Remember we were talking about that? He's just doing Kator things. Because even when he dives at you, sometimes he'll dive at a funny angle. That time he didn't even give you a break sight. The fun thing about break sights is that if you hit enemies too early, or if they move in a certain way, or they just don't pop up, and then you have to wait for another one. So not bad at all, though, but you did get a little bit of a run around, but still very well done.
I'm gonna say that was like 40 seconds. Let's
Yep.
see the time. 43. Yep.
43.
That's unfortunate, but I mean sometimes Kator 2 just does that to you.
In a
the
relay,
room
I've
fair-
started bringing two
Sorry, go ahead.
people and just not deploying one, because that way, just in case somehow he lasts a minute and a half, I have another student. Like just for a marathon, you never know. It's never happened, but it could.
A reasonable safety strat. The room we just saw Pharaoh go through is the tile room. It has a bunch of like flans in it that are weak to thunder, so you really want Queen there to take out them with her thunder shotgun. But the floor tiles will light up, and if you're standing on them, they'll explode and deal massive damage to you. And while it can be a good way to get some of your less important characters killed if the AI happen to just walk over them, you really don't want Queen to die there before that room is finished.
And part of, we haven't really talked at all about the shops and menus we do in this run, because really they've been cut down tremendously. We used to do a lot more leveling people up and buying things. We purchase in the very beginning of the game, if you blinked you missed it, 6 amulets. And what amulets do is level up. I'm assuming it's all 3 of their magic stats, right? Like all 3 of the elements, it boosts all of them, I believe.
All 3 elements by 2, I believe.
Yeah. So that's part of why we give 2 to Queen. And it's like, well, that's kind of weird. It feels like we don't use her at all. It just helps here and a couple other places where we use her as a backup. But this is really where it shines. It's early and we have just enough money for 6. So we put 2 on Catter for her blizzards, 2 on Rem, because boy, does she do a lot of magic, and then 2 on Queen for mostly this endgame. Foxy is doing the long walk home. Crimson is at the last room of Frozen Clouds, I believe. Yep, he's killing off the last Wyvern. He's going to swap off and just take out the Dracobaltians. And the trial here that Pharaoh is in, the doors are spinning around, and there were 4 pillars. You have to break all 4 pillars, and when you break the 4th, that's where that door is going to stop. So we usually run around, break 3 pillars, then you stand there and wait, and we want to go through the door that has that big glowy sigil. And we have to wait until the 2 torches are lighting up outside of it. And this is a good room to try and start to kind of take out some members, because while you're really waiting for that to happen, and then you're waiting for it to stop, you try and take out whatever members you really don't need anymore. With those break sites, having someone get hit once and then hit again and taken out.
Out of the Cimmerian seas arose a temple like none the world had seen, from which the verses
The next
would wreak
room
havoc on all
up
of Orient.
is
The Dominion
the
lost
physical
contact
only room?
with all academia divisions.
Yes.
As well
Yeah,
as
we
Shiva
swap parties,
College.
and now we'll do physical only.
Yeah, so this room recently we realized, oh wait, it's a physical room. Why are we not using an aura item? Because before we didn't, which wild choice really. Because throughout this game we didn't really say anything. When you take out a commander, if there are still sub enemies left, they will, instead of dying or running away, they'll surrender. And when they surrender, you're allowed to go and basically steal 1 item from them. So there are all kinds of places through the run where we know that we have to sit there and wait anyway, that we're trying to steal from a bunch of soldiers and get. There's fortified rations is aura on 1 character, strength serum is aura on all 3. So we try and get as many of those as we can, and we have a few points where we really use them that mostly were in the early game, but this is one where we were like, why are we not doing this? And we did, and it actually saves a lot of time, especially on these thunder bombs, because they love to dance around, and also they love to blow up and just kill your character. But the nuance of this room is you cannot cast spells. I know you just saw a spell on that screen. Your teammates can do whatever they want. You yourself just can't cast a spell.
You might also be wondering why Pharaoh is absorbing after every enemy kill. The Rurson enemies you see on screen have the ability to revive themselves if you do not harvest their Phantoma. So while you can, in theory, cycle through all the enemies on that screen, kill them all, and then harvest them all in one go, doing so is very risky, because if those bombs decide to dodge you forever and delay you, the Rursons can get right back up and make you waste a bunch of time.
These platforms rotating around a very set pattern, so you kind of want to try and progress through the room as you go, but sometimes, especially those thunder bombs, are just because the Roosters will always walk towards you, but also they'll walk towards your teammates, and who knows where your teammates are sometimes, so it's just as much as possible getting through the room to the other side, because once you finish a trial, it's just like an SO. It'll pop up in the beginning, you accept it, and you're allowed to proceed, so says Sid. Sid's the bad guy, don't worry about it.
Personal announcement.
Everyone knows that Sid has a Sid, but there it is.
Very briefly, we saw the triangle attack there. It is a replacement for Shiva during the trials. When your action gauge is full, you can spend the entire thing to have every character kind of perform a signature move. It's actually surprisingly good. It's just not better than Shiva, so unfortunately, we don't get to see a lot of it throughout the run.
Yeah, that's the one that we used to use when we didn't know about the teleport stone. We would just triad maneuver on whatever popped up and hope, because you can't summon in the middle of a random... I don't think you can summon in the middle of a random encounter on an overworld. I might be lying. But especially that one, you wouldn't have access to it because it's after work trying to escape from the city. So here are the last 4 rooms before we do the final climb up to the last boss. It's one room based off of each nation. You can do them in any order, but we try and save the black turtles room for last, because really it contains the final boss of the run, which sounds silly, but you'll see why when we get there. It's the last. It's one of the definitely the biggest skill points and biggest RNG points of the game for sure. This room, all of your teammates are poisoned. and you're just not supposed to die from the poison. That's the whole challenge. Your teammates won't die of it. They can die getting hit after, but they won't die from the poison itself. And if you get low enough, you can just heal, so it's not bad at all. We bought a bunch of ethers on the big bridge, because as you can see, we're spamming a lot of blizzards with Catter, so we can just heal up MP there. Foxy is beginning the beginning of trials. Part of why this area takes about a third of the run is because Sid really likes to monologue. So we get to listen to him there, and then we have one trial, which we didn't mention the thing for, is after the kill one enemy trial, which is the one he's about to go into, there's one where you just have to survive for like 2.5 minutes, I think? Something like that. But it just means you have to sit there for 2-something minutes and twiddle your thumbs.
Yeah, the Versus will just infinitely spawn. You can kill them, you can just choose to down them and run in circles. I don't think it matters. Nothing speeds it up. That is unfortunately the other constant of this game. There's a lot of really cool minor optimizations and fun tech you can do, and then several sections that are several minutes long with no way to speed them up.
There's the Blizzara Bomb with Catter we were talking about before. Blizzara Bomb on those Dracobaltians as a get up. That trial was basically just kill the enemies. I don't think there was anything really special with it, just don't die. But that's based on the Crimson Phoenix Nation. And the last one we're going to is the...
Those aren't Dracobaltians. Those are your fellow students. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. They look like Dracobaltians, and that's what matters. This is the White Tiger robe. Right, the Dracobaltians from the previous one. It's fine. We have to kill the quote-unquote invisible enemies, which sounds hard, but then you see the giant floating health bar and go, oh. So
you can also lock onto them, so...
Yeah. Yeah. So, not very sneaky. Same as usual, Blizzard Bomb them, take them out, they're gone. Crimson is on the Big Bridge section of Big Bridge, where alas we cannot do our fun time save, but
we do get one last fun thing here, which is a theoretical double fight against the Kator mech. However, the fight doesn't start until you attack it, so you can just shoot both of them and kill them instantly and not have to deal with the fight.
All right, everyone, get your dances ready because it's time for the final boss, and the final boss is Gilgamesh again, but this time he's unidentified target, but don't worry, that's Gilgamesh, and he's a mean man.
Not actually the final boss.
Not actually. For management.
For management's sake, this is not the final boss.
For management purposes, that was a joke, but it's also not a joke at the same time, unfortunately. So his whole deal is that he's very strong. There's also random missiles raining down upon you, and Pharaoh is annihilating him, and that makes me so happy for her and makes me feel so bad about my
beautiful
two
cycle.
That was
very
beautiful.
well done.
His whole thing is he'll charge at you and swing at you, and a break site will appear after he swipes down or while he's charging.
Yeah, there are a ton of different strategies, but as has been discovered, the best is just have Jack dodge out of the way, throw a fireball to hit the break site, pop an aura item on yourself, and cleave him in half with break sites.
I'm sorry, Maelstrom, I wasn't thinking about you. I'm sorry. It's the final boss in my heart, but not for your purposes, I promise.
Yeah, we've still got a good 10 minutes or so, I'd say, just for everyone's benefit.
The final boss itself is like 8 minutes on its own, at least, I think. It's a pretty hefty boss, because it's gimmicky, and you'll see why when we get there. This trial is, the room is filling up with blood of, I think, everyone you killed and everyone who died, maybe? Don't worry about it. But the thing is don't let the flood catch up to you. The thing is that we're moving at 3 times speed, and the flood isn't, so we just run to the top, and we live. Same thing happens in one of the earlier trials, where it's run through this room 2 times without getting hit, and so we're like, okay, and we do it. It's 3 times speed.
Yeah, they really did not rebalance these trials for 3 times speed, and even though we successfully get to the top, unfortunately, we've still failed as far as Sid is concerned, and now we have to spend about 2 minutes limping down a hallway.
Sid's bored of us. He says, you were trying your best to become Agito to save the world, but really you're boring, and he doesn't like us anyway, so he kills us off. And our best way of moving is this really sad dodge limping. As far as we know right now, the quote-unquote fastest dodge is 8, but Crimson was actually saying before the stream that he thinks that 7 might be a little bit yeah, that's 7. Might be a little bit faster. It's very minimal. It's frames, if that. It's just, some of them have very slow limps, so we just try and aim for the ones that don't go too
I think
small.
King is actually up there too. But yeah, so I lied. Everyone has a 4th speed. They have this speed, which only shows up for about 2 minutes here. Sid's doing this whole speech about how you failed and you're terrible and you'll never reach Agito, but we don't care. We're just gonna roll into the Eye of God.
Ooh, the Iron Giant. Nope, never mind. The Iron Giant's before everyone gets brought back, I think. So Foxy should be good, but that Iron Giant is actually pretty mean. We take out his HP bar like instantly with a triad attack, but then he does this little dance where he's invisible, and how long it takes for him to stop dancing. There is a quick kill. We have yet to figure out how to get it. It just, you need to wait for a break sight, and you just gotta wait for him to show it.
Yeah, he's unfortunately another one of those enemies that can only be taken down by a kill site, and whether he presents his kill site before he becomes invincible seems completely random.
So this is the final boss of the game, for real this time, but don't worry, you still have a lot of time. Phase 1, the reason we've been talking about trying to take out our characters throughout the whole of these trials is because he, before we can hit Phase 2, basically just has to take us all out. We're limping and sad, and we can't hit him, and so he will hopefully do that sword swipe and take out 3. Problem is that when you bring a student in, they're invincible for a little bit. So you can't just get 2 in a row, but your goal is to just bring 3 students out, have him swipe down and hit all 3 in a row. But he'll also do this attack here with his grabby hands, which is an instant kill, but it's unfortunately just a little bit slow. There's even some nuances, though, with this fight that we discovered recently. The next phase of the fight, we used to think who you started with was entirely random. And there were students that you did not want at all. It was just, if you got Deuce to start with, bless her heart, her attacks are so slow that she just couldn't hit that opening break sight, and you would really be doing kind of a struggle dance for a while. But Crimson and Foxy did some work and came back to me and said, I think it's one of the last 3 students you have in formation before changing transitions. And I looked at Foxy and I was like, no, there's no way. Like, we tested a bunch of, there's no way we didn't test that. And then I went back and looked at all of my previous runs and went,
there's no way Sint is that stupid. Oh yeah, no he is.
Belle looked at it too. Like, all of us were like, this is terrible. If you get the wrong character, it's bad. Like, if you get Sync, she's so very slow. It's rough. And so I went back and looked at all my PBs. I looked at previous relays and was like, oh. No, yeah, every time it was one of the last 3. Fascinating. So here, I believe that was his last students to go down for Phase 1. Phase 2 is very cutscene-y, and this is why I joked about Gilgamesh being the last boss. You can't actually die to this boss. A la FF10, a couple other ones, it's kind of the final boss of re-raise. You get all of our, he's deeming us all unworthy, and we come out and say, no, but we're super worthy. Look at all this work we did, and through the power of friendship, can't die until we take him out. So here he gets Cease, which was one of the last 3, which is not a bad one to have, but he does still have up his Reflect. And we want to, in this opening part, he'll come down, do a slash, and then do a break sight. And what we really want is a ranged character that isn't magical, because then you can just dodge and shoot a bullet or shoot an arrow, and it's good. Cease has a decent physical attack, but it is one of the rougher ones to start with too, because unfortunately he still can't be Thunder Shotgun, which is one of the fastest spells. So you want to hope for, see, the Reflect does come down for a little bit, and Farah's able to get that first hit. And after the first hit, you harvest a piece of his Phantoma, and then that character dies. But from there, you then pick the next one, and you keep scrolling through. I think after 3 hits, his barrier goes away, and after 7 hits, his head goes closer to the ground as he gets tired, and it's just all about managing who you have and what their fastest option is to hit, and then pull out that piece of Phantoma.
It's 3 or 5 on the barrier. I don't actually remember, but regardless, after the first hit, like Coiny said, you can choose who you want. So you just, make sure you pick Trey, make sure you pick King, the characters that have very fast ranged attacks that basically can't miss the break sight.
And we do have characters that we would prefer to have as the last selection. There's a faster option, and then there's a swag option. And I know at least one of our runners will be doing the swag option. But the faster option that we want is Jack. He's our powerhouse at the whole run. You can charge him up and, in theory, do a couple of extra hits to potentially negate an extra break sight, because the last cycle of the boss is where you actually kind of have to deplete his hit bar. You have your last student, and you just kind of beat him up until he's actually down. Foxy is on the no physical trial, and I know all of our runners were very worried about accidentally pressing that attack button in this room, but so far so good. Yeah, because if you hit that attack button, character's dead. That's it. You're
Not
done.
only is the character's dead, the room resets. So
yes, also that. I was like, I was wondering why we don't use that to maybe like kill off some characters. No, bad idea. Don't do it.
you absolutely do not want that to happen. It will cause problems. But yeah, as we can see now, Sid is down on the ground. His attacks become very feeble. These last few characters
okay.
are very
Pharaoh is going for the Jack strat. I believe it's Foxy who's going to be going for swag, so you'll get to see that at the end. It's what we used to do until we realized, oh wait, there is a different option. Crimson is cruising through the big bridge, getting very close to that first Gilgamesh fight. You'll get your single note of dancing soon on that end. Definitely an awesome show from all three runners. This has been really fun to see. Relay 3 and Relay... Pharaoh, you're doing fantastic. Relay 3 and 4 were just me, Set, and Fell, and it's so fun to have new runners. Don't worry, it all happens. Like I had a bad thing happen in Relay 4. Like it happens to everyone. This game is not kind, and you're doing fantastic. Let's see. He has a couple characters left for this final boss. Time is coming up soon for Tonberry. Keep an eye on that. So Sync is one who you pretty much need to keep around or not use until the barrier's down, because even her physical attack is just... She's got a giant mace. It's very slow.
What did Mama say?
Let's go.
Yeah, you more or less have to hit the fire rocket on Sync, and I think that's really the only character that they.
Where do you get this?
Here we are with Jack in the final cycle. Careful, I think someone in here might have a hot mic. Just careful, guys.
Like Marshall has in his hand.
So yeah, you'll see we didn't talk about it much. When you use back and X on Jack's physical attack, he charges up a little bit. And so we try and do that charge to do a little bit of extra damage and negate an extra break site. Time is coming up very soon here as we just keep hacking down his hit points. Time! All right, go Tonberry, go.
I died to Dracobaltians right before
I saw that. We were talking about that animation. It's
Pharaoh, I feel so bad. I had literally just said you swap to Jack so that the Dracobaltians don't eat your face, and as soon as I said that, one popped up behind you and got Jack.
Just to say, Pharaoh, and just to prove how it happens. I Phoenix downed a character once only to have it immediately get eaten by Dracobaltian, so it just
and then on transition to first phase to second phase, I realized way too late that I forgot Sis. I just forgot her. And of course the game gives me it's like, oh,
that's okay.
Fuck.
Her basic attack isn't fantastic, but at least it's not Sync or Deuce.
At least it's not Deuce.
Yeah, that's why we've learned with the new revelation that it's the last three characters you had. We try at the end of Gilgamesh to pop out, like, probably Deuce is almost always going to be pulled out because you just want her to go away as fast as possible.
Yeah, no, super well done, Pharaoh. I think that was sub 2 hours?
Oh shoot, I am so sorry. I think I missed a split for Mog. Sorry,
no,
you're did a bad job. I split late for them.
We can take care of this.
Too much excitement happening in the trials ended. I missed it. My apologies.
But still, an incredible run for a marathon, even having to fall back on that safety save. Very, very well done. It's so good to see new people picking up this game, and I mean you're killing it. Speaking of killing it, we've got Crimson going over to Cator 2. Will Cator 2 troll Crimson? Place your bets in chat, I suppose. How?
Anywhere between
I don't
20
know.
seconds and a minute and a half. You guys could go anywhere. Hopefully not a minute and a half. You dove
I'm
away.
going 21 seconds. Perfect fight. Let's go.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of a dance. Getting his first hits in. Okay. Nope, he bounced back. Yeah, see, it's a dance. It's a delicate dance, but he got it. Nicely done.
This is why commentators should not be allowed to talk. I have once again jinxed somebody, but a good recovery by Crimson. Well done. Moving into the final mission. A solid run so far, honestly. I know we haven't focused on his POV too much, but yeah, 29 seconds, even with a little bit of, you know, dancing at the start, that's a real good time, frankly, for Cadet 2.
Yeah, Crimson came through and really optimized this run for kind of the whole community. He's put in a ton of work, and it's been awesome to kind of see his times come down. I know he wants to stick around, I think, until like a one. I mean, I know he's aiming for world record, absolutely, but he's got a pretty low goal, and I'm excited to see how far he can push it, because he's really taken all of us to. I never thought that my time would get as low as it did, and then he came in with this reroute, and I was like, oh wow, I've PB'd after 5.5 years just because of all the work he put in. Foxy is pretty quickly approaching the Gilgamesh fight, the second Gilgamesh fight, and Crimson's doing the long walk home. We're probably gonna have a little bit to talk about in the end of these trials here, but does the FF9 team want to introduce themselves in the start? I know we have a run going here on Tonberry for that. Longer run. Lots to talk about.
Sure. How's it going, y'all? We're gonna be here to talk about FF9 here in a bit, but we'll, you know, let you guys interject and finish out Type-0 stuff if you need to. I'm Roaming Merc. I've been following FF9 speedruns for a couple years now. Yeah, happy to help talk about it.
I'm Steph427. I've been running and routing the game since 2020, and pretty much following since 2019. So it's a fun game.
And I'm easily 18. I actually am a 9 runner, still currently. Got a bit of a hiatus for Final Fantasy 1. Somewhat missed 9. I never thought I'd say those words, but here we go. But yeah, put it back to the Type-0 commentators. You guys are going to do absolutely fantastic.
Thank you very much. You'll see Crimson did just get dropped off by his Chocobo. He got abandoned on the roadside, luckily not near anything dangerous.
It's worth mentioning that this game has an entire like Chocobo breeding minigame where you can make different kinds of Chocobos that can cross different terrain and even fly. However, the quest that introduces you to Chocobos gives you 20 Chocobos, which is about 5 times more than we need for the entire run, so we don't interact with it in the slightest.
Yeah, which is a shame, but not a shame. That's why when they open up the Chocobo menu, you'll see there's girl Chocobos, boy Chocobos. There's a whole portion. There's many portions of this game that we just don't interact with. The whole friendship deal, the plot, we don't interact with that. Don't pay any attention to the fact that 2 of our students that we use for the whole game are Crystal at the end. Just don't worry about it. Things happened. So now, I believe, yep, Foxy is coming up on Gilgamesh, going in with Jack strats. I think I'm the only one who's holding out with Cadet strats these days. I really should learn Jack, because he's better.
You should learn Ace strats.
Oh, Ace strats. My notes for Ace strats literally just say, it's done, don't know how, good luck. I have no idea how you do that part. Yeah, so Gilgamesh, this is kind of more what we see out of him. The break site approaches very quickly. And fire does not travel very fast, so if you, with weird timing, he's going to do a dance around you. And sometimes, he definitely just hit him, and I didn't register, because cool.
Yeah, and get the grab. Unfortunately, the other unfun part of this fight is that there are a bunch of artillery strikes hitting the battlefield.
Foxy is listening to us, and so now he's going to show off the ace strats that I don't know how to do. But yeah, we have 3 main characters we've really set up for this fight. Crimson actually tells me about a 4th. Jack is supposedly the strongest. Cadet is the one that I learned on that we really used to do with her gun and Blizzard. As you saw, he kind of broke the break site with Ace using Blizzard as he runs towards you, and then you kind of go crazy on him. Ace is here with a similar vibe, it seems, with his cards, but apparently 7, who has a pretty good attack as well to use.
I should probably stop memeing about the Ace strat around runners who might use it and explain it. You actually need to upgrade one of his abilities. One of Ace's abilities is a very fast-hitting laser that, for whatever reason, will just tear through his break sites.
He does still work. Like, the effect is happening.
Yeah.
The problem is with his basic attacks, though, is that he's hitting the break site actually a little bit too early, so then the rest don't pop up, and there goes all your damage.
Yeah, I find his basic attack a little bit annoying. to get the timing on, just because it does hit multiple times in quick succession. Although that same property makes it very good for popping the repeated break sites when he does go down.
Yeah, so there it is. There's a good rhythm there. It's just you want to hope you don't hit that first one too fast. That's the sort of same principle we use with Catter, but hers are a little bit easier to control just because with her gun she shoots a couple of fast bullets off in a row and they kind of just hit each one as it goes. Yeah, let's get some dancing cactars in chat for Foxy, putting in a good show here. Oh, he's gonna give a shot with the Catter strats here. Yeah, so what the pattern is he'll run at you, you blizzard. You want to shoot off one of her grenades, which we never use, but what that does is, as you're walking around with Catter, it charges up her gun, which is awesome, except it's very slow. So what it does is you shoot off the grenade, and then it makes it so your faster hits are the ones you're going to get right away. So you want blizzard, grenade, kind of wait a moment with a dodge, and then just fire away. It takes a lot of skill with this. Like, Pharaoh made this fight look very, very easy. If you get a good flow, it's nice, but this is not an easy fight by any means, so kudos to all of these runners for putting this out there for people.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm happy about this run. Like, I've never had such a good Gilgamesh.
That was a beautiful
That Gilgamesh was so clean, and this is frankly closer to what the average Gilgamesh looks like, of him just trolling you. Also, you'll notice all of our runners have gone into Gilgamesh with only one character. You really don't want to have multiple people alive in this fight, because they will hit Gilgamesh, they will ruin your break sites, they will just make him run around to random spots and be very annoying.
And another important thing, Foxy has 2 ranged characters out now, and one of them is already dead, so that's one less character he can guarantee for phase 2 of the Arbiter.
Luckily, there are some options for phase 2 that aren't too terrible, but it is definitely a detriment there. As long as we lose Cease and Sync, though, you can improvise with just about anyone else. Just not Deuce. Flashbacks are really for just not Deuce, please.
I actually really do not like starting with 7. Obviously not on the same level of Sync and Deuce, but I am not a 7 fan.
Her Snakebite attack is pretty fast, but it's also hard to kind of work around. See, there's an instance. The break sight was up. Should have hit. It didn't, because it's just unfortunately how they're kind of programmed. It is a PSP game at the end. Yep, there was an instance of unfortunately going through, but he's at low enough HP that he can just Blizzard Bomb him down. Usually Gilgamesh takes no damage from your attacks, but once he gets low enough, you can kind of blitz him down from that point. So yep, here he pulls out Deuce, and then 8 is for the death roll strats. GG's Foxy, that fight. And the best part is that even if you think you're gonna have a beautiful one, there are those missiles raining from the sky. So you'll be lining up your shot, and then you just get hit in the mouth, and whatever ability you were charging is gone, the break sight's gone, everything's happening, he's hitting you. It can spiral very quickly, there's a lot happening, so it is not easy, and shoutouts to anyone who can kind of learn that and finish your run.
Yeah, it looks like we still have Trey. But we still have some options. I think it's not going to be too bad for securing a good final hitter here on Fid.
Yeah. Fun thing about Trey, back in the day, because now I can say that as an old-time runner, we used to upgrade Trey a lot for trials, because you'll notice that we've been doing a lot of blizzarding throughout this route. Back in the day, we used to level up Trey. It was what we called kind of physical trials. We took more experience routes, lectures back then, so the enemies were a bit higher level, but Trey would be, I think we went up to like charge 4 on his basic shot. So the physical trial only was very fast. Those like little mini Cators that can just kind of fly around were very fast, but much slower in many other aspects, like anything involving magic, because people had more hit points and our magic really hadn't scaled up to that point. Most of what's done in terms of menuing in this run now is we buy those 6 amulets at the start. There was one point in the middle where we bought a gun for Catter and a sword for Jack, just for extra damage, especially through trials and things. And then there's one menu done at the very start to get those core abilities we talked about for that Togorath mission with Cyclone Drive and Accelerate and things. And then there's one other one we do to power up Jack a ton. He starts with this ability called Reflex, which I will wholeheartedly admit I don't really know what it does. But at a certain level, a certain amount of SP, he gets Lightning Flash, which is a couple of hits in a row, and these guys say it's very good for the Jack Gilgamesh fight. So that's kind of all the menuing we have in so far. Oh, and also we level up in that same Jack menu Shiva a bunch, but I know Crimson is trying to ride out as much of that as possible, because Type-0 menus are unfortunately not very fast. This room is a bane for anyone who likes good controls. And that was the run through twice room. We're gonna get up to one where you have to shoot a bunch of candles. If we haven't already, I might have missed it. But remember how I talked about how the camera is on the same stick as switching targets? So you have to go around and you're trying to navigate to like 6 candles around the room while also getting hit by a bunch of enemies. Yep, right here. So yeah, there's a bunch of candles. Crimson is gaming a lot and just kills out 2 of the candles before the enemies even spawn in. So that's fascinating to know you can do that. Good to know. But yeah, see, it targets cubes, it targets things. But now once you take all the candles out, you can take down the Reaver. But you have to make sure you wait for Catter to say her voice line. Because if she doesn't and you go to the exit, Sid says, nope, you did a bad job. And unfortunately, you failed the trial for no reason other than Sid decided you did a bad job.
I fell for that more than once. It's horrible.
Oh, me too. Even thinking I waited long enough.
So, one that I've only had once or twice is if 8 has Accelerate, he can outrun the double run-through room and fail it.
I ran through it 3 times once and went, what? What just happened? Alright, Foxy's on phase 1 of that final fight. We do see Sync in there and Deuce. Hopefully he's got some other people to throw in there. We don't want those as our last option. Yeah, okay. Looks like we got Catter, Cease, and Trey. So yes, that's 2 options at a ranged attacker, and then we saw Cease. Cease isn't the fastest physical swinger, but she can do it. There is a fun strat you can do with 9, who's like the Dragoon of the party, where you can use his jump attack as he starts to come down, and he will just slam down on the break site, which is very fun. But here we are going into phase 2. Get ready, Team Choco's 9 runner. We have a little bit of time since it's not the fastest phase, but it is coming up.
Why do you still stand?
All right, opening with Catter, not bad. I will typically shoot a grenade just to discharge her slow-moving bullet, because sometimes her slow-moving bullet is so slow it will not hit the break site, which is always very fun.
Yeah, what I usually do is I keep Cutter's weapon stored, because then the bullets don't charge and I only fired once after the dodge. It works very nicely.
Yeah, that is also... I always like panic when I'm not targeting the guy just in case he might do something stupid, but that's... Does he still go for the grab attacks in this phase, or is that just phase 1? So I have to kind of be a little careful about that. Sometimes he's nice, and he just comes down to do a big lightning strike, which is just fantastic, because he just does break sight.
He can still go for the grab attack.
He can do the grab attack. He tried doing it with Cease.
Okay,
yeah,
so
he can grab attack you.
About how close you are sometimes.
It can't kill you, but obviously it's a big time waster, unfortunately.
Ooh, nice. Got it with Trey there. Trey's arrows are deceptively slow. You have to kind of dodge early so you can fire it off, because otherwise you're just going to hit him when it's too late. Getting through the ranged characters, I believe that was 3, so his magic barrier should be down. So now he's good to go ahead and Thunder Shotgun with Cease and other characters on that end. But he was kind enough to come down to do that lightning attack, which is just... Every time he does it, it's a blessing, because he just comes down and raises a spear and intends to hit you, but you just hit him and move on.
Yeah, I guess we didn't mention the difference there. So he does have 3 things he can do. He can try and grab you, which unfortunately doesn't have a break sight and is just annoying and a waste of time. He can come down here and summon this lightning, which doesn't do anything because we're invincible and powerful, but it has a very quick break sight, and he can also come down and slash with a line, which you have to dodge out of the way and then hit his break sight.
Nice.
I think the slash is actually slightly faster in terms of like getting a break sight, but obviously if you fail the dodge, you've wasted the cycle.
Yes, but also by same risk, you can hit the lightning one too early, and then he just doesn't do it. You saw we had a cycle there of Jack came down and he didn't get a hit in before, so also the break sight doesn't last the whole time he's casting, so you have to kind of balance it out. And he did use Jack there, so that does mean we are going to see some swag ending.
I love the swag strat to end this boss.
The swag strat is so much fun.
And it's not even that much slower at the end of the day, so a little bit of swag just to be not that much slower. Can't complain. Let's see, Crimson is cruising along. Magic only room, no physical attacks, please, Crimson. I know that was, I think this was the room he was quote-unquote most worried about in the entire run, but I believe.
Oh, this is the room that gets on everyone's nerves. The temptation to push the attack button.
Yep, the versus is all out of bounds, and you just want to click that one gunshot just to do a little bit. Nope, don't do it. It's a trap.
Foxy is coming down to some of his last characters here, and I guess for the sake of time and being able to call things accurately, we should go ahead and explain it before it starts. So the swag strap for this final boss is with our favorite character, Deuce. How does Deuce fight with the flute? Well, inexplicably, she plays the flute, and then a small ball of light just kind of teleports around and shoots projectiles at enemies, focusing on whoever she's targeting. It just so happens that it attacks at the perfect cadence to hit Sid's break sight once you hit him once. So you can just call out Deuce, hit the break sight, hold down the attack button, and walk away, and she will solo him in
He does
like
a little
20
march.
seconds.
She marches in a circle, and you just hold it and you win. It's beautiful. As a flute major, I wholeheartedly agree. We may not use Deuce much in this run. She may be the one person we sack off the most, but she's actually apparently incredibly important for higher difficulty runs of this game. Because I heard something about, we talked about those computer characters that can pop up. Apparently one strat for higher difficulties is just get a bunch of computer guys and then to bring Deuce, because Deuce, being Bard of the party, is the buffer. So you just buff the computers. All right, here we are. Deuce is fluting to win.
Be ready on time. Gonna be here pretty soon.
Oh, I usually march in a little circle while doing it. He's just staring you in the camera. Did that miss a break sight? I think it did. Wow, that's uncommon. It usually does not chip a break sight early, but just keep holding it and you're gonna get it. Time. Let's go, Choco.
When he pulls away, it untargets him. And so if you're not targeting him, you're not going to get the break sight. And it did it twice there. Normally it doesn't.
I usually walk in a little circle underneath him, and so he just kind of tanks out. It's beautiful.
Well done, Foxy. Sorry about that, Gilgamesh. That was unfortunate, but I mean that's what Gilgamesh does to you.
If I hadn't promised quite new swag strats, I wouldn't have done it, because that Gilgamesh was awful. Once I lost Jack, and then I realized we had agreed upon a bunch of saves, and I had muscle menu do the only one that mattered.
Hey,
so
you didn't have to do swag strats for me. I appreciate them wholeheartedly, but luckily it's not that much slower. It is very minimally slower, because you have to be really optimal with Jack to actually make it that much faster with his charge-ups and such. Alright, and Crimson is cruising along. We are getting pretty close to the end of his trials, but 19. Feel free to interject as needed. No, I'm a bad person.
So anyways, for Type-0, we will have a different commentator who splits
Swag strats are worth it.
No, look, I've only missed 2, okay? You guys were all very close to splits, one was near Odilon and one was near Vajra, and I was like, oh god, I'm scared. I had one job, guys.
Anyway,
luckily Maelstrom is coming in and editing the times that I may or may not have goofed. This is not an uncommon occurrence. We just try and alleviate his extra work. We love you, Maelstrom.
Shoutouts to the admins for doing a wonderful job putting this all together, and of course, shoutouts to Crimson Inferno, Pharaoh, and Foxy for running Type-0 and representing here at the marathon. I think now that there are 2 Final Fantasy IX runs on stream, we should probably take a back seat until Crimson gets up to Sid, but it has been a blast being here, and thank you both for putting on such an incredible run for this relay.
If anything spooky happens, you can be sure that I will exclaim loudly, even if I don't intend to, so you'll know, but otherwise take it away.
Well, Type-0 commentators, thank you so much. That was fantastic to hear that, and Type-0 runners so far have done amazing. Grim, bring it home, really.
Yeah. It's really fun seeing other Final Fantasy runs that you're not as familiar with, and it's pretty crazy seeing Tactics A2 before, and then also Type-0 now, just how diverse all these routes and RNG heavy things are. So it's really fun to see.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy seeing the differences between them. And I personally hadn't seen much of Type-0, so it's been a bit wild to watch actually. But I want to say, Sill's Mage Masher dramatically quicker than Mutsky's got it so much faster. So that's straight away automatically at least a minute difference.
Right, yeah, because there was 9 steals for Sill, and then Mutt had 21, I believe, was counted.
Yeah, that's what was said.
Yeah, so for the first fight of the game, it's basically like a little tutorial fight, but we can steal a Mage Masher, which amps up Zidane's damage pretty dramatically for the first few fights of the game, well before we can even get one in the Ice Cavern later. So it's good to steal that. It's a 1 in 16 chance roughly, with a couple other little values changing that, but yeah, we just have to steal it until we get it. There's not really much else we can do besides that.
And the bit that's a little bit crazy to see is that, for those of you who don't know the early parts of Final Fantasy IX, a lot of the 9 fights at the start of the game, you actually cannot lose. So as long as you leave Dagger alive, as you'll see with Mutsuki when he gets into this fight, he will sacrifice 3 of his party members, leaving Dagger alive. It is the optimal strat, much faster than killing. But if you get awkward ATB, you can just kill off Steiner, and you will get through the fight straight away as well.
Funny thing, if you do attack Steiner for this fight, he responds with a line. I'm drawing a blank on where it's from, but he says, just a flesh wound.
Oh yeah, for Monty Python, Holy Grail.
Yes,
yeah.
Monty Python.
Yeah.
Apologies to the Brits.
Yeah, this game loves throwing out little references, pop culture, and also just previous entries.
I've got to say, I feel the odd one out. My flag's the only one different out of the 5 people in that commentary section. So...
Right, yeah. Yeah, we got American Heavy here. But we do have Mutsuki with the Canadian flag on the front.
True.
It's like Crimson.
Yep.
White Crimson. But,
So, interestingly, what Mutsuki's going to do here, he's going to do a thing that we call bomb skip. Basically, we're going to do an ATB wait here, but instead of on our characters, we're not ATB waiting our character's ATB. We're ATB waiting Steiner's ATB with the bomb in order to skip a Steiner dialogue box. And it saves you anywhere between 5 and 10 seconds, depending on your performance.
yeah, this was we discovered this I think a couple years ago, and it was all thanks to the Little Geckos script that they wrote for Final Fantasy IX, to where we could view the enemy ATBs, so we can see what's going on behind the scenes. So it's been really fascinating to use that and just kind of see how the bosses work and things we can do to advance the run and cut down times and stuff like that. So that was really fun to figure out.
Hopping in real quick, that was a very nice Gilgamesh from Crimson. Got
very nice.
hit by the missiles a couple times, but he was able to get a very clean Jack fight in there. Always
Good,
nice to
good.
see.
Yeah, good.
It's absolutely wild as I'm watching the end of the Type-0 runs. It's just how fast they're
yeah.
moving through the game.
Times 3 speed is no joke. You watch a PS4 run and a PC run, because PS4, even though it's HD, doesn't have the 3 times speed. It's
Oh, interesting.
It's wild. Changes a lot of the strats too, because there's stuff that you can't get away with without that speed.
So it looks like, Mutsuki was able to finish out the Alexandria section, is making his way to the Evil Forest, which will be the start of encounters, random encounters that we can get. There aren't any encounters in Alexandria, obviously, because it's a city. But we have Silith up on the top right. They're going to be starting the King Leo fight, which is pretty standard. What easily mentioned before, where you can't really lose the tutorial fights. This is one of them where you can lose because you don't have Garnet. You have the Tantalus crew, which we do need to kill King Leo, and we can avoid the Anarrow Brothers little bull guys on the sides. But see how he does.
The thing I was gonna mention as well before Silith gets into nobles. So the big difference between PSX and PC for nobles, nobles on PC is dramatically easier.
Oh yeah.
You can miss the first 4 inputs and still get 100 nobles, which is enough to get through. As long as you miss either the first 4 or the last couple, you will get through it. You just can't miss in the middle. And you have a lot more time delay between the inputs. It is still possible to fail, and a lot of us still do at points. Just you're trying to be quick, but it does have backups, thankfully. But I think you know more about that than I do, then.
Yeah. I'm pretty bad at nobles personally. So it's another reason why it's just like. Yeah, it's one of those things. I pick up all the extra guild pickups you can get. So there's a couple of spare ethers and the Tantalus Crash and elsewhere to try and make up the loss of the money. Because if you do get 100 nobles, you get 10,000 gil versus like a chump change of like 800 gil. So it's a pretty dramatic gil bump to get 100 nobles.
if I believe correctly, you would pick up the Thunder Gloves in Clara, the Mithril Dagger in Trino, and then there's a couple other things as well, and changes of the menu slightly, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Correct, yeah. And some people even skip the Mithril Dagger and they just kind of skimp out on some high potions and things like that too, so... It's just kind of depend on the runner.
Crimson is on the final boss here, so Mogrun is going to want to start getting ready. We're still in a bit of phase 1, but yeah, once phase 2 starts, it quickly will be close to time for that to happen.
Great to hear.
We'll leave it for you to finish up the end of the Type-0.
Alright, thank you very much.
For sure. Something we haven't super talked about, though hopefully it's been obvious with how they've been positioning, is Crimson's trying to get all of his cadets in a line there for Sid. Hopefully Sid comes down and does the sword wave attack. Your AI cadets are usually they try and stay like roughly to the left and right of you, so if you can get in the center of them and he targets you, you're going to hit all three of them with that sword, and it's just going to make getting out of the first phase a bit faster.
I was hoping for opening 9. He got opening 9, so Crimson knows
Are we going to do the jump strat?
Yeah, watch this Dragoon boy do his thing, his one thing that he does really well. Yeah, so the guy comes down, and right as he starts to swing, you jump, you nail it. It's so satisfying.
The jump has iframe, so yeah, you just go right through the sword wave. Very well done. Crimson's showing off at the end of the run just because he can.
He was hoping for that. He was saying he was hoping to show off some 9 jumps. Ooh, charging up a tray. Okay, I guess you can just strafe. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I always
Tray can just strafe. Yeah.
Fair enough. Have a nice day. Yeah, this is all going to be pretty much same business, but play this game. That's all I can say. That's my finding statement. Play this game. It's very deceptive in that people think they don't even think about it, and it's just good.
Doing the trade strat there with Ace as well, which I really like.
Yeah.
Ace's cards are delayed enough that you can just throw them, and even though Ace is going to get hit by the sword wave, doesn't matter because his cards are going to hit and hit the break site.
I never trust myself to not hit it early, but that's the way to do it. I kind of in the notes that I made, I tried to put little like here's the best way to do it with each character, but I definitely have to update it because there's some new stuff that I've been seeing that is just cool. But having the more runners we've been having have really been adding just so many bits and pieces to this run, which is just fun.
By the way, if anyone is interested in learning this run, Koinu has put together a lovely set of run notes that are incredible for getting into it. I had spent about 5 years away from Type-0 due to work and other things taking up my time, and reading her notes, I got back into the run in like 20 minutes, so you should absolutely check those out if you are interested in playing or speedrunning Final Fantasy Type-0.
Thank you. That means a lot. When I came in and learned the relay, I had to make my sparse notes off of Sense videos and stuff, and Sentinel absolutely helped me out the whole way through, but I made those notes with the intent of, I came into this game basically having never played it, so they are very overly detailed. You'll want to make your own pretty quick, but they're there with the intent that someone who's never played can just pick it up and go, and that's my hope for anyone who even wants to give it a try.
Isn't Crimson on record page?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he is.
Cruising.
I did not look at the time. That might be a sub 150.
Yeah, world record.
If he gets sub 150, that will be crazy. Yeah, because he's been wanting that, and he did it with safety. Like
Crimson
we had safety stage,
and there was a lot of safety in here. Yeah, because I did see his rooms went well. Yes, he's schmoovin', so this might be a relay world record incoming. It's a 151 something. I was looking at the board recently.
How many more does he have to sack?
He has 2 more sacks.
Not enough. Not enough. He's gonna get it. The
Yeah.
sub 150 may not happen, but he's going to get the record.
Yeah, I don't think it's sub 150, but this will be like a 150x.
Yeah, I don't think Type-0 world record doesn't trade hands too often. So all right, Sen, you ready to come out of retirement? I know
I
you
mean, I'm
still
pretty
do
sure
it.
world record holders had it for the last 8 years, so.
Not quite 8. Simpy came in
Crimson's
maybe
been
like
going
5
for
or
it for a
something.
while.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I might have to after this incredible run by Crimson. I feel inspired. Yeah, we're gonna do jack strats here. You absolutely have to on this kind of a pace. And we're gonna see the slashes on the break sites, and then the charges between with the extra slash to do a little bit more damage and just skip one of those break site cycles.
Get ready, Mog. It is soon. Oh yeah, this is. Yep. Not gonna say anything more. Don't jinx it. Shut up, commentator.
You actually can't jinx it. You can't die here.
True.
I mean, worst you could do is miss a break site, but I think Kurt's got this. One more hit.
There's only one more left.
Oh yeah.
Time.
Yeah,
Go.
that's it. Right.
Time, go Mog. GG
That's
Crimson.
a
That is
150-24 Crim world record.
By almost a minute. All right, we are gonna get out of your hair. That is a everyone though. Shout outs to Crimson in the chat. Thank you, runners, for coming in and learning this game. Because for a long time it was 3 of us and a dream, and you guys came in and you learned the game. Thank you for all the new routing, all the new running. Thank you management for letting us back into the relay after some dubious strats. And yeah, everyone have a fantastic relay. We have a lot of hours coming of some fantastic games.